Welcome back to ESA Winter 21. My name is Ashwin and I'm going to be your host for this amazing upcoming run. We are raising money for Alzheimer Fonden. Links to donate can be found below the stream. We would also like to thank Koei Tecmo Europe, who just released the complete edition of Neo 2, Twitch, and ViewSonic for sponsoring this event. Now it's time for Royzoga to take it away with Final Fantasy VII Remake any percent at easy. But just before we do that, just one quick note, because I really want to get the special donation in. We have $100 from Nanaki Emmy. Says, please read this out once Royzoga is live. Good luck to Royzoga representing the Final Fantasy VII Remake community today. May the skips be kind and the stairs as short as possible. Let's raise some money for an awesome cause, and everyone remember to bean ice. I'm looking at you, Becky.
Alright, so now's good. Alright, so what is going on, everybody? My name is Royzoga. Roll that R as always. Today I'm joined by the amazing Wody. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Wody. I too am a fellow runner of this game, Hero for Roy.
Awesome. So we have a lot to get through today. Now, before we actually even start the run, I'm actually going to start it real quick. No timer needed just yet. There's something that we do before the run even starts, and this is to set up a quick load. Woody, do you want to explain variable loads while I run through the first chapter really quickly?
Yeah, of course. So we found in the community with the runs that depending on the way the game runs or the way the game operates, there are various points where there are variable loads, and most of them we have no control over because they happen pretty far into the run. Well, this is one we actually have some control over. So by playing the first two battles of this run and then quitting to the title screen, we actually found that the next time you load up the game, it will actually load a few seconds quicker as a result.
Go.
And there's a couple other variable loads that do happen, so sometimes it's just, we hope they happen in the right run to get that luck.
All right, and that's funny enough, all we have to do to enable the first fast load. So with that, we already know that the language that won was English, so we're going to be picking that. I am super happy that English won, so I can say some lines. I'm very surprised that French almost came out of nowhere, and won it. You guys are crazy. Maybe next time we'll get French Tifa. But I'm going to do a countdown. We'll do 3, 2, 1, and then go. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, guys, let's frickin' go. So welcome to Final Fantasy VII Remake. It is the long-awaited part 1 of a remake to the Final Fantasy VII, I guess, conglomerate, you could kind of call it now, because of how much this franchise and this game series means to everybody. But just like you'd imagine with classic Final Fantasy VII, starting off with the bombing mission, one of the most iconic intro themes and intro levels to a game ever. Woody, do you want to explain a little bit in terms of story and maybe some of the gameplay that you're going to be seeing with us?
Of course, yeah. So this is the part of the story where Cloud's been hired by Avalanche to help basically bomb this reactor in an effort to fight back against the Shinra corporation here. And so Cloud and Barrett and Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, sorry about that, are basically on a quest here to get to the reactor, place a bomb, and cause some havoc for the company. And well, infiltration didn't go as planned, so we've got to fight through a nice horde of enemies here as we break into the facility. Gameplay in Remake is done on a action RPG level of style versus the old-fashioned turn-based RPG. So you see, there's a lot of, square button will do some basic attacks. Triangle, which we'll talk about throughout the run, does a unique action based on the character you're controlling at the time. Of course, there's materia for your magic spells. And then, of course, there's special abilities you can learn or use with your ATB. So Square decided to create a mashup of classic Final Fantasy with New Age Final Fantasy by giving you an ATB bar to kind of initiate special attacks and stuff. And real quick, actually, Roy did a cool little fast load there for an elevator by running over to that chest and then kind of running back towards the elevator. We actually skipped the animation of that elevator coming down to save a few seconds of time there.
It actually saves the most time on New Game Plus categories, but the fact that we can do it on easy because the fight takes no time at all, and I had a good dog, means that we get to save a couple more seconds, which is always good.
Yeah, and what's Roy referring to when he says good dog is that the dog enemies in this game, well, they like to run around like any other kind of dog might do for those pet owners. So sometimes the dogs just want to run around in circles, and Cloud is not the most agile at reaching the dogs when they do that, because his Punisher stance, which is one of the modes he can be in, makes him hit hard, but he doesn't move very fast. And
we
so
did get
sometimes
another good dog there.
We did actually, yeah. Hey, 2 good dogs. That's the way to marathon luck at its finest, right?
So you're going to see some small fight optimization here. Generally with weak guards like that, we want to pick the fastest way of beating them while also moving forward. A big part of this game is knowing what fights are happening next, where you need to go after the fight is done, and of course the fastest way to do it. So we're going to swap into Cloud's Punisher mode, which, like Wody said, is a slow but more damaging mode. And do this leaping slash type move, and then when we swap back into operator mode, which is Cloud's default stance, he actually does this little spinning sword slash. And I commonly refer to that as op swap, so you might hear me say that a few times. But here we're gonna fight a couple more guards, and hopefully we get some awesome luck, which we did, and I got to show off the cool strat. So that's optimal strats for killing goons, and whew, that guy definitely didn't skip yoga day.
No, he did not.
All right, so now we're basically going to be introduced to our first little party member situation. Barrett is going to commonly remind Cloud that, you know, swords aren't super great for fighting enemies from afar, so he should probably let the man with the gun do it.
Why can't he just throw a sword at it?
I mean, that's a good point. He probably could, and they would probably break, but Barrett's got to show off a little bit, and we're going to see our first instance of ATB randomness. Do you want to explain the importance of ATB and magic?
Yeah, so ATB is important because it's going to allow us to use more powerful actions. Magic, it can be fairly overpowered at taking down these enemies, and so we want that ATB to help us with that. Plus, it also lets us do actions. You'll see like focus thrust there, some future moves coming up like triple Oski, which we'll talk about more later. And what will happen is the game will randomly give you an amount of ATB at the start of battle. And so we're always hoping for good ATB to get through the battle quicker.
Which we did.
Yeah. But we'll kind of manage that later when we get a materia called First Strike. Towards the end of Chapter 4. And here we have some lasers. Those are actually really good lasers there, Roy.
Yeah, they were pretty good. The mono drives went really well. We got a good pattern. And then we're just going to real quick set some shortcuts for Barrett. I guess now's a good time to talk about shortcuts. And you may have seen me do a couple of things with Cloud throwing fire, or maybe, you know, occasional other things. But each character has a couple buttons that you can assign for simply shortcuts while you're in the middle of combat. And of course, these actions take ATB, as we were explaining. You can also have your allies have shortcuts, so that way you don't have to swap to them in the middle of combat just to cast, you know, a thunder, use an ability, things like that. And it really starts to optimize the combat and make it look really clean. However, something else that's really important and worth mentioning is the stagger system. Wody, can you please explain how the stagger system works in this game?
Yeah, the stagger system. If you've played Final Fantasy 13, you may have a slight familiarness with the stagger system. It's got a similar mechanic to how it worked in 13, but a little bit different. As you hurt enemies, and it may depend on your actions, whether it's a spell cast, a certain level of damage you do to them, you'll pressure an enemy, and when you pressure the enemy, you build a stagger bar. And if you stagger them, not only are you going to do increased damage, for some enemies that's important because that's how you're going to really hurt them, but you're also going to basically put the enemy kind of in a stun for a brief period of time based on the enemy. It could be anywhere as long as 10 seconds, a few seconds. It just varies enemy to enemy. And that's going to allow us to not only manage some of the phases, so you're actually going to see Roy is going to use that to help push some of these phases in this upcoming boss battle, but also we're going to use it to skip entire phases of future boss battles.
Very important. ATB is definitely the king in terms of things like that, and being able to manage that throughout the game is super important. But Woody, please explain Scorpion so I can focus here and not screw up like I did practice.
I'm going to try. You're going to finish it before I can explain, but I'll do my best. So, Scorpion, everyone loves this boss. The iconic first boss you fight in the OG game, here in full force and beautiful 3D. But Roy's basically going to start the battle. He's going to hop in with Cloud, switch to Barrett, use the overcharge to build some ATB, switch back to Cloud, do a couple combos, throw thunder, throw fire, basically push the phase without staggering him, because the stagger animation is going to make you lose a little bit of time. So now we're on the phase 2 already. Look at that, it's so fast, and I'm still trying to explain everything. Now we're going to go through phase 2 here. He's going to try and destroy the shield using a fire. Switch to Barrett, because the Scorpion's going to hop to the wall, so Cloud can't really reach him. Going to throw in a couple combos of Thunder, basically build up the pressure gauge as much as he can. He's going to swap back to Cloud because he's going to try and time the land to counter, build up that pressure gauge, basically get him right at the cusp, hit him with Thunder right as he staggers him, making sure that Cloud gets that stagger gauge because we need him to build limit break. Because the last phase is basically going to be one shot and you're done by hitting them with a cross slash.
Something else that's important to remember for building limit, I can't tell if you mentioned it or not because I've been super in the zone, but you also build limit when you take damage, and depending on how much damage you take, you might build more limit, and you're gonna see that into play here. Do you want to talk about tail laser and this awesome strat that we came up with?
Yeah, so we came up with the strat where we are basically going to eat the laser hit because it's going to give us the final piece of damage we need to give Cloud limit. As you saw there, the little tutorial window popped up. And that's what's going to allow us to basically end this final phase pretty much in an instant by using the shortcut that Roy set up earlier for cross slash.
Yep, and that is our first boss down. Pretty good Scorpion, honestly. I'm pretty happy with how that went. I would definitely take that on a run, easy peasy. But honestly, Scorpion's not the most hard part of Chapter 1. Funny enough, and we're gonna be coming up to what a lot of us consider probably the biggest reset point of Chapter 1, which is going to be Shock Troopers. Past one fight, we're gonna see another sweeper. We're gonna move past the sweeper and run away. But after that, we're gonna have like kind of our first real big instance of RNG and whether enemies cooperate with us. And I'm crossing my fingers that we get something good.
Yeah, what basically Roy's referring to the infamous good or bad shock trooper. You'll see it coming up here in a few minutes, but basically we're going to use one of the mechanics in the game where we're going to have Barret warp to us. What happens there and why the shock trooper can be hit or miss is because the shock trooper might be trying to chase Barret where Barret is down below. And if he doesn't follow Cloud, that's going to cause a bit of an issue with making the Chapter 1 go as fast as possible.
Yeah, and it's really frustrating. And luckily, we have a quasi backup strat if the shock trooper doesn't follow like he's supposed to. But even then, it's also a little random in the sense of if Barrett's not far enough away, he won't teleport to you. So we have backups for our backups, and that is why Chapter 1 is one of the most heavy reset points in the run. But obviously, we don't got time to reset. We got to go fast. So we're going to be pushing through, good luck or not.
Yeah, no time to reset.
Not at all. But pretty much since we beat Guard Scorpion, we set a bomb to set off the reactor, and we're going to be following behind Jessie. And after rescuing her from some rubble, we're going to try and meet up with Barret and get out. Because this timer is ticking down really fast, and I'm really nervous what's going to happen if I let it go. So that's a joke, because none of the timers actually matter in this game, and you can let them hit 0 with no consequences.
Yep.
Sorry, I had something stuck in my throat there, and that was weird. So we're gonna have a little bit of a quick fight. Unfortunately, I got really bad luck on that mono drive.
Ooh, yeah.
And I'm just gonna kill this one guard. Oh, didn't kill the mono drive. So that's another big thing about RNG in this game and randomness is enemies have ATB as well. So they'll decide to use various actions that they're capable of when they have an ATB bar, essentially. Of course, the ATB that they have is invisible, so you can't really plan things, but we can hope for the best and plan for the worst. But the other important thing, I don't know if you mentioned this, Wody, you're gonna see me rolling a lot. And rolling's actually the fastest way to move in terms of combat. We got bad shock troopers, so we're gonna go for the backup strat.
Oh, yeah.
We got Barret teleport, though, so we got the backup strat at least.
Nice.
If I could lock onto a sentry, that'd be cool. And then we're gonna target the other sentry. Both of them miss Cloud.
Yeah, and what you're seeing here is kind of an example of the enemy aggro. At times, the enemy is going to attack who has the most aggro. For the point, Barret had it. And so the shock troopers went and attacked him, and Barret doesn't really counter. We want Cloud to be able to take those hits because on easy, one counter from Punisher will stagger them. And if we get them to group up, we can throw a fire at them, and it basically takes them out in one shot, giving us a very optimal Chapter 1 end there.
They didn't cooperate as much as I would have hoped, but at least we got out of there with not too much difficulty, and the Barret backup strat teleport worked. So I'm going to count it as a success, and we're going to be coming to the end of Chapter 1 here as we escape the exploding reactor.
Oh, Roy, it was a very successful. So I actually got a sub-12 Chapter 1, which is very tough to get, honestly, without a lot of practice. Yeah, it's an 11:55, at least from what I'm seeing on the timer.
Okay, then never mind. That's almost tied with my best chapter one ever.
Yeah, your guard was your guard was an 806.
Whoa! No way. Okay. All right. All right. Well, pushing past that, we're gonna mention something here with the game. Final Fantasy VII Remake is great. I love this game. However, one of the big drawbacks of the game is that there are a lot of hand-holding segments like this, where a lot of characters have conversations, there's a lot of exposition, some plot, character development, things like that, and it's not always bad. However, there's a lot of them. But what it does mean is that it's a great time for donations or talking about why we're here, if you want to take it away, Ash.
Absolutely. I would love to. Thanks for handing that off to me so effortlessly. So while we're watching this amazing speed run, and I gotta say the commentary is really on point. They're putting on a great show to give us just, you know, a fantastic speed run. We can also be part of a different fight. The fight against Alzheimer's and dementia by helping fundraise research for preventative measures and cures. Every donation helps, and you can find the link below the stream. But I actually do have quite a few generous donations here that I would love to read, including one that I unfortunately missed at the start of the run. This is $100 from Intopia saying, donation goes to English for Final Fantasy VII Remake because life's a stage and loves the play. We have a $5 donation from Certainly Someone Here. Hi, this is just an appreciation message to a person that is currently working behind the scenes, working to help an awesome cause. Said person also contributed to making my day really awesome. It was a lot of fun to hang out today. To them and to you all, I wish you a good time. Let's make it a fun time. Hyped to see the speedrun of this game for the first time as well. I also have a $50 donation from Turnabit with no comment. Thank you so much for that. And just a quick note here that whenever you do make a donation, please make sure to make it towards an incentive. It is absolutely at no other cost to you. If you're making a donation, please put it towards something because we can see some great outcomes in this run.
All right, well, we can take back over here. So we're gonna talk with Jessie a little bit. She's gonna give us a reward for picking the fastest thing. We're gonna wake up inside because we can't wake up, and we're gonna skip this materia tutorial because
Wake me up.
Oh, I can't wake up. But materia tutorial aside, we're pretty knowledgeable of this game already, so we don't really need to hear anything about that. Funny enough, the first, what is it, like 5 or 6 minutes of chapter 2 is literally walking forward. The only detour that we take is to pick up an ether, which you would have seen me do a little bit back. Like we mentioned before, ATB based actions are really important in this game, especially magic, and magic costs MP, as some of you Final Fantasy fans might know. But you know, MP doesn't regenerate super quickly, and ethers in early game are pretty coveted, so most times that we have a chance to go for them, or if we see a drop, you might see me get pretty excited. But here's one of the other infamous walking segments, but I like it story-wise. We'll see Cloud having these really painful, almost cluster headache moments where reality seems to warp with the past, and as you look at the buildings in the background, they don't match the architecture of Midgar at all. They're actually of Nibelheim. He's having a flashback to when he met with a certain someone in his earlier career. But we're going to be following behind that certain someone now. Cloud's going to lament as how this is impossible, and it's going to start foreshadowing at things that are supposed to happen later on in the Final Fantasy VII story. But for now, we're left to be kind of confused, chasing a ghost and walking through a bunch of fire. Unfortunately, Cloud's not really good at walking with a headache, so you'll see him stumble a lot, and generally these segments are best to make jokes and talk about, I don't know, maybe taking an aspirin. Can't be that bad, right?
No, not that bad at all. And actually, fun fact, we recently found out that walking segment was another one of these variable loads. We used to think that staring down at the ground was actually the fastest way of traversing, but then I played around with some timing and found that it was actually the load into that which would determine how fast that was. Either you get a 8-second load or an 11-second load, we found.
Yep, and you saw me tilt the camera down there a little bit. I just wanted to bring notice to a little bit of graffiti going on the wall. It's a dog. His name's Stamp. He's a good boy that never stops. And we're gonna be looking at him more later in chapter 5, but I wanted to introduce him now because he's just so important. You know, he keeps our city safe so we can win the war.
Bow wow wow. Bow wow wow.
So, in terms of story, again, we're basically just trying to get back to Sector 7 with Barrett and the rest of Avalanche and collect our reward, because Cloud kind of isn't really invested in the story right now. He really just cares about getting paid. And that's kind of an important plot point as well, is Cloud's a little bit more jaded, I guess, in this comparatively, but that's enough walking. Now we're going to be introduced to Aerith and have kind of a frustrating moment. Wody, please talk about Fountain.
The fountain, the infamous part of chapter 2. So what Roy's talking about is we found that there is a point in this battle coming up here where if you are not fast enough, and by fast I mean you've got to take out 7 enemies in about 22 23 seconds, you will lose 10 seconds automatically, and that's because you are getting extra lines of dialogue. So there's a helicopter floating around here that is going to say a specific line of dialogue, and that's how we know if we got it or not. If he says troopers on standby, we got the time save. If he says anything else, we've lost 10 seconds automatically. And I think Roy...
I got it. Okay, that was really close.
Yep, we got it.
The enemies got pushed around a lot. I'm actually really surprised I got that. I didn't realize that guard got pushed away from the second hit of my cleave, but yeah.
Yeah, and that's the time save. And the reason why you get that time save is those shock troopers drop down almost immediately as a result.
Don't let him escape.
I actually call this split in my runs the automatic 10-second time loss.
All right, bet.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good. That was a very good fountain.
So you saw it. I threw a fire. I was actually hoping that it would hit the lamppost, funny enough. That's why I weirdly positioned myself. We need to actively worry about this little, almost like a side quest mission that we're going to be doing for someone later named Chadley. He'll be introduced in chapter 3. He's basically our materia guru. We need to be on the lookout for building one segment of ATB on a staggered enemy with a unique action. And unique actions means triangle-based attacks. So Cloud has Punisher mode attacks and his parry, including Op Swap. Barrett has Overcharge. Tifa has Whirling Uppercut, and Aerith has Tempest. However, the latter two don't really come into play too much, but we need to build 10 staggering effect part 1s before the end of chapter 4. That is probably the second highest reset point in the run, whether you get the requirements for that or not. And really early on, it's very important to be mindful of it. And
yeah,
we're taking a couple more grenadiers here, and then keep on rolling. But go ahead, Woody.
No worries. I was just going to add to the thing. It's definitely one of the harder parts of learning the speedrun in the beginning, is learning how to get those stagger effects in an effective way, so that way you can continue the run and have an optimal chapter 4. Because if your stagger number is really low, funny enough, I got a 2 out of 10 in a run I did last night, which is the worst I've ever seen. You end up having a slower chapter 4 to try and make up for it. And did we get the ATB? So we didn't get the ATB. So what Roy was trying to do a moment ago was he was trying to keep his ATB as he fled from combat, because if you get to the cutscene trigger point quick enough while you're still fleeing from combat, you'll actually carry your ATB over from that previous segment into this, making this segment slightly faster as a result. This is also where we got introduced to our buddies, the Riot Trooper enemies. Riot Trooper enemies can cause a bit of a problem at times because you can't attack them direct on, or you will deflect off of them.
Yeah. But that was an okay fight. I didn't realize the Grenadier survived there. I really thought he would have died from the grenade, but I guess the radius is a little off. But honestly, not that bad. We got everything killed, and now we're gonna see if we can get a rather infamous skip. I'm gonna shut up for a second just to see if I can get it.
Yeah, and what Roy's talking about is he's referring to a thing we call Big Skip. If you're
We got
it! Oh, we got it!
So this is so dumb. It literally saves like 2 seconds, and I theorized it for like a solid 2 months before finally getting it. I think, I kid you not, that's maybe my 7th or 8th time ever getting that, and I've speedrun this game basically since the month that it came out. So I'm pretty excited about that.
That was awesome.
But basically the idea of it is, and you're going to see this happen a lot, is whenever Cloud has to follow behind characters for story-related things, generally he is speed capped or body blocked by them. And it can be really awkward sometimes to just set up angles to get past them. That is one such situation where we can get boosted by Biggs and push past him, so we don't have to wait for all of the NPCs to get out of the way, and push past Jesse before she even asks for help.
Yeah, because Square basically coded this game in a cinematic way, and so as Roy's pointing out, like when you're walking with characters or doing walking actions, the game is going to expect some sort of distance you share with that character, and if you try to catch up to them, the game will either make that NPC run faster, which you're going to actually see here with Barrett, because Roy's going to be trying to run at full speed this whole time, but occasionally his character model is going to basically do a slow walk into a run, slow walk into a run,
like
because
that.
he's getting too close to Barrett, and you can kind of see it happening.
Like that. Yeah, the game doesn't want you to go too fast, and that's another point where we say the game kind of holds your hand and forces you to take in story moments. Generally in that segment there, since we're finally back in Sector 7 after taking a really long train ride, it's basically trying to get everyone's reactions, and most people aren't too happy about Avalanche destroying a Mako reactor, even though it's for a good cause. But, you know, people are thinking about other things and thinking about themselves. However, that's not necessarily important now. What is important is that we're going to be introduced to my best girl, who I consider. I am Team Tifa. I hope some of you out there are also Team Tifa.
Woo, Team Tifa.
Team Tifa. So we're gonna meet up with Tifa over here at 7th Heaven. We're gonna talk with Barrett's daughter Marlene for a second, and the only important thing to know is that she is as cute as a button. Cute as a button. But yeah, another kind of slow segment, and just basically story rolling out. We're gonna do something small here to kind of optimize movement. We need to wait for Tifa to go completely out of the bar, and while we're doing that, we can actually use the jukebox here, because we have to get this tutorial, otherwise we can't progress the story later. So we're gonna grab that. We're gonna grab this disc about Tifa's theme, and then meet her down the stairs here.
Yeah, and we grabbed the jukebox here because we have to wait for Tifa to go to the bottom of the stairs anyway. If you skip the jukebox in this segment, then later on, when we have to interact with the dartboard for that tutorial, then you'll have to do the jukebox. But it saves you time to do it here, since we have to wait for Tifa anyway.
Most definitely. This is also the start of where you can see NPCs starting to get in the way. Where I talked about story capping NPCs blocking Cloud's movement, they can do a little worse than that. But I would say maybe the most important thing that NPCs can do is make questionable outfit decisions. What are those?
Maybe not for them.
Good. You had me worried. You're not.
Continuing on, Tifa agrees that we're going to agrees with Cloud to give him a place to stay while he's looking for more mercenary work, get some money. Not that we really know what Cloud's goal is, but he and Tifa are childhood friends, or so he remembers, or so Tifa kinda remembers. So we're gonna spend some time here in Sector 7 doing some generic mercenary work, kind of, that ranges from killing monsters, which sounds like mercenary work, and sometimes to finding missing cats, which is a little bit, that's a little bit less of what I would assume Cloud would be in for. Do you want to talk about NPC placement and dialogue, though? Because here's a good explanation for it, or an opportunity.
Not even time to decorate.
Uh-oh, I lost Wody.
Here's your.
Oh, we got it. All right, so you saw how Tifa bonked off of Cloud there for a second and simply started talking to him almost immediately. With Cloud there, it's kind of weird. When he tries to talk to NPCs to progress story or have conversations, things like that, generally you want Cloud to be facing the person. That way the dialogue starts immediately, and you don't have to waste time with seeing someone adjust or, you know, wobble back and forth. The weird thing about it is there's a ton of those types of dialogue conversations in the game, and I found that if you do all of them and get them pretty point on in terms of speaking with someone, you're gonna save upwards of like a minute. Like it's noticeable how much lag time there is for Cloud trying to speak with people.
I'm Marl. You from?
Now I'm wondering if I straight up lost Wody.
What's she to you?
Hello? Hello? Is my
Oh, there
mic
you are.
back? I
Yeah, you're good.
had a weird thing happen. I'm sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, I was trying to explain the thing you asked me to.
Yeah. Well, welcome back. Glad to have you. But story-wise, we're meeting Tifa right back at 7th Heaven. She's gonna tell us about some side jobs. But more specifically, we're gonna go shake down some people for money, which isn't very hero-like. Do you want to explain what we're doing, at least with the money situation?
Yeah, so basically, Cloud wants his money, and so he's going to follow Tifa around, and they're going to basically collect money from a number of shops. It's also the game's way of kind of teaching you some of the mechanics with, you know, buying things from the shop, resting in certain rest areas, weapon shops, things like that. It's kind of a force, like, hey, here are these things in the game you can do.
Yep. And you'll see I'm kind of taking a weird path. I'm like hugging really far to the left. So again, remember when I talked about NPCs being weird? Party members can be like that too, and they can take really weird paths. So we hug that wall there just to kind of make sure that Tifa doesn't do anything crazy. And then we're also going to do a quick shop there and buy the deadly dodge materia. It's really only used for the first chapter. And then here's our most infamous NPC that might get in our way. Her name's Becky. You'll hear me scream if she gets in the way, which I think she will because of how paced she is. Oh, she just barely ducked out of the way. Thank goodness for a good Becky. There are so many runs where I'll have where she just steps out of nowhere and, you know, it loses you 2 seconds because she bonked into Tifa. But here's Marl, probably my favorite original character. And Tifa reminds us to be nice. You know, speedrun, charity, trying to do some good stuff. Remember to be nice.
Be
Ice
nice.
beans. Ice beans.
Be nice.
Don't do anything.
But the cool thing about Marl, and I like to point this out for a few characters throughout the run, for those of you that are a voice actor nerd like I am, Marl is actually voiced by Barbara Goodson.
Woo.
And in case you couldn't tell by my background, I'm a big Power Rangers fan. So for those of you that know Barbara Goodson, she is the original voice actress for Rita Repulsa for the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers game show.
Last stop is the weapons.
And I, as an anime fanboy, she is the voice of Naota in Fully Cooley.
There you go.
Save your
So we'll give a little bit of details on those situations,
Pretty please.
just because, you know, we're huge nerds.
Being as we're done.
Well,
Just
So-
a little.
really know.
just a little bit.
It's not.
But as Woody mentioned, we're getting like kind of tours of weapon shops, item shops, things like that. Get a little bit of money along the way as we replace water filters. But the other thing that we're gonna do is go meet up with the neighborhood watch. Tifa mentions that there might be some jobs that Cloud can do, either for money or for reputation. And funny enough, the neighborhood watch is actually run by Biggs and Wedge. We're gonna get a forced tutorial here that we're gonna skip, put on the deadly dodge materia,
Thanks.
and then leave, because, you know, we got better things to do. So do you want to explain our first outing into Scrap Boulevard, Woody?
Lead on.
You mean Reset Boulevard?
Yeah, Hertzen Boulevard's pretty accurate. Or Rage Boulevard, Throw Controller Boulevard, Feast Boulevard.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of names for this upcoming segment. So what's going to happen here is Roy's going to have to run into this kind of like circular area, and he's got to take down a bunch of different battles for Biggs and Wedge here to collect some of the money. It's also an introduction to Gorgers, which are one of the, not first enemies. The sweepers could do this, but it's pretty rare. But they do a move that can potentially bound you called Feast. And we never want to hope for Feast right off the bat because they've got a pretty big jumping window. And so if you don't time it properly, you don't anticipate, because Cloud can't really roll out of all his moves. You get feasted, you lose a couple seconds, and it's not ideal. Ooh, we got a sickle strike. That's ideal. And actually, you see it right there. Tifa did get feasted, which does cause that tutorial. Which does add a little bit of that time loss there. And yeah, we're basically going to run around this boulevard, take down these enemies. You'll see he uses Deadly Dodge to try and not only give area of effect damage to both enemies, but to just kind of help bring them closer as well, so he can cleave and potentially catch them at the same time.
Yeah, so same thing that we mentioned before. When you fight enemies, generally you want to try and aim yourself to be into the next area. You know, optimize your movement, optimize battles, things like that. And I'm gonna throw another fire here. There we go. So not that bad. We were talking about Feast and giving that bound tutorial. You lose a couple seconds, but the worst thing that could have happened would have been if Cloud was bound instead of Tifa.
Yeah.
Then we would have had to switch to Tifa, which gives you another tutorial, and you have to get over to the enemy and then kill it, and then the game swaps back to Cloud. So it's a lot of nonsense like that. But honestly, that's kind of the more tame part of Scrap Boulevard, in my opinion. We're going to be coming up on a part that's a little bit more rage-inducing, and that is Chadley's Assess Quest. We're going to be introduced to a character named Chadley. Like I mentioned, he is our materia guru. He's going to be giving us new materia, old materia, things like that, and generally just outfitting us. But before we even get to him, we're going to talk with the weapons dealer again. Now that we've, you know, kind of cleared Scrap Boulevard of monsters for now, he's gonna have a little bit of a change of heart. He didn't realize that we were a monster hunter. So he's gonna throw us this new weapon. I don't think it could take down Rathalos, but it's not that bad. What it does have, however, is one of the run's most important abilities, which is triple slash. I don't know if you guys have heard of that.
I'm sorry, Roy. Triple slash? I don't know this move. You
I'm
speak
sorry.
of.
Tripolski,
Tripolski.
otherwise known as Tripolowski. Do you want to explain how abilities and weapons work in this game?
I'll take on.
Yeah, of course. So abilities are just like the magic. They require ATB use, but what this game does differently is the weapons give you these new abilities. So Cloud does start off with his infamous Braver move and a new move called Focus Thrust. But as he just got a weapon there, Iron Blade has the Tripolowski. And Tripolowski is it's a big move that we use a lot because it's a 3-hit combo attack that's going to basically, let Cloud ping pong between enemies. But the trick is he's got to use that ability to learn it, because we are going to be changing weapons for Cloud especially the most throughout the run to learn these abilities so he can use them. Because until you learn that ability, you have to keep that weapon on you.
Yep.
Seriously.
Oh, and we got good luck here with enemy spawns. I'm gonna see. Whoop! None of them decided to fight Cloud specifically, and they didn't hit Cloud. There we go. So I'm going to. Okay. Unfortunately, we got to call the arms. I was trying to avoid that. We got a second call the arms immediately. I'm just gonna kill him. It happened immediately. I can build up the ATB to go for a triple slash. So there's 1, 2, and a 3, which missed. Okay, not that bad. Because everything grouped up immediately and we got a triple slash out of it, could have been much worse. But you see where this side quest of trying to assess these enemies, which is essentially scan, can be very frustrating. We need to assess both a Gorger and a Rat. And once we do, as soon as combat ends, we can go right back to Chadley and collect our reward, which is 500 gil. And the introduction to the combat analyzer, which kind of just lets us see how well we're doing in terms of materia side quests. Which, here's the reset point for the run. So
boy.
hopefully we're good. 4 out of 10 is really rough.
All right, 4 out of 10.
Yeah, that's really bad. That's like the lower threshold of where I would want to be for a speed run. For a marathon run, we're gonna make it work and see what I can do.
And one thing we didn't point out, if you caught that in Roy's lightning fast menuing that's going on there, is we did switch the difficulty to normal, and we are going to do this on the easy category several times throughout the run when it comes to the skips that you're going to see a bit later in the run here. Reason being is, well, enemies just die too fast on easy, and for some of these things, or they don't hurt us enough on easy. So we're allowed to do that on the easy category to make sure we effectively get through the stuff we need.
Yep. I had a little bit of a weird camera thing there. I can't say that's never happened before because that would be lying, but I just wanted to do a double quick menu check to make sure I changed it back to easy. Normal is...
As a normal runner as well. So I actually run the easy and normal category myself, and yeah, normal's rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's painful.
Yeah, I dropped any percent normal specifically. I think most runners in the community agree that it's probably our worst category because it's just so volatile and difficult and easy to lose a run. Whereas any percent easy, it's kind of harder to. The only thing you can really lose it on is the staggering effect part 1 if you don't have enough staggers. So we're gonna cross our fingers and hope this goes really well. But we're introduced to another character here who some of you might notice, the voice actor Yuri Lowenthal, who is Spider-Man from PS4, or Sasuke Uchiha from Naruto. But I love Johnny. I'm gonna be honest. I love Johnny. I don't know how you feel about him, but I love him.
Hey, we also got to give some love to Simone from Gurren Lagann.
Oh, there you go.
Anyway, you distract the officers and
As you can see, we're big voice actor nerds.
Yeah, just a little bit. But Johnny's basically a friend of Tifa's that knows she's part of Avalanche, and he's really bad at keeping his mouth shut. So we just need to go make sure that he keeps it shut and doesn't tell anybody we're Avalanche. That's unfortunate.
You got shotgun.
Yeah, which is really bad. I'm gonna see if I can get it on the dog. Which I did not, so I'm still at 4 out of 10, which is bad. Oh no, I was hoping to get through there, so not a good fight. The shotgun RNG, the reason why we said shotgun, obviously he did shotgun, but we mentioned before enemies having ATB and they can use it how they want. You swing at that guard, the elite guard, the one in red specifically, hoping that he'll do a melee attack. And Cloud's Punisher mode, when you swap to it initially, has this large window where you parry attacks. And if you gain that ATB,
So, what do you
and it
wanna do
staggers an enemy during it, it counts towards the staggering effect. And unfortunately, he went with shotgun, which is not something I can stagger. And the dog died before I could build an ATB while it was staggered. So we're still in kind of Monka Giga territory, if you will. And we're gonna probably have to take chapter 4 a little bit slower, just to make sure that everything works out okay. But we're gonna do our best. We're gonna run fast, and we're gonna have a good time.
Could use a little. How about a
Yeah, and this is where chapters 1, a lot. I mean, I feel a lot of us in the community. I'm not sure Roy feels the same way, but like chapters 1 through 4 feel the most like volatile in terms of how they go for you in a run, because you get a good chapter 1, and then sometimes your chapter 2 is a little weird, or your chapter 3 is a little weird, or you have bad 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4 are great. It's just so much RNG in the first couple chapters.
Yeah, I think a lot of us, or at least I've started saying this recently, I firmly believe the run really doesn't start until like the end of chapter 4, when you get to the boss fight at the end of chapter 4, because by then, if you don't have the staggering effect, obviously you know that the run is probably dead. But if you do have it, then the run's kind of smooth-ish sailing from there, so long as you don't mess up your skips. So knock on wood that we do well here. Listen for an audio cue. For some reason, you can skip that cutscene really early, just based on the music. And now Avalanche is gonna have a little party. So everybody raise your glasses and cheers to Avalanche.
Avalanche!
So something that's I guess pretty obvious. Barrett is not the most quiet person, and considering Johnny's also a loudmouth, it's not any surprise that people in this area aren't aware that there are some Avalanche members here. And you know, since we just blew up a Mako reactor, there's some people looking for him, specifically these goons, and they're trying to ask information. And seeing Cloud as a mercenary, they think, why not ask Cloud? And Cloud's like, all right, you know what, I'll give you some info if you give me some money. But we're gonna do something that, again, we were talking about before. Cloud moves really slow sometimes in story locked segments, specifically upstairs. So we're trying to get pushed and body, I guess, shoved up to our objective here and into this fight. So I might go for a staggering effect here if something staggers, but generally I don't, because they take forever to stagger.
Yeah, you would almost have to hope they use their performance enhancing thing to make them a little bit harder to kill for that. But yeah, we have some hoodlums here. They are goons of a familiar character that we'll meet later in Wall Market, Mr. Don Corneo himself. So I guess we only really see him for like a brief second.
That was actually a really good fight.
Yeah, that was good.
Really, a really good fight.
They weren't Shinra, then.
So from there, we're pretty much done with this chapter. The only thing that we need to go do is get some rest. So we're gonna go to our room or our apartment building, whatever you want to call it, and take a quick nap. But we've got someone to meet there, and you can kind of see her from the balcony here. So it might give you an idea as to, hey, some stuff's up. We got some stuff to do. So there's our girl. That's Jessie.
Stuff.
Well, I think it's like a secret mission, but it might include some high octane fun, but it's hard to tell.
You all set?
High octane fun.
So this brings us. Yeah, I was trying really hard to hide that, but biking.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, can you please talk about biking? And
Yeah,
I'll talk
yeah.
about Roche when we get to him.
Of course, yeah. So biking. All right, for anyone who played the original game, you know what happens at the end of the Midgar segment. There's a bike mini game. Well, the developers decided to let's throw in another biking section, and so Chapter 4 is predominantly all like Chapter 3 is pretty much mostly original content. So this is your introduction to the biking mini game here, and so. Roy is going to basically do his best to try and focus and get the most optimal route here. The goal is there's a couple of time saves that we can trigger throughout this segment by doing specific things. So this second battle, so not the first battle that's going to happen after some line of dialogue here, is if Roy can time it properly, he's going to use a spin slash that he just gained from hitting that ramp there. And he's going to hopefully take out both enemies. And if he does that, he's going to skip some line of dialogue and help him save some time. But basically, the whole point of the minigame, you're just on a bike, you have a basic attack that attacks left or right, you can guard to help reduce a stun effect, accelerate, brake, like, you know, just any typical mini game. But there is a special bar in the bottom left corner that will let you use either a spinning slash, which is a 2-hit really strong attack that we try to use the most. Oh, did we miss it?
Yeah, it's the audio cue is hard to hear. I should have asked for quiet. I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad. That's my fault. My fault. But yeah, so right here we'll get some extra dialogue since we didn't take out those 2 guards right away. But yeah, normally when we do these runs, yeah, it's only us, and so we'll kind of go quiet as we listen for some sound effects there. So that one was on me, Roy. I apologize.
No, that's fine. That's not your fault. All right, I should have said something.
But yeah, so we just, you know, we're basically trying to get to the top of the sector here to where we need to do the infiltration. And so we are just having to get through, and the Shinra guards are attacking us. And so, you know, there's a lot of speed up, a lot of slow down. We try to hit these ramps because ramps will automatically give you a full special bar. But what Roy is attempting to do, and it counts more in this next segment after this little cutscene here, is he's got to take out these 2 elite guards and then the subsequent battle as fast as possible. Because if he gets to a certain point, he'll be able to get what we call the early Roche. And the early Roche means that we save time by not having to wait. Because the way this game is programmed is that these tunnels seem to have a specific range that they have to pass before they load the next segment. And so if you don't get the early Roche, you have to... I never timed it. I want to say it's like almost 20 seconds.
It's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 20, 30 seconds. Oh, yeah.
All right, that should be good. All right, good.
All right, cool. Yeah, so what the reason why I wouldn't sound there is because Roy needed to try and spin slash the 2nd and 3rd slug ray, because the 4th one will always do that kind of area of effect shield move. And then the first one, we just have to hope doesn't spam the other move. And yep, actually, we got it. We'll be getting early Roche here.
Yeah, we're good for early Roche here. And then they even give you a backup ramp. But this is the earliest possible that you can get Roche. It triggers the next scene of it. We lost maybe like 15 seconds because of bad guards earlier. But honestly, it's not that big of a deal. Roche is the bigger time loss that we'll see later. But a little bit more biking to go still.
Yeah, this is kind of like a midway-ish point of the biking. Almost. There's one more battle in the lower plate here. But yeah, Roche is a new character that was added in this game. Basically, he's a soldier as well, like Cloud was. He's a 3C, was a C-class soldier, I believe.
Yeah.
3C.
Soldier Type C, I think is his official rank.
Yeah. And he's apparently got some fascination with Cloud. And so he's basically hounding him throughout this segment here and wants a partner to dance. And to push it past the red line.
Yeah, I love Roche. I actually really like him. He was actually supposed to be in the original game too, but other than that, we're almost up to a Roche biking fight. He was so impressed with how Cloud was moving. He's actually racing after us, and we're gonna be dealing with him in just a second once I deal with these guards.
Yeah, we've got one more battle against a group of guards here, and then there are going to be 2 more elite guards, which we actually don't have to defeat. It's a automatic cutscene that triggers when Roche decides to appear, so there's no concern of catching up and taking them out as fast as possible. But the Roche battle is one of those potentially RNG-heavy battles, because the goal for easy category is we need to defeat Roche before he uses a lightning move we call the lightning phase.
Yep, and here's our introduction to Roche. He's pretty flamboyant, he's got a mullet, he's really anime, and I love him. Love him to death. Boom! Even kind of takes out his own guards in the sake for a race, but we gotta show him a couple of our own moves. You know, we gotta make sure that this is a good dance. Well, hello. You cross him, you die. And now, mind if I cut in? Oh, splendid! I've been looking for a new dance partner. All right, now we're good. I just love that line.
Yeah, so I figured I'd give you a moment to do that.
Yeah. So we're gonna block that first attack. We want the same attack, which we actually got. So that's good pattern already. And we're gonna tank the hit while we're doing the special to throw another one of those. So if we get the third, wow, perfect Roche patterns here. That's awesome. And then we're gonna swing up to him and he's gonna slow down. And we're gonna get 3 hits on him. We wanna see Electro Stomp here as our first attack, which we did not get, but we did get Sword Swing, which is the second best thing we can get. We're only gonna do 2 there. And we're gonna go for 3. Give me Stomp, please. Thank you. We're gonna Spinning Slash through it. This is basically a big damage Roche, like Woody was saying. So we're just trying our best. That's not great. I'm gonna break and kind of avoid it. and then catch back up to him and go for some spins.
See, we got the
yeah, he gave me a bad pattern. Yeah, he's running away. That's unfortunate. So, because he did a spin there at the end instead of actually doing an attack, this is the worst possible pattern you can get from him. So, just really unfortunate RNG with this. And we've been looking for something that kind of like works on Roche's RNG or his patterns or anything like that. And aside from being further away from him or closer to him, there's not really anything that we can do. So we're kind of at the mercy of Roche, which is where again we talk about why, you know, the run doesn't really start until after chapter 4. So whew, low rough biking section, not the greatest, but we persevere. We took out Roche as soon as he landed, and now we've got another really long walking section, which reminds me, it's been a little bit, so why don't we check in with Ash and see if we have any donations available.
Absolutely. You know, I've kind of been sitting on this for a while, but you mentioned that you were team Tifa, but all I can think of is the song Mambo Number 5, because you gotta have a bit of them all, you know, like.
Okay, all right, fair enough. You're not wrong.
Tifa.
No one's.
No. It has to go with Jesse first. A little bit of Jesse in my
first.
life. Yeah, a little bit of Tifa by my side.
A little bit of
Aaron,
that's
all I need. A little bit of Barrett is what I see. Anyhow.
A little bit of Yuffie.
This is fantastic. I think they all deserve a little bit of love. But also, you know what? Our donators do too, because they're helping a fantastic cause. So we have $25 from Repro Grimm saying, "Hey all, hey Roy, kicking in what I can, but mostly I just want to hear Royzoga's reaction to this stream classic. Maybe the real bean ice is the friends we made along the way." Ice your beans, everyone. Reprogram, thank you so much for the $25. And we also have a really generous $50 from Taser1 saying, "You had me at Big John." I also really agree with this because in this marathon, we have a chance to extend it a little bit further with a bonus run by Big John himself, a fantastic runner who's going to be doing the, the wacky, okay, help me out here. I mean, my
wacky world of golf or something like that.
Wacky World of Miniature Golf featuring Eugene Levy.
There we go.
Yes, exactly. Of course, you were going to mention the voice acting because yes, it is actually voiced by Eugene Levy, the actor, which is fantastic. We actually hit the 1/3 marker for that, so we have to raise $5,000 to see Big John perform this amazing game that you should go Google right now. But 1/3 of the way, everyone. That's really exciting, and I also know that Roy and Rody, you were also excited about this.
Yeah, I mean, Big John is a great streamer. I had the pleasure of running through Stop and Cease with him a few months back in the height of the quarantine. I was really happy to, you know, just be a part of something like that, and working with him was great. Really great person.
He was a maintenance supervisor.
Yeah, so everyone, you know what to do. We have donations open. You can find the links below the stream. We would love to read your messages and your donations, and if you can, you know, make sure they go towards an incentive, that would be really wonderful because I think it would be nice to see the Big John bonus run. So yeah, get those in, and thank you.
Yeah, let's get it in.
All right, so back into the story. We cleared that biking segment. The whole plot of it is Barrett is planning another bombing mission to take out another Mako reactor, and unfortunately Cloud, being the kind of dense and aloof person that he is, doesn't really want to go on the mission, but because, you know, Jesse's Jesse, she convinces Cloud to help her stock up for the next mission, in which she needs new explosive materials because her vendor mysteriously dropped out. So we agree to go on this little journey with her. Biggs and Wedge tag along, and we make a pit stop by her parents' house and grab her father's ID card so we can get into the base.
I hear there's something about a Midgar special.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great, and I'd be able to talk about one more if Wedge actually saved me a slice, but that's why Wedge is the worst of the Avalanche trio. He talks up this crazy good pizza and doesn't save you a slice. It's not like pizza's portable or anything. It's not like you can just fold it up and eat it while we're walking here.
I know, right?
Her dad had an accident.
But yeah, so we've got a bit of a walking section, like Roy pointed out, where we kind of just have to go along with Biggs and Wedge. We want to kind of keep pace so it keeps things moving, but we also can't get too far ahead because the game will be like, you're too far ahead, go back.
We also get a chance to check our items here. I'm kind of wincing. It's not bad, but 12 potions, 2 high potions, and
was that 2 ethers?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Which that's normal. That's normal for me. But that literally just means I haven't had a single ether drop. I haven't had a single high potion drop, and my normal potion drops have been pretty low, which is unfortunate. I don't need them per se. It'll just change how my money routing works later. And we're talking about money. Money's obviously very important for this game. This is actually going to be the first chapter where we do some serious shopping. So as you can imagine, buying things is incredibly important in a JRPG. You buy new equipment, buy new magic-based items, buy healing things, and we're going to be buying materia, some healing items, and this really important accessory called revival earrings, which is going to be the foundation for 3 out of the 5 of our skips. Or do we have 6 now?
4, because 6, 8, 10, and 11. Yeah, 4 of our skips.
Supposed to be circling around from the back, right?
Yeah, the revival earrings we'll definitely get more into when we hit chapter 6, where you'll see our first skip happen, and we'll kind of talk more about the importance of it there. But know that we have to buy it in this shop. I mean, we don't have to, but it is the most optimal route, because the next time we'd be allowed to buy it is towards the end of chapter 5, but it's in a shop that is a bit out of the way, so you'd actually lose a little bit of time going to there to get it.
Yep. So we go and stock up already. I set up some materia. We give Cloud thunder. We give Tifa fire and thunder. We give her the fire purely because I don't want to accidentally sell it. Which has happened before, and it's kind of ruined my money routing for the rest of the run. But the other important thing that we do is we put on the Ifrit materia that Jesse gave us at the end of chapter 3 as a kind of pre-mission reward, almost an incentive for Cloud to go along. And it's the only summoning materia we get in the entire game. Now, summoning materia works differently than in classic Final Fantasy VII. It literally just gives you pure stat boosts. Ifrit especially is never going to be summoned in the entire run, unfortunately. Hopefully never gets summoned. But you'll see here that Cloud starts to do a lot more damage. And we're going to go into this base. Do you want to talk about Shinra base, Wody?
Yeah, I'll talk about Shinra base, but I do want to add to the materia thing Roy just pointed out. Yeah, materia, funny enough, has hidden stat boosting effects. Some materia will boost your attack, your magic stat, your MP, so we actually use that to help make our characters stronger by equipping certain materias at certain times. But yeah, the Shinra Gauntlet here is basically a series of 5. It's like 4 or 5 battles, essentially, with one after another. So the first battle is against a bunch of just soldier class enemies, grenadiers, regular security officers, and so we're going to use our good friend, the Triple OC, to try and effectively get through them as fast as possible, as well as deadly dodge. So round 2 is going to be against, in the beginning, ooh, nice, very nice.
Yeah, that's really good.
Basically a riot trooper and an elite guard, which Roy used the hidden effect of splash damage from materia there. So because they were so close to each other, the fire spell was able to actually hit both of them, saving him a little bit of time. So now Roy is fighting a grenadier, and he is trying to get no stagger effect.
I didn't get it on either.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
that's really bad.
Go for. You'll have to go for a slow.
Dogs and slow sweepers.
Slow dog, slow sweeper to help with it. But yeah, we're talking about the staggering effect because Roy needs to get 6 more still before the end of the next chapter. But you know, we're speedrunners. We've planned for stuff like this, so we're not too worried. We'll make it happen.
Okay, there's 5. I took that fight a little bit differently so I could force stagger on the dogs, but yeah, I'm gonna have to do this really awkwardly. That's why I did it like weirdly. So I'm gonna do the thunder, and then I'm gonna go for focus thrust immediately.
Yeah, I probably won't cross that.
And Wedge just saved my life there.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it ticked over. That sucks. Okay, there's that. And then I'm probably gonna have to wait on this one. Yeah. So I'm gonna wait for it to get up, and I'm gonna go for a thunder. And then I'm gonna do some hits. And then do a focus thrust again.
Yeah, essentially what Roy's doing here is
7.
Normally what we do with this battle is we actually try to cross slash the 2 sweepers at the same time. But instead, because we need these stagger effects, Roy is actually taking them slower to try and do that. But the tricky part of the battle is he's got to manage his ATB, because he can't have ATB to get these staggering effects. So he's got to use it, but that's going to hurt the attack. And so now we get to fight Roche one-on-one, so Roy's going to try and use this opportunity as well to build some staggering effect. First, he's going to want to push Roche to phase 2, because Roche's stagger gauge will not transfer to phase 2. Now, a bunch of boss battles, they will. Roche is not one of them. So we don't want to really stagger him in the first phase, but we also want to be careful, because he has a hidden shield that will allow us to pressure him. And so by making sure we don't break that shield in phase 1, we can break it in phase 2 to go for the stagger. Alright.
So that's 8.
Nice.
I'm not gonna have enough time to do it on that for the stagger, so I'm at 8, and I'm gonna have to get them in a kind of a tricky situation. This is not where I wanted to be now, but we're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work. Don't worry, guys. We got this.
Yeah, we got this. We got this.
So 8 out of 10 isn't the end of the world. I would have preferred it to be 9, but because Roche didn't have his shield shatter, it was that like glass breaking sound effect that you heard, and literally a bubble around him shattering. That kind of means that he's about to be pressured. So we give him 2 hits, and then a focus thrust puts him into stagger, and we move from there. I was able to build 1 on him, 2 on sweepers, and 1 on a dog, so that gave me 4. So we're at a total of 8 now. Which is, again, not the end of the world, but again, I'm gonna have to take the next couple of fights even slower to force staggering effect, because we only have until the end of this chapter to have those done. So, you know, if you've got some love, you've got some hype, if you got some praise RNG, we're definitely gonna need it.
Yeah, we've only got 2 battles to finish out the rest of this chapter at this point. So now we've gotten what we need from the headquarters, and now we need to get out of here, because stuff's going crazy with the main branch of Avalanche raiding on the facility.
Yep, and probably one of the most adorable animations here is Jesse literally shimmying when every single character could just be walking, you know, like completely fine. We have enough room to turn, but everyone's shimmying for no reason. But, you know, Jesse got a cute.
You know, I finally paid attention after you told me about the story of that, and I see what you mean now.
Yeah. There's a bit of a joke in my own channel that we talk about Jesse shimmy, and we put an emote called teehee and just laugh about it, because it's like she's being cheeky and intentionally doing this really awkward, dumb looking shimmy when there's totally enough space. She's just trying to be cute, you know? And then there's Wu-Tai Grandma. Let me get my gun. I'll teach him to mess with Midgar.
I don't want to mess with Wu-Tai Grandma.
I don't want to mess with her. She was in the war, you know? She was in the war, so, you know, be careful.
And I hear they say war never changes.
You know, they say that, but they haven't met Wu-Tai Granny. Or Gun Granny, I guess is the better way of putting her. Here's another good example of using NPCs to boost due to story events. You see how quickly Biggs and Wedge ran past Cloud here, and how I'm kind of starting to sprint and then kind of not. So, exactly what we were talking about.
That's right.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to bring up, because we kind of talked about this earlier, but didn't really say why we're going for these staggering effects. So the reason why Roy is trying to get these staggering effects is because Chadley, it's one of Chadley's intel missions, and the reason why we need it is because he's going to allow us to buy a materia called First Strike. First Strike materia is going to allow us to get an increased boost in ATB at the start, and that's going to actually allow us to potentially start some matches with a full bar of ATB, especially as that materia levels up to 3 times throughout the run.
Mm-hmm. Specifically for my route, I need it for chapter 7. If I don't end up having it, again, it's not the end of the world. I can adapt, I can adjust, and things like that. I would just really like to have it, because then I can, you know, keep running the game as we intended to break it. But with that, we have leapt off of the plate that led us onto, I believe it was sector, what was it, 8? 6? I don't even know what plate we're on.
I was gonna say, I think we've run this game so much, we've skipped these cutscenes so much that we've kind of forgotten the little details like that at this point.
wherever Jesse's mom is staying, and then we parachute down onto sector 7 slums again, and basically now we jumped with Wedge because Jesse and Biggs is one pair, and then Cloud and Wedge is another pair, because they were trying to balance out the weight. And I feel like that's not correct. And I probably would have put Jesse with Wedge, but maybe Cloud is a lot later than he looks, you know?
This is where Jesse.
Even with that sword.
Yeah. But either way, the important thing to remember
Nah.
is that when you play games like this, life's the stage and love's the play.
Just couldn't help yourself, Roy.
I couldn't.
Couldn't let Wedge say it?
No. I have to do it. I didn't even do it in a good Wedge voice. I just really wanted to say it, you know? It's funny. Wedge has some funny dialogue. But this is going to be the last time we see Wedge.
Till chapter 12.
Yeah, until chapter 12. This is actually the last chapter we see any of the Avalanche trio. Until chapter 12. But not Tifa and not Barrett. They're going to be coming with us in the next story leg.
Yeah, and a little bit here after Cloud does a quick check-in on Jesse and gets himself a barrier material that we sell here in a little bit.
Yep.
But basically, you're going to see one of the biggest examples of a major change to the storyline. And it's also your first glimpse at how things may not be what they seem with what's happening in this game, especially for those of us who played the original.
Yep. So for those of you that remember, Cloud is just supposed to agree to go with Barrett and gang on the bombing mission for the next reactor. However, he has already declined. So Barrett, or maybe not declined is the best word, but definitely made it sound like he doesn't care about the planet and he more so cares about money, which is correct. But Barrett doesn't like that, so Cloud's off the mission. And that kind of deviates from normalcy. So we're going to see some Deus Ex ghosts trying to put this back into place. Do you want to talk about Whispers so I can focus on trying to get ATB?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Focus away. So the Whispers are these mysterious specters as we know them in the beginning, which, you know, we find out what they're called later. But these specters of sorts are basically here to make sure the timeline goes according to plan. So as Roy was pointing out, in the original game, the next mission involved Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett. But in this game, it didn't happen that way. Instead, Cloud is not actually part of the mission. Instead, Cloud's just going to do his own thing and figure out what he wants to do from here. But instead, specters show up, and they cause a lot of havoc, and what ends up happening is Jesse ends up getting injured. So she ends up getting off the mission, and Wedge stays behind to help her. So Tifa and Cloud actually take the spot. So that way we can return to the original timeline of how the OG game played things out.
Yes. And unfortunately, I didn't get any stagger effects there because only one ghost gave me an attack that I could parry, where normally I'm getting 2 to 3. I only got 1 there, so I'm still at 8 out of 10. So I have to go for the last 2 in this fight, which means I'm going to take it a little bit slower, and we're going to see what we can do.
Yeah, and so this is where we fight the big baddie Spectre, the enigmatic Spectre. The trick with this battle is that you can't really
All right, so there's
do
9.
much. You got nice. So the trick with this battle is that you can't hurt the enigmatic Spectre until you've basically defeated one of the mysterious specters, because what will happen is you'll pressure the enigmatic, and then from there you build the pressure gauge, and then you basically stagger him, which is where you'll deal most of your damage. Let's see if Roy can get the...
I got it, so I'm at 10, we're good.
All right,
Yeah,
we've got it,
fine.
everybody. All right, Chap, let me see you get hyped for that pressure. We've got the 10 out of 10. The run stays alive.
Yeah, we're okay now. So you saw me swap to Tifa there. This is our perfect first example of how Tifa actually functions. We had her in the party earlier when we were fighting the rats and the gorgers in Scrap Boulevard. However, this is like our real first chance of showing why Tifa is honestly...
All right.
And again, another reason why I'm Team Tifa, she's the best character in this game in terms of combat. Tifa busted. Tifa busted. Her triangle, her unique ability, is called Whirling Uppercut. When she does it on a staggered enemy, it increases their stagger damage bonus by 5%. She also has an ability called Unbridled Strength, which will increase her damage on basic normal attacks, but also change her triangle ability into Omni Strike. And if you do a second Unbridled Strength, it does Rise and Fall. Both of those have increased stagger bonus damage increased to them. So when you do Omni Strike, I think it's an additional 25 or 20.
25 cents. I'm trying to remember every time we do it. You'll see it happen at the end of chapter 7 because we have to build it to 200%. We'll touch on that towards that battle. But yeah, it's like, because you do the one, yeah, it's like 25.
Yeah, happy little thing there. Now that we're turning in our, rewards or our quests for Chadley, we're gonna buy some materia real quick, which is the 2 first strike that I was talking about, and a wind materia. But I was also looking at my money. I may not have gotten any additional high potion drops or any additional high ether drops, and my potions may have been low, but we got a lot of grenade drops, and grenades actually sell for a pretty penny. I had 9 grenades to sell. So money-wise, we're actually pretty okay right now too.
Nice.
But this is going to be our first chapter where we don't really need to worry about, we don't need to worry about staggering effect. We don't need to worry about skips. We don't need to worry about glitches. This is just going to be a straightforward, let's fight some enemies. Let's move from point A to B. Let's fight the boss at the end, and let's freaking go. However, something important that I need to do real quick is set up some materia. The specific thing that I need to do is set up first strike for Cloud. Generally how I run this, and other 80% easy runners have it slightly different. I like to have first strike on Cloud here so he can immediately start to gain AP on it and level it up so it gains more and more ATB at the start of combat. I use that specifically hoping that it levels up to rank 2 before Airbuster at the end of chapter 7, and I'm talking literally the fight before Airbuster it will level up. It's just because of a really nice strat I have for it.
Why is that?
It looks clean. It's my favorite fight in the game because of it. And just, I really hope that we get that so I can show off some really optimized boss strats that look really good. And I'm hoping Crab plays nice too, but honestly hoping that is like, hoping it doesn't snow in Texas.
Yeah. And Chapter 5, one thing I want to point out is Chapter 5 actually does have a skip. A skip that we actually don't route into new game due to what it basically affects us for the whole entirety of the run. What ends up happening is we skip if we do the skip for chapter 5, we would actually skip the boss battle, and the boss battle at the end of this chapter gives us Tifa's arguably best weapon in the entire game. That's going to really showcase why she's the glass cannon of this game at the end of the day. And so we've tried to play around with it before. We just found that it wasn't worth, at least on easy, it wasn't worth the time loss. Plus, it also is a lot slower to perform without the parry materia. But on hard, any percent, and new game plus easy, normal, any percent, you will definitely see that routed in.
Yep. And now that we're off the train, we were on our way to the reactor, but with a surprise security scan, we decided that we needed to leave the train ASAP. And when we do, we end up separated from Barrett because he leaves a little sooner than us. And Cloud uses his body as a shield to cushion the fall for Tifa jumping off, which is kind of an iconic moment, I think, from FF7 Original.
Yeah.
But now that we're here, we're going to do some quick menuing where we upgrade weapons. I don't think we've talked about the upgrade system at all, except for that we skipped the tutorial for it. Can you explain that for me real quick?
Yeah, so another mechanic that the remake game tries to add in to more of the gameplay is the upgrade weapon system. So all the weapons have a upgrade tree that they can basically upgrade from. Mind the redundancy there, but basically we upgrade the weapons because that's going to boost their stats. That's going to give us, high attack, high magic. Some weapons will have additional abilities like the ability to, we got hit with the Illuminous Blast. So
yeah.
Roy's remark there is in regards to that move by the Slug Ray. So the Illuminous Blast, real quick, if you get hit by it, will stun you for a few seconds. So you do lose a little bit of time as a result of getting hit by it.
The other thing that I want to quickly explain as to why I sighed a little bit, it was my own fault. Unfortunately, where we talked about shortcuts for allies where I can tell them to do things, you would have seen that I saw Tifa to use Thunder, or I told Tifa to use Thunder on one of the Slug Rays. I did it on the one that was using Luminous Blast on Cloud, but I switched back at the last second. Those commands have a little bit of a delay to them, so if you switch targets at the last second, they'll still target the thing that you're currently targeting instead of the thing that you told them to target originally. So it can be kind of frustrating.
Yeah, and that's one of the big things when it comes to optimizing the run in general is using these shortcut commands and just kind of effectively planning for when you're going to throw them out, but also trying to manage other enemies on the battle, especially if you're trying to target an enemy you're not normally fighting,
yes,
to maybe help weaken them sooner. But yeah, the weapon upgrade path. The reason what we do with upgrading weapons now on easy, there's not as much of this. With kind of like micromanaging and min-maxing your weapon upgrade trees. But we waited till level 12 with Cloud, because if we wait till level 12 with Cloud, the auto upgrade system is going to pick more optimal skills. Because there are some skills in there that just don't help us in the speedrun. Defense boosting, you know, things that will give you, you know, protection or specific boost the stats of things that we don't really use. So what we wanted there is we wanted Cloud to learn an ability where if his health is above 75%, he's going to do increased magic damage, because Iron Blade is Cloud's second, I think it's his second best magic stat weapon that we use for most of the run until we hit chapter 15.
Yep.
Or chapter 14. It's the end of chapter 14.
Yes.
Because that's another cool property to also add to some of the, you know, mix and match of like people's play styles, is that weapons are going to have different properties. Buster's sword is you know, it's more of a physical attacking weapon, so it has a low magic stat. Iron Blade is going to be more magic than physical, but it sometimes balances out at different levels. But as you level up,
funny enough, Buster's sword is actually completely balanced. It's just that the upgrade path that we pick, because of the order that the game wants to go in, it makes it more physically inclined.
True. That is true. We did have it routed a specific way for that. But yeah, and so like, but you'll see more of some of the other characters. I mean, Roy's menus are really fast, so you won't see it. But like Metal Knuckles, for instance, at one point Metal Knuckles will have like 100 attack boost stat on it, but like a 12 magic stat on it.
Yeah.
So there are definitely weapons with more polarizing stat changes.
Yes, exactly.
I'll take it from here.
So basically, we're just doing some like really quick, just optimized fights, or at least trying to make them optimized. Unfortunately, this thing put a barrier before Tifa could kill it with a dive kick. Not the end of the world. But we're gonna get into Grass Strike Queen, which is kind of like not a boss, but like maybe like a mini boss because of how big and impactful it is. So we're actually gonna try and build up limit with Cloud before we get into the fight. Unfortunately, this thing didn't come closer to Cloud, and then built up a barrier, which makes it a little bit longer for me to get that. And then I'm gonna throw a fire.
No holding back.
And go for a focus thrust, and then limit break. Oop. And I'm gonna have Barret throw a fire because I thought my damage was a little low, but it was not. We were good. So like I said, optimizing movement, knowing where you need to go. We almost always swap to Tifa in terms of movement things because she is the fastest character in the game, even without her staple materia parry, which we'll definitely go over more probably in chapter 9 because that's when we actually grab it.
Yeah. Yeah, and so chapter 5 is also a pretty notorious chapter in the speedrun because it's also potentially another one that can be varying levels of time save, you know, run ending, because there's just battle after battle. And towards the end of this chapter, there are 2 battles that are really volatile at times if you don't manage them properly. You'll see after this battle, he'll come to a battle against 2 sentry guns and 2 flame troopers, which on normal especially can, if you don't manage those enemies properly, they will take you down very fast.
Yeah,
and then of course
so.
the boss battle himself.
So there I was trying to optimize a little bit of stuff, but again, you see the AI is not the most amazingly built thing. So we had a dead enemy and an enemy that was pressured on the ground and not doing anything, meaning it was completely vulnerable to attacks. But neither Barret nor Tifa were attacking, and both of them were a sneeze away from getting 1 ATB, and I needed to keep 1 ATB with Cloud. So I couldn't do anything crazy with him, so I just kept peppering away at it until Barret got enough. And then I needed to push myself into a position where I could, hey, progress the fight and get towards the exit. It's another thing that can be kind of frustrating, and I think that's a good time to bring up the meme of languages. Now, where I'm happy that English got picked so I can say certain lines and remark on them, there is a meme that I unintentionally created that turned into reality. One time I set up options for language select via like channel points and things like that, but at one point French was selected, which was one of the options for the marathon run, and Tifa for some reason was especially good. Like her AI for some reason always did what I needed her to do, always had ATB, and I started a meme of French Tifa's OP, and then it happened again, and then it happened again, and it is still happening.
Yeah, I just take his word for it. I'm too lazy to change the language. Alright, so we got Roy here. He's fighting the battle I was referring to against the 2 sentry launchers and the flame troopers. And the reason why this battle is very volatile is because of the attacks these enemies can do. So the 2 sentry launchers can do a missile attack, which can just pepper the field with missiles, and that can just really stun you. It can push you back, and it can affect you in the speed at which you do the battle. And then the flame troopers have a move called combustion, which cause these massive, these like high damaging explosive attacks that just pepper the field as well. So there's a lot of area of effect if their ATBs decide to go crazy on you.
The other thing worth mentioning is it unfortunately happened there, but and that's another unfortunate bit. So when I was trying to target an enemy that was on the ground behind another enemy, the targeting system was just not cooperating with it. I could not target them, and you saw me kind of like fumbling around standing there for a second. The targeting in this game is not great, and this boss fight especially will probably showcase that really well. So that was kind of just a preview for it, but we're getting into Crab Warden. Please talk about Crab Warden as fast as you can, because it's going to be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, so Crab Warden is basically a robot from Heidegger, or Heidegger, I think that's his name, or Heidegger. So what Roy has to do here is the boss has a lot of resistance, but what we do is we target the legs. So on easy, when you break a leg, you actually stagger the boss. And so what we try to do in phase 1 here is Roy's going to weaken, ideally, 2 to 3 of the legs, give or take, if the targeting decides to play nice, that is. And so when he breaks one of the legs and then hits Crab Warden, the next leg will be weak enough that he can just throw a simple Thunder of Cloud and actually break it and just go straight into the stagger. Because especially in phase 2 here, again, targeting, there's a bunch of slug rays now, and the boss has 4 legs, a body, all that stuff. So you have to really be mindful of this. As you can see, we're already in the phase 2. It looks like we've got a luminous blast happening. Can't tell if Cloud got stunned during the cutscene, because that can happen sometimes. You think he did?
Yeah, it won't carry over into the next part.
It does. It can carry over at times. I've seen it happen on
immediately, and then swap Barret, go to the generator, and then swap Tifa, and whirling uppercut, dive kick, and boss dead. So we got to show off that fight well. That fight went very well. That's exactly how that fight's supposed to go. Generally, what happens in that fight is once you break enough legs to stagger him for the 3rd time, he'll have a very shortened 3rd stagger period and put up a pilot once the stagger ends. Once you can break through a little pilot barrier thing, you can just attack the generator directly. But obviously that's slow. We don't want to do that. We just want to burn him down. So for some reason, the generator actually doesn't really have much physical resistance like we thought it did, and like most machine type enemies do. So Tifa dive kick does really well there. And plus we need to have Tifa learning dive kick before too long. But all in all, not a bad chapter. And
great crab.
Pretty happy about that. But now we get into chapter 6, which is the first chapter we're gonna see a skip for. Now I know, I'm sure a lot of you are going, where's the skips? Why is this any % if you're just playing through the game normally? Well, we're gonna get there now, as I try and push Tifa out of the way, hopefully. Which I did, solid. Sorry, Tifa, I've gotta go fast.
Yeah, what we basically have here is the first of 5, I feel like my brain's blanking on me, it's 5 skips that we perform in the run, or 6. 6 skips, yeah, I'm sorry, 6 skips. So we're going to be doing 6 skips throughout the run, and most of them are performed kind of in the midway part of the run. So this is the first one here in Chapter 6. You'll see one in Chapter 8, 10, 11, and 13. Then 13 and 15, of course. Yep. So first, what we're going to do here in Chapter 6 is we're going to play like normal. So we'll get through the first few parts as intended, and then when we get to the right point, we'll start talking about the skip. And there's a lot to go over.
Yeah, so let's stick with story for now. We're making our way to the reactor and to do another bombing mission. But to get there, we have to go through this sun lamp area, which are these artificial suns that give light to the slums down below. However, they're not really well kept, and they're not maintained, and as you can tell, there's not even a maintenance crew here. So a lot of the area is in disarray. There's like these shambling walkways, and monsters actually live here as well. So we're gonna go turn off some of these sun lamps, which they don't really talk about the repercussions of, but Sector 4 below is just not gonna have sun for a while, unfortunately. But we gotta go fast, so and we're really only turning off 1 instead of all of them, so it's not the end of the world, really, because we're skipping anyway. But either way, we're gonna be getting into our first skip in just a minute. Wody, can you talk about revival earrings and the infinite flee state first, and then we'll talk about other stuff.
Yeah, of course. So, revival. So as you saw in Chapter 4, Roy bought a pair of revival earrings, and the reason for that is because it's the baseline of most of our skips that we're going to perform, with the exception of 2 of them. The reason being is because the somebody in the community at one point in time found that if the last character to die in combat is wearing revival earrings, what ends up happening is the game triggers the game over sequence like it normally would, but it never actually plays the game over sequence. Instead, what happens is the character revives, and then you're able to run from combat for an infinite amount of time, thus being called the infinite flee. And the reason for that is, as you've noticed, when you're not in combat, you only control one character. Well, that doesn't help us as much for most of these skips. We need to be able to control 2 characters, because what we do is a lot of called map deloading, which, you know, we won't see in this chapter, but we'll definitely talk about that in Chapter 8 skip for sure.
Yes, definitely. But for now, we're going to be doing something called damaging down. Generally, we want to get characters really low on health, so I'm going to change the difficulty to normal and remove everyone's equipment. 80% easy is lucky in the sense that we can lower and raise the difficulty as needed. So I'm intentionally going to run all of these characters into these attacks and intentionally try and get them damaged as much as possible. Damage significantly gets increased on normal, so you can see Barrett's already pretty low in terms of health. He's below half at this point, but we need to make it relatively even. Cloud needs to have below 840 something. I always forget specifically.
It's like 869, 889.
I'll recognize it where it is on the bar once I see it, but generally I'm just trying to get everybody kind of beat up normally. And obviously the more we can get beat up, the better. If people get poisoned as well, obviously that's really good. I'm gonna see if I can get somebody smacked real quick. Get Cloud hit. There we go. And now we're just gonna kill everything like normal.
Yeah, and we do we planned out which battles we'll do these damage downs on to have them to be either one, they're the most effective battle, or because they're literally the battle before the skip is performed.
Yeah.
And the enemy you saw there, the blue goo, is the most commonly used one for it. Reason being is because of that slumber splume ability. That move puts you to sleep, and we can't control what our AIs decide to do, and sometimes our AI wants to go ham.
I think we can climb onto that pipe.
Yep. So it's important to be able to swap to them and then walk forward and just literally put them to sleep. So this damage down is both good and bad. It's good because Tifa and Cloud are low. That's what we needed. Barrett's only about maybe like a third, which isn't the end of the world, and he'll still be able to die fast. So I would say mostly good. I'll take mostly good.
Yeah.
Obviously, the more damaged we can be going into a skip, the better. So if any of the characters died there, it would have actually saved us time into going into the next phase. So long as we didn't get a complete game over. Even if Cloud died, so long as somebody else didn't, we would have been okay.
One with a tornado warning, maybe.
But here we go into the rest of Chapter 6. Now that we've done our damage down, our HP set up, we're on the right difficulty, we're on the right armor set. The only thing that we need to do is trigger a couple story triggers, for lack of a better word, and one of those is to get this cutscene that kind of explains, hey, there's this lift that can take us to where we need to go that will connect it to another Mako reactor, but it's super underpowered, so we're gonna have to turn off more lamps. Lamps are slow. We ain't got time to turn all those lamps off, and honestly, I think turning off the sun for Sector 4 sounds pretty terrible.
Yeah, I think we should keep the lights on.
Yeah, just for now. Obviously, he's using Mako, which Barrett kind of attests to being bad, but you know, like I said, we gotta go fast.
Yeah, and the reason why we have to trigger this upcoming cutscene is, well, because the skips get interrupted by cutscene triggers. Yep. So the game has these programmed cutscene trigger points that when you pass them, they trigger, you know, these cutscenes that we watch, or just enemy battles in general. And so we have to kind of clear the field of those obstacles to be able to actually perform the skips.
I'm pretty sure that's the one.
All right, so we're gonna skip this cutscene. I'm going to immediately set up revival earrings for Cloud so I don't forget, because revival earrings is a very, very often forgotten thing in speedruns. I forget it all the time myself, and anytime that I forget revival earrings, I will donate $5. Also, magnificent lamps, we shall lead our brothers and sisters of the Undercity to a brighter future.
Say what?
There you go. That's the lamps. These beautiful, magnificent lamps.
Say what?
Exactly. So, Wody, can you please talk about Chapter 6 skip so I can focus on this, because I'm about to monk a giga all up in this.
Oh yeah, focus away, Roy. Focus away. So what Roy's going to be doing here, as you see, he's running backwards. You're probably thinking, why is he running backwards? Well, it's because we need this ladder. This ladder is very important for this skip. Roy is going to basically climb the ladder, and he's going to wait for Barrett and Tifa to hop on the ladder, and then he's going to slide down and wait at the bottom briefly. And when he waits at the bottom, he's going to queue up whoever is at the bottom of the ladder. In this case, it's Barrett, and he's going to time it so right as Barrett's starting to turn, he's going to heal Cloud, and that's going to make Barrett stop and block Tifa from getting off the ladder. The reason why we do
looks
this...
like we got it.
We got it. We got it. So the reason why we do this is because we need to delay Barrett and Tifa from joining Cloud. And so they're going to stay by the ladder until Cloud gets off this plank here. The reason why is because Roy is going to run as fast as he can to a battle that we've routed towards basically the battle he's running towards. The reason being is because Tifa and Barrett are going to be on the plank that you just saw them walking on. The reason why is we need to warp Tifa from combat into battle while she's on that plank. And you're asking probably why. Well, it creates an effect called null space disabled. And what that does is it makes the character, it disables the character's anti-out of bounds check. What happens there is if a character was to somehow end up out of bounds, the game's like, this isn't right. Let's push you back in bounds. Well, when you give them null space disable, the game doesn't know to do that. And so that allows us to perform all these skips that use revival earrings. So now that Roy has warped them into combat, what he's going to do now, he's going to basically get everybody killed except Cloud. Ideally, Cloud needs to be the last one to die because he's got the revival earrings. So now we just wait, pray the gas streaks decide to use sickle swipe because that does like 500 damage. Sometimes if you move around the combat field, it will build their ATB bar up, allowing to kind of force that to happen.
Which we did get.
Yep, which we did get, correct. And so he will revive, and he's going to try and counter them right away to get an ATB bar immediately to revive Tifa. So now the fun can begin. So we revive Tifa. He's going to run down the stairs out of combat, and then he's going to bring Tifa down, because the goal is we need to give Tifa something called collision shifting. Collision shifting is where you're going to trick the game into shrinking their collision zone so they can kind of slip through cracks. And as you see there, we are trying to get Tifa to slip through this crack kind of in the corner here. And yep, we got it there, second try. And so that's going to allow him, basically allow Tifa to be walking on air. So now what he's going to do is he's going to kind of run back and forth on a specific path here, and it's going to allow Tifa to elevate. We call this the infinite staircasing. We need to use the infinite staircasing because it's going to allow Tifa to be above what's called the null space. And the null space is the area of the game where there's no valid floor. So what ends up happening there is if the game detects that there's flooring underneath Tifa, it's going to warp her down to the floor beneath. And we don't want that. We need her to keep climbing higher and higher, basically going to the end of the stage, skipping all those cutscenes, skipping all those battles.
And we got the faster variant.
And we got the faster variant where we kind of warp to the very end. And that, my friends, is a skip using all that tech I just described.
That's a breath of relief. One of the skips I'm a little less confident in because the ladder delay tech with Barrett and Tifa, I think Wody mentioned it, that it can sometimes be either Tifa or Barrett that are on top or on bottom, and we want Tifa to not be the one throwing potions at us because we need to delay who's on the ladder and then keep both of them there. Tifa, for some reason, has a significantly faster turnaround animation than Barrett, and you know we ain't got time for that. We gotta go fast, you know. We gotta we gotta go slow there. So we're gonna lock Barrett in place there, and it's a little bit easier. So you may even see me sigh a little bit of relief that we had Barrett on the bottom. And yeah, honestly, first skip done, went very well, very happy.
Good job.
And yeah, and so now we're in chapter 7, which speedrun wise is actually one of my favorites. Mainly because Airbuster at the end is such a fun boss fight. And the first thing that we do, of course, is change back to easy because this is an any % easy category, and we get to change difficulties as we like. And we set up everyone's equipment again, including materia, especially Cloud getting Thunder back and Barrett getting all of his other magic, which is fire and wind. Since Tifa didn't really have a materia slot on her armor, she just keeps whatever she has on her weapons. But we're gonna slowly move through this level, gawk at this boss that clearly we're gonna fight later, and instead of doing anything to dismantle it now, we're just gonna say, hey, we should probably run away and leave it be, and then ignore it and leave it be.
And Roy, it was a good thing, you know, Barrett did end up there at the bottom of the ladder, because if he hadn't, he would have had to kind of grin and bear it with the follow-up. And that's my time as commentator, folks.
Yeah, ESA, can I swap out commentators? I mean, I don't know if it's too late, but no, but generally we're just gonna be moving through this chapter pretty normally. We're gonna be fighting some simple machine type enemies, and you'll have seen that I was working on some multi-targeting and moving around cursors and lock-on stuff. This is where this chapter really starts to show being able to tell your teammates to do things. Like, really works really well.
Yeah, basically, this chapter has a lot of multi-enemy battles, and so this is where Roy is going to be trying to maximize as much of the shortcutting as he can, and trying to minimize the character swapping as much as he can, because we didn't touch on this earlier, but character swapping actually costs you 1 second every time you have to swap a character. And that's why maximizing your shortcut potential is a huge factor in getting fast time when you're speedrunning this game.
So that was an okay fight. It got a little scary there for a second. We basically just fight 2 sweepers at once and 2 turrets. We use Barrett to take out the ranged enemies because Tifa and Cloud are both physical fighters, where Barrett specializes in fighting enemies from afar. The sweepers are the bigger thing, and you saw it start to wind it up there at the end. They have an attack called Fire Blast. Not Pokemon related, I promise, but they literally just sweep this giant flamethrower-esque beam of fire across the battlefield, and it knocks everybody back and does a pretty good chunk of damage. I want to avoid using as much MP as I can with Cloud until later in the chapter, especially because I think my ether count was pretty low the last time I checked. So any way I can conserve MP and conserve ethers is greatly appreciated. Yeah, I'm at 6 ethers, which is kind of low for here. Now there are chances to get ethers while I'm here. I'm going to be specifically picking one up later. And even with an ether count this low, I'll have plenty of times to pick up more. But now we're going to fight some more shock troopers.
Yeah, shock troopers have an interesting property. Only a few enemies in this game have this, but they have the ability to dodge attacks. And shock troopers can basically dodge anything thrown at them when that happens. So you know, based on timing, you may either miss a hit in Tripolowski, the fire or blizzard spell, or thunder even will go through them. So being able to, one, manage and anticipate that can also help optimize these battles, because shock troopers that go wild.
Yes, but specifically that elite shock trooper there, the first one that we fight, the one in red, actually just stands still when the battle first starts. So we stagger him immediately and then just kind of triple slash the other ones and hope that they all fall down. It didn't work like that, but we're going to try and do another corralling type technique here with deadly dodge. Which we got, awesome. And it looks really clean because of that.
Ooh, we even got the counter. Because you can actually bait the elite security officers to try and basic attack you when you attack them.
What these bastards were up to, huh? Key card.
Yep, and there we do a little bit of corralling. Unfortunately, that guard at the end just was so far away from the rest of the group and didn't get hit by a triple slash. Not a bad fight, and we got 2 potions out of it, which is obviously good, but we're gonna combine a bunch of movement, dialogue, skip through a bunch of things, and get introduced to a mechanic that we're not gonna use, and I still swear doesn't really do anything. At least from a speedrunner perspective.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
So, we get these key cards throughout the level that we can use to sabotage Airbuster, removing things like M units, BB shells, and AI cores. Each of them do something different for the Airbuster boss fight. BB shells are supposed to be less big bomber attacks, and the AI core is supposed to make it, I think it's supposed to be slower, technically, is what the game says, and use less stun-based abilities. But honestly, unless you do it to the max, I can legitimately say I don't think I've ever noticed them do anything. And M units don't do anything, unfortunately. They just give you money and sometimes ethers.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we've routed a strategy against Airbuster to make him very like straightforward and easy, that a lot of the stuff he would probably do we won't see. Like if the battle goes as ideal, he has a move called Big Bomber. We would generally not see that move used.
Yeah.
For the most part, like during the run, because we've optimized the strat to basically push through it as fast as possible. So yeah, we basically continue the climb here. I mean, Roy, would you say this might be a good time to check in on Ash?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Ash. Take it away.
That's spooky because I was actually just gonna interject anyways. Anyhow, we're getting a lot of love for this run, so I would love to read quite a few donations for you here.
Absolutely.
Hopefully you'll be able to appreciate them as much as I have. We have $50 from Fierce Wolf saying, a message from Royzoga, or for Royzoga. Hey Roy, as promised, throwing some donations in for a good cause during the VII Remake run. Congrats on making it here, and pug please so Roy PBs with ease.
Hell yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
And here's hoping GL Bird makes an appearance to bless the run. Alright.
We'll talk about that later.
Okay, awesome. Alright, let me know about that. We also have $20 from Anonymous. Thank you so much. $15 from Viken saying, bonus game? Let's go. Yes, let's heck and go. Let's try and get that Rocky World of Miniature Golf by Big John going. We have $10 from Phil Brooklyn saying, you're having a great run, Roy. Good luck with the skips. And speaking of skips, we have $7 from Foxy Dits that says, hey all, Foxy Dits here, with $7 for every skip you do first try. You guys are doing great. Skip, skip.
Skip.
Also $75 from Jason saying, hey Roy, good luck with stairs and have fun with the run. And finally, $5 from Zoot. Thank you so much, everyone, for all those donations. They're quite generous. A lot of them actually went into the bid war and incentives for our upcoming run, Cyberpunk 2077. And if you choose to put an incentive towards that, you can change, influence which starting life path V has. And right now, Corpo is in the lead, I believe, with $190, Street Kid with $170, and Nomad with $26. So get those bids and donations in, and keep them coming, and the love for this run. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was a good time to talk about Airbuster, I guess, a little bit, because that boss is gonna go pretty fast. If you want to maybe talk about how much that boss has gone through in terms of strats and like tech.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I may need to look to you for that one, Roy, because when I joined, we kind of had the current strat currently, so I'm.
Do it really?
Yeah, I haven't seen any massive change in the battle since I joined the community. So maybe you can help with the insight on what we've gone through with them.
Yeah. So one of the big improvements that we've had to Airbuster is that we have this whole stagger delay thing. So we don't stagger immediately, and instead we do it close to an end of a cycle, or we try and do it so that we go into the next cycle with full stagger bar. That way we can kind of bully the boss. But the important thing that we need to do is get Airbuster's stagger rate up to over 200%. This will allow us to unlock the parry materia. And from there, it's kind of just a lot of, have good aim and, get the job done. Airbuster is a super fun fight. It's super optimized.
Oh, my bad, Roy. I thought I could have explained that. I thought we were talking about some other stuff.
No, I mean, I was quite literally just like talk about what we have coming up with Airbuster, you know?
I apologize. That's my
bad. You're good. But I did a quick menu there leading into this fight. I threw on Tifa's Metal Knuckles and I threw on Barrett's Light Machine Gun, as well as upgraded them both. Tifa generally is going to be using Metal Knuckles for almost the entirety of the run. Barrett will never swap off of Light Machine Gun. Cloud really does have the most variety in terms of weapons, and we're going to see a ton of them, like what he was saying earlier in the run. We actually see 5 out of the 6 weapons from Cloud. Some of them are just to learn the abilities and then immediately swap off of, but other ones, well, we're going to see them for good portions of the game, which is awesome. But before we get to Airbuster, we're going to fight this Cutter, which is kind of like an upgraded sweeper. And it's got these giant spinning blades, thus, Cutter, in case that wasn't obvious enough.
Let's finish this.
We'll just sweep that under the rug.
Yeah, exactly. And it didn't stall me, which is good.
Nice.
Sometimes that sweeper's corpse, or see, now I'm saying sweeper. Sometimes the Cutter's corpse, even after it explodes, can have like a push box on it that prevents Cloud from walking through it. And you have to wait for like Barrett to run through it, which is obviously very slow. And we ain't got time for that. And there's my first strike level up for Cloud, which means I'm guaranteed to have the strategy capable for Airbuster that I want. And that's the last fight before Airbuster. I was not kidding when I said it is literally the fight before Airbuster that you get that, because of how I routed it. So it is gonna be tons of fun, because it's just it's just such a blink and you miss a lot of stuff that happens in the Airbuster fight, and it's so well optimized now. There's been a lot of community members that have have had their input on different strats and different categories, because at the end of the day, when we're all running this game, even though we might be in different categories, different runners, different regions, whatever, we can take strats from other categories and kind of tweak them to work with our own categories. So any percent normal has been super influential on any percent easy, and even hard to a degree with some of their strats, especially with the implementation of Deadly Dodge in some of the later, fights that we see in the New Game Plus categories. But it's a ton of
So we
fun.
need to synchronize
And
our-
Woody, I'm gonna talk about these for a second.
What, the levers?
Yeah, just
Okay.
maybe compare them to
Yeah.
FF7 original.
Of course, yeah. So if you recall in the original game, you had to push some buttons with all three characters to get out of the reactor. Well, they brought it back in this game, of course. A little bit different on the timing. You just got to push up with the both joysticks, and yeah, if you time it properly, you just move on forward there. And there's actually a little mini game behind those doors, Cloud's facing towards, where if you had removed parts of Airbuster, you could actually pick up the components that you had disposed of by doing one more of those button lever games. But we've got Airbuster coming up here, so Roy's going to do a shop to buy power wrist guards, earrings. Those are accessories that are going to help boost magic and physical stats, and 2 more revival earrings to get us through the next couple, because coming up soon we'll be having a gauntlet of skips, basically one after another.
And I just threw a bit of a quick potion on Tifa just to make sure it's safe. But try and keep up with this, Wody. Try and see what I do. Let's see how you do, because I gotta focus here.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best. So
All right, here we
basically, we've got Airbuster. Shenanigans ensue. First phase, the goal is we're going to use Tifa to basically pressure the boss. The goal is to get him pressured, and we need to push that stagger gauge, as Roy was mentioning before, as close as possible to the end without actually pushing it to the end there. And it does look like a bit of RNG. We got caught by the back blast, but that's fine. We recover, and so he's going to build that pressure gauge as much as possible without pushing phase. And the goal is to push the phase as close as we can. And then here we are, phase 2 already, as I'm trying to explain everything. And what we do in phase 2 is we're going to build unbridled strength and build the stagger gauge to max, because the game will not let you stagger Airbuster until he fires the Tank Buster. So there's no fear of accidentally staggering him. So we can just wail on him, build some ATB, get that unbridled strength off. And now we're going to stagger right there in phase 2, helping reduce the RNG that comes with it, and build that pressure gauge to over, or stagger gauge to over 200%, so we can buy that parry material later on. And bam, we're already in phase 3, everyone. Phase 3, Airbuster is going to step off to the side, and so we're going to need to rely on Barret for a little bit. So we're going to use Barret, pepper some basic attacks, throw some thunders, some range attacks with the ATB we have, but basically we just need to deal enough damage and deal enough damage and stun Airbuster at some point to make him come forward and attack us, so we can kind of finish off the battle here. So we just attack him, throw some thunder, some spells, and when he goes to do the bomb attack, so he leaned forward there a little bit, we throw a spell to interrupt him, and that makes him come forward. And so after he comes forward, we continue to pepper him, basically using Barret to aggro some of these attacks so the others don't get stunned. And then we pressure, and then we go for the final stagger to push the final phase. With this one, we just need to do enough damage until we get the HP gate, so bosses will at times block you behind an HP wall, because you have to see a line of dialogue, and then we'll use Somersault to end the battle. I think I kept up.
Yeah, I know there was a lot of information to throw you guys at once. It's a very quick fight because of how optimized it is now. And obviously it's very much a you blink and you miss it type situation for all of the phases.
Yeah, I think we've optimized these boss battles across all categories to where, honestly, most of them are under 2 minutes.
But after Airbuster, that's the end of Chapter 7. Now we're in Chapter 8. We're going to meet up with Aerith, because we fall off the platform at the end of Chapter 7 where we fight Airbuster. And yeah, we land on a flower bed and somehow don't die. It's actually pretty crazy that we don't die. But we're actually going to do a quick upgrade on Buster Sword and give Cloud the Power Wrist Guard so he has more physical damage. And we're also going to change the difficulty to normal. That is for a damage down that we're actually going to do mid-boss fight. So Wody again, I gotta focus on this one, so I apologize.
No, of course. That's what I'm here for, right? So with the damage down here, so as you know, damage down means we've got a skip coming up. Well, with the way Chapter 8 works, this is the best time to damage down, and this is the only boss battle we will fight on normal difficulty, actually. So what Roy is doing, he's actually taking some hits from the security officers here to get his health as low as possible, but he also needs to make sure that he builds a stagger from one of these guards by minimum, because we need to have limit break going into the last phase of Reno after we get through this 2-guard battle here.
So this guard, unfortunately, I pushed him a little far in terms of HP, so he used a potion on himself instead of hitting me. For some reason, they actually respawn usually with like a oh, what's it called?
Like a melee attack?
Yeah, like that. And I'm just gonna triple slash it to be safe, and then build up a little ATB.
Yeah,
so
ideally,
good.
Yeah,
Good damage down.
Yeah, ideally we want to get Cloud low, but we do have to be careful because the RNG of the enemies, grenades, all that stuff will sometimes throw you off and take you down, basically kill you and having to retry the battle with a big time loss. Now we get to fight Reno here. This has been a fun conversation point. Roy recently discovered, thanks in part to the community and some strats, that if you actually roll into Reno, as you see there, as he's attacking, you flip over him. And the reason we do this is because his pressure gauge will increase at a rate of 1.2 times the amount, allowing us to do a single combo to basically pressurize him. And then the goal is we push him to the HP gate and we make sure we berserk before the stagger gauge runs out, because we need to be berserked, which I believe we haven't touched on. When Cloud is berserked, he actually gets a 30% boost to his attack strength, and we need that to one-shot him with cross slash.
And that's Reno. Another fight of you blink and you miss it, because that ends up looking really cool when you get to do it well like that. So I'm really happy. That's a fight that also makes me, for lack of a better phrase, Monkaguga, because that's my go-to worried phrase. It's so easy to get bullied by the security guards during the damage down, and if you mistime the roll into that attack for like the flip over him, then he does like 250 to 280 damage, and it's just, if you don't have that health, you die and you have to start over from talking to Aerith. So it can be really devastating if you die during that fight. And then the other important thing is that, hey, we're still on normal, so things do a lot of damage. But if we don't have limit for the last phase and we're that low, honestly, I'd probably just start over. But now some monkey bar segments, because we can't have too much action, because, you know, we gotta split up some stuff, and we gotta say hello to our Whisper friends.
Yeah, so as you know, we explained earlier, the Whispers are there to correct the timeline of the original game. So something has happened. Admittedly, I haven't watched these cutscenes in forever, so I'm drawing a blank there.
So,
but something's happened, and they need to correct it.
Yeah, so after Cloud beats Reno, he's actually literally about to kill him, and the Whisper step in to save Reno.
That's right. I forgot about that.
So obviously Reno is very important for the story, especially for things that happen later in Chapter 12, which we will talk about, obviously, as we get to that. But yeah, the Whispers don't care about good versus evil. It's protect the original FF7 timeline as much as they can, without outright killing someone, you know? Kinda. But yeah, so we have Aerith here. Like we said, we landed in her church in the same fashion that Zack did all the way back in Crisis Core. There's a second hole in the roof now where she didn't get that black screen movement. But we land on the flower bed, survive miraculously, wake up, agree to be her bodyguard, and take her back to Sector 5. Yep, Sector 5. And then from there, we'll make our way back to Sector 7 to meet up with Tifa and Barrett. But until then, we're going to be escorting Aerith and trying to keep her safe from Reno and the other Shinra goons.
What are they?
I think.
Have ourselves a nice little romp across the rooftops.
Yeah.
Let's just go. Okay. See that pillar?
So it's funny there. Normally, you're supposed to wait for Cloud. You know, Cloud's usually the slow one in these situations. But you saw that I was actually pushing Aerith there. The cutscene trigger is actually based on her placement. So if you can get her there and some of her dialogue overlaps, then you know that you got it in the fastest way. But other than that, this is another one of those story, character development, like hold your hand and move forward moments. because like we said, there's a lot of them. Now there is going to be something that I do want to talk about, so I'm not going to throw it off just yet. But maybe one donation if you've got time for one, Ash.
Okay, let me take it away with one donation. We have $15 from Russie B saying, the remake of my favorite game ever and the best game I played last year. This game is being owned and I am in awe. Donation to Big John's bonus game as he is one of my favorite speedrunners. You owe it to yourself to see his work. Thank you so much, Russie B, and keep those donations coming.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for supporting this, and I'm glad you're enjoying the run.
Yes, thank you so much. But Roy, is it time to talk about the good luck bird?
I'll say we are getting to the point where it might be worth mentioning the meme that I also created by accident of good luck bird. So you saw as we walked into this area in the first place, there were a bunch of birds kind of like just hanging out on the roof. So it turns out that there's more than just that patch of birds. And as we continue through this area, we're going to see another patch of birds. These birds are designed to fly away as you approach them. However, there's one set of birds that like to hang out close to the staircase. And since their vision is dependent on the Z-axis, if they're further down the stairs, they won't notice Cloud approaching them. So you can actually run into a bird and Cloud will stumble against it like it's a person. I fondly named this Good Luck Bird, and I'm really hoping that we can get it. That way I can just laugh about it. But it's really silly. It's technically a time loss, but it's just a way of saying the run's blessed at that point. So let's see if it looks good. I don't see a bird down there, so it's probably not gonna happen. Yeah, I don't see a bird, so rip Good Luck Bird.
I was gonna say, is this why my runs are never blessed? Because I don't get Good Luck Bird?
I mean, clearly this run wasn't blessed with the 4 out of 10 staggering, and then the nothing on that Shock Trooper.
Maybe I'll go on ahead.
But we're actually going to be coming up on our next major skip, and this is a really showy one. It's really big. Normally we'd be escorting Aerith back all the way through. God, what's it called? Scrap Mountain? Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Okay, so we'd be going through that, going over some more monkey bars, fighting some enemies, especially smoggers, and things of that nature, and then get into Sector 5, follow her all the way to her mom's house, deal with the kids from the orphanage, go rescue the kids from the orphanage, go deal with Rude. Man, this is a mouthful. This is speedrun. We got a lot of stuff to do, so we're gonna skip all of that. And we're gonna focus on, getting ourselves damaged down really far and go fast. So can you explain, I guess the damage down process first for this fight, and then we can talk about what we're actually gonna be doing.
Of course, yeah. So first we're going to do just a quick menu to kind of give Aerith some stuff and get her kind of ready, as well as move some materia around just to make sure we're getting that AP on it to help kind of boost those materia up, because we have this all routed in accordingly. But what we need to do is first we're going to have a hedgehog pie that we need to take down, because the hedgehog pie needs to, well, be out of the way, because like I said earlier, enemies can't be there, because if enemies are there, it's going to affect our glitches, our skips, and they're not going to work properly. So we have this first battle where we'll, I believe we're going to have Cloud take a little bit of damage here.
I'm going to try and have him take some damage if the hedgehog pie attacks him, which it does look like. I'm going to see if I can get one more hit before Aerith kills it.
Yeah,
hopefully.
The thing about Aerith, because this is your first time playing Aerith, Aerith's attacks do magic damage, but they also have an AoE property to them, believe it or not. And so the tricky part is we have to basically damage down against a hedgehog pie and 2 rats. And, well, rats are kind of weak on defense. And if Aerith goes ham and Cloud doesn't die fast enough, it could cause a bit of a problem. And it looks like, I think we got it. Yep, Cloud died. Yep. Because, yeah, Aerith will go ham. And if she does, she could kill those rats. And it makes the skip that much slower, or causes you to have to reload the autosave.
Yeah, but this is going to be a little monka giga here. Hopefully I can take... one rat bite. There we go. All right, we're good. That's like the biggest giga I've ever had.
Yeah, this damage down is dangerous because the hedgehog pie can throw fire, but the rats can do dust cloud, which will stun you briefly. So the tricky part with that is we need to get Aerith weak, but we also have to be hopeful that we don't get hurt by the dust cloud or get stuck in place and the fire catches us. It's very monka, very monka. Now we're going to set up the skip here, where we lock Aerith behind the fence. So as I mentioned earlier in Chapter 6 skip, You have Tifa stuck on a ladder because we need to time a specific entry point for battle. So we're doing the same thing here. Aerith is stuck behind the fence. We potion lag by having Aerith throw 5 potions at Cloud, which is the correct amount of time we need to get Cloud into battle, and have Aerith going through the fence as the combat starts. And then we have Aerith die in a very specific spot. So she kind of dies near this kind of little plastic silvery object, because that's about where the first map deload. I alluded to this earlier. You're going to see what's called map deloading. So, we saw some air walking. Well, we're going to see some air walking. We're going to see some map changes kind of all happen in the blink of an eye as, this is our biggest time in terms of any percent versus no major glitches. Because this skip saved 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes of gameplay. And so, yep, we do the...
If the camera would cooperate.
Yeah, the camera's not playing nice. So yeah, we die, we revive. Roy builds up some ATB, also takes out the rats, so there's less to kill later. And then now he's going to keep rolling to a very specific point and revive Aerith.
Yep. And you're going to see why her name's Aerith in a second, because she's going to be walking on air. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke.
Nah, hey, we have all bought a ticket on Aerith at some point when we run this category.
1, 2, 3, 4. Skip a tutorial.
Sure.
Yep, you revive, roll about 3-4 times. Now there's a couple different ways to handle. Roy's method here has him take the risk of that tutorial, because admittedly that tutorial can ruin that skip if you are not fast enough. Some runners like myself have routed it differently to where we skip the tutorial and have it happen later, because that tutorial happens under very specific conditions. So now that we are out of bounds, Roy is basically going to be running, and I imagine chat is probably going wild at this point, but Roy is basically going to be running, to the wall market. So as he was saying before, we're going to skip all this traveling through Scrap Mountain. We're going to skip going to see Aerith's moms, the children. We're going to skip the Rude battle. We're also going to skip part of Chapter 9, believe it or not, with the Robot Arms minigame on the Collapsed Highway.
Thank goodness, because that part is also super filler. However, we're actually going to go into that segment for a little bit, as this skip, and I'm not kidding when I say this, literally a month ago was re-optimized to reroute in a specific materia called Magnify, which we will now grab. Now what Magnify does is when you set it up in your materia menu and your shortcuts, when you use it, if it hits an enemy and there's a nearby enemy, the move will split and go to that next enemy and then do it an additional time. It's at reduced damage, mind you, but being able to take out multiple enemies like that or stagger multiple enemies quickly makes fights, especially later in the run, much quicker. So we've got literally a solid minute of walking, and I know I only asked for 1 donation, but do we have any more, Ash, or do you want to plug what we're here for?
Absolutely, I can definitely plug what we're here for, but I just saw a wonderful comment that I want to share with all of you that I would love to read similar donations if you have them. Someone said, will Aerith be walking on Cloud 9? See, this is the kind of content that we live for. So
100%.
What we're actually here for is to help Alzheimerfonden, a Swedish national fundraising organization focusing on Alzheimer's disease and other dementia-related diseases and helping them fundraise to find a cure. It's funny to hear that the World Health Organization classifies dementia as one of the world's greatest health problems. Just over 47 million people are affected, and it's estimated that the number of dementia diseases in the world will have tripled by 2050. So it's a staggering amount. And honestly, every dollar counts. So if you have any good jokes for us, especially Final Fantasy related, or any donations going to wonderful incentives, please send them our way. We would love it.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. So now we're officially in Chapter 9, but the game is actually a little still confused, and we've got some more stuff to do that's a little confusing. So we're going to run this way with Aerith. Cloud is still all the way on the other side of the map, and we're going to use that to deload the map again here. We're going to switch to Cloud and then swap back to Aerith really quickly. I'm going to look for a treasure chest and a set of chocobo, which are right here, and then run a straight line from them. It's a little awkward to get this when you're first trying out and first starting especially with this skip, but eventually all these lights will pop in and make it a lot easier to see where you're going. We're going to this bright light that's over here pointing down, and we're going to land on this platform. This is back in the collapsed expressway that we actually skipped. I'm going to use a Thundara on the Hedgehog Pie, which is a one-shot kill. We're going to get Cloud to teleport to us and pick up the Magnify Materia. And we're still technically out of bounds, so the game is going to be a little weird here. Like the fact that we don't have to knock down this ladder and we're walking on air. And from there, we're basically just walking back into Wall Market. However, there's gonna be, I guess you could call it a glitch. Some might call it a feature. It's honestly your call at this point, but you're gonna hear it in just a second. And Aerith might become a little bit more annoying.
Yeah, what Roy's talking about is normally what happens when you're passing this segment here is that Aerith will actually be in front of you, and you have to give her a high five, and there's a cutscene that plays as part of it. Well, because we run past the trigger point for that, Aerith's character still asks you to give her a high five, and she cycles through a bunch of dialogue, and so for probably the next 15 to 20 minutes, you're going to hear, "Give me some skin, losing circulation in arm." And I totally forgot the last one.
Oh, don't let me hanging.
Don't leave me hanging. That's right. And
go.
you're gonna consistently hear that. You're even gonna hear it during combat. She's just gonna keep saying it like over and over during like the entire segment for a while here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while that we hear it. But here's also a good point to talk about. We talked about some dialogue options before, but this is the first time that becomes significantly important. Every option in this chapter matters. So the first thing, we're looking for Tifa. Because we skipped a lot of story stuff, and the important thing to know is that we're looking for Tifa, and she's great at handling the books. Because that's exactly the first thing I would think of to describe Tifa. Great at handling the books. No, but we're going to talk to a bunch of NPCs. It affects an invisible affection system between all of them. Basically, we're trying to annoy that gentleman there named Sam, or Chocobo Sam, and make a woman named Madam M happy. This will make it so we get her side quest later, and instead of having to run all the way across town, we can quite literally leave her room, turn around and enter it, and end it. And it saves you between, I want to say 40 and 50 seconds by getting her quest instead, just purely based on movement. Might be more, honestly.
Give me some skin.
Yeah, I actually accidentally had it happen to me once. It was about 30 seconds for me to
30 seconds?
run. Yeah, it was about 30 seconds to run to Sam and then run back.
Circulation in arms.
Yeah, so funny thing is we don't have to do any of those side quests, but we do have to get the trigger for them and then essentially decide not to. We're going to pick up some money real quick because we're going to do a good amount of shopping in this chapter, including purchasing more revival earrings, exactly one more pair, as well as some recovery items and a weapon for Cloud and a piece of armor for Aerith. As well as selling off a couple things that we don't need, like Deadly Dodge that we purchased all the way back in Chapter 3. That is how tightly the money is routed in this game. We're making plans for money all the way back in Chapter 3, even a little bit Chapter 1, if you think and look at your drops that you get, which could be kind of funny.
And then there's Madam. Last but not least, they're an eccentric.
But
Yeah,
here's
and then-
Leslie. Oh, good.
No, I was going to say, yep, and then we spend a good chunk of the chapter for a little while just kind of running back and forth between different NPCs.
Yep.
So it's a lot of NPC dodging to help reduce time loss.
Yeah, so the idea story-wise is that we're trying to get back to Sector 7 still, and Aerith agrees to go with us through Wall Market, and on our way here, we actually see Tifa in a Chocobo-drawn carriage, and she explained to us that there's some secret plot from Shinra going on with Sector 7, and we need to talk to a Don Corneo to figure out exactly what's going on, and Don Corneo isn't exactly the most nice person in the world, as Aerith lets us know. So we decide that we're going to try and infiltrate his mansion. When we go and try and talk to the guards at his mansion, Leslie, the character that we were speaking with that kind of looks like Noctis, explains to us that we need to like look nice. And if we want an audition or a meeting with him, you know, maybe pretty up a little bit. So we're gonna go talk to his 3 top hand people. The first of which is Chocobo Sam, who has this trick coin, and he says that if we guess right on the coin, he will give us the endorsement. However, we're smarter than that, and I'm pretty sure most players immediately know that that coin is a trick coin, and you can't get that right. So saying no deal makes him quite upset. So we're gonna run away from him. We're gonna go over to the Chad because we've got some important materia to get.
Yep, and we actually have to talk to Chadley twice because normally when you don't skip chapter 8, you run into him in chapter 8, and you would talk to him and get some dialogue. You would also learn about the VR missions where you fight the summons, which is how you would earn the other summon materia, with the exception of the Chocomog materia. And so that's why we have to talk to him once and then talk to him again, because we need to get the parry materia. And we didn't touch on this during the skip, but when we were running through the skip and Aerith said the line of dialogue, "I don't like this part of Midgar," it was the game's way of telling the game that you're in chapter 9. And the game has to know that you're in chapter 9 to sell you the parry materia.
However, something important about that is you're in a very specific part of chapter 9.
Yes.
Normally, the parry materia specifically does not show up for sale until after you beat the boss of this chapter. So by doing it that way, we actually get parry a little early, and it just saves us a conversation with Chadleys. That way we can, min-max our menus and, decrease our downtime. Nice, got to squeeze past the bumblebee lady with the thighs. They were not my demise. And now we're gonna go meet with Madam M. Unfortunately, Andrea, who is the other person that we were trying to meet, which is one of the trio, he doesn't really want to see Cloud because he doesn't really know who he is, so he's not gonna take an audience with him. However, we hear there's another person, Madam M, who owns a hand massage parlor. So we're gonna go talk with her, and she agrees to give us information that might be helpful if we get a massage from her. Unfortunately, we don't really have a lot of money, so we're gonna go with the poor man's massage. I wish I could let this play out, but it's kind of long. All you need to know is there's a reason it's called a poor man's massage, and it is not good. It is very harmful to Cloud, as you can kind of see by his reaction.
I don't think I've ever actually saw this.
But the poor one's pretty funny.
Okay, I've only seen the top one, and I think that's it because I've only played this one time casually.
Oh, okay. So it's like popping bones bad, violent. Also, a funny thing here is because Aerith still has the high five glitch, if I press triangle, she'll actually raise her hand and go for a high five. I just need to make sure not to hold it all the way. Otherwise, it will teleport me back to that cutscene and potentially soft lock. I don't know.
I can tell you what happens there. So if you actually trigger, well, I don't know about the high five when you're controlling Aerith for this brief moment, but if you actually did high five Aerith, just to get rid of the audio cue because maybe it's bothering you, I would not recommend it. What it will do is actually will warp you back to the playground where the cutscene was supposed to happen, and then from there you would have to perform a type of skip. Called a warning bypass skip, which you will see in chapter 13 skip. But it's the hardest skip in my opinion to perform, but it's the least risk involved skip.
Yeah.
Nothing good.
Generally, warning barrier bypasses are. I think they're more of an art than a science, and we'll definitely explain that more when we get into chapter 13. But for now, we speak with Madame M. We explain to her our situation, that we need to have an audience with Don Corneo, and she agrees that she'll sponsor us if we get a dress for Aerith, and the dress will cost precisely 1 million gil. Keep that in mind, 1 million gil this dress is going to cost. So she explains that she got an invitation to this tournament, which is the Don Corneo Cup, or just the Corneo Cup, I can't remember now. But we're gonna go enter it, and the prizes, get this, 1 million gil. So we're gonna go enter it. We're gonna show everybody that we're a force to be reckoned with, and maybe run into an enemy that you may have not expected to be a boss. And he's a little hellish.
But you know what? We're not gonna let that fly in this house.
Oh my god. I didn't think you were gonna keep it going. Yeah, can I remove Wody from commentary? So from here we enter the arena. We actually run into an old face from back in chapter 3. We run into Johnny. Johnny has kind of left Sector 7 after we ran into him. In a cutscene we skip, we literally violently tell him to leave Sector 7 and never talk about Avalanche again. However, he is aware that Tifa is currently in Don Corneo's custody, and since they're friends, and I'm using finger quotes there, he wants to go save her. So he tries to enter this so he can get the money and basically buy himself an invitation to Don Corneo's. Unfortunately, Johnny's not really a fighter. He's more of a lover. So he kind of gets bopped. So I'm going to do a quick menu here. Do you want to talk about, I don't know, some stuff we're going to be doing in the upcoming fights?
Yeah, of course. So basically, because we've entered a tournament, we're trying to win the $1 million as funded by Dr. Evil. We have to go through a series of battles to, well, win that prize. So Roy's going to do a fairly decent-sized menu here to kind of get everyone up to par, just because, we, kind of only did part of it. But so now we're ready to do these battles. So the first battle is going to be against a Beast Tamer with 2 Bloodhounds. Thanks to the power of Magnify, this battle actually becomes very trivial. Middly, you can just do a Magnifyra and a triple slash, and ideally, if the dogs don't dodge any of it, it's pretty much over at that point.
And fight's over.
Yeah, see, just like that.
Unfortunately, something I just want to, I guess, mention that I'm kind of keeping my eye open for is my potion drops feel like they just stopped. So into this chapter, I had 12, and I've already used 6 of them, so I could heal after the damage down. I might have to buy a few from the vending machine because we need some potions for some of the skips that we're going to use later. So if I don't get any potion drops during this next fight, I might have to spend a little bit of extra money, which isn't the end of the world.
What's wrong?
But, obviously we don't want to spend our money now. We want to spend it on things that matter, like revival earrings, which I will be buying after this fight. But
you should be fine if you don't use any potions, because you only need it for the chapter 10 skip.
That's what they call
Yeah.
Like 4, so you have
Yeah.
6. So as long as you don't use any, you should be good.
it's just kind of like an emergency backup type thing. Plus, I like to heal a little bit in between skips. So here's another fight that Magnify Fyra kind of excels. Do you want to talk about Beck and his badasses?
Yeah, so we've got Beck and his badasses, basically some henchmen of Don Corneo here. So it's just him and a bunch of his groupies. What we're going to try to do is try to keep them grouped up as much as possible and hope that Magna Fyra is going to catch, well, most of them. What can happen in this battle, as it happened a moment ago, is some of them will lay down an electrical trap, and if Cloud or Aerith runs over the trap, it actually stuns them. And it does slow the battle by a few seconds, depending on how many enemies are still alive, because Cloud can take him out pretty quickly with his sword. Aerith, not as fast, because she, needs magic more to really hit home the damage.
Yeah. But unfortunately, he did get hit by a mine, so you saw that he was kind of just standing there stunned for a second. So I swapped to Aerith immediately, used the fire on one of the goons. Unfortunately, to make that go fast, I had to use a little bit more MP, which means I'm a little bit lower in ethers. So it's like I said, it's this whole big economy that's going on throughout the run of, should I use an item here? I hope it's okay, and we'll go from there. So real quick, I'm going to do an extra shop that's completely optional, but I buy an extra ether because I know my ethers are low, and I also buy the revival earrings that I'm going to need for later. So now I have 2 sets of revival earrings that I'll need for chapter 11 and 10.
Yep. And we have to wait for the announcer to call us to the battle anyway, so you don't really lose much in the way of time. But now we have technically the final battle in the tournament against the champion, and that is Cuddy and Sweepy. And yes, that is what they're called, even though they are a cutter and a sweeper. So basically, it's a battle against 2 of these robots. We're going to try to take them down as fast as possible. The cutter actually has an ability we didn't touch on earlier that will actually silence you and make it so you can't use magic. And well, Thundar does a lot of damage to these guys, so we want to take them out way before that happens. And pretty much Roy's already done, and I'm talking for nothing.
Funny enough, though, you were right to bring up this silence, because Cloud did get silenced. So I had to play that fight a little differently. But funny enough, it went probably more perfectly than it did while Cloud was silenced. I'm just going to make sure that I have my shortcuts right. They look good. All right, cool.
Yeah, Roy was able to cut to the chase and sweep these enemies under the rug.
All right, so it's time for a boss fight. Wody, I'm going to trust you to explain this without making too many puns, or I swear to goosh. I swear to goosh!
Don't worry, Roy, I won't make any puns in this house.
Oh my god.
Alright, so I'm going to do my best to explain this, but this is going to be quick. So this is Hell House, everybody. This is your favorite random mob that you dealt with in the original game. Well, he's a boss battle, and he is a heck of a boss battle, honestly. Or a hell of a boss battle, you could say. And so, what we do in the first phase here is, it's going to go by pretty quick. We're going to ATB boost of Aerith. We're going to throw down an Arcane Ward, which will double throw a spell, because we're going to have Cloud throw a Blizzard, and Blizzard is going to stagger right away. And so at that point, we are now in phase 2, and we're waiting for what happens next. What's going to happen next here is Hell House is going to attack us, and Cloud is going to parry Hell House twice. The reason being is, well, we're just going to parry him so we take some reduced damage, build some ATB, and we're also going to pressure him as a result. And once we pressure Hell House, we're going to try and use 2 Bravers, and then we're going to use Aerith with a Tempest and some basic attacks to, once again, as the common trend you'll see throughout, is we're going to try and build that stagger gauge all the way to the end without actually pushing it to the end. Reason being is a recent strat found is that we can skip what's called God House mode by...
I accidentally
no
undid
worries.
it. Yeah.
No worries. While Roy uses the backup strat here, the reason why we do God House skip is because of that HP gate you saw there. If you let Hell House actually open up the shield, and then stagger him, you can actually push to the final phase of the battle, ignoring what happens in that battle. Thankfully, all we got to do is break an arm, and now we'll re-pressure Hell House. It loses maybe 10 seconds as a result if you miss it, but thankfully the backup strat is easy enough to follow through with because Aerith will have ATB anyway. Here we are in the final phase, and arguably this phase, as much as the battle itself, is a war of elements. So one of the biggest gatekeepers, I think, in the casual play of this game, because it really forces you to realize I should be using elements probably, is that we have to wait for Hell House here to basically fly around until the countdown ends, and he will have a color on his window. The color of the window represents which element he is, and we're going to throw the opposite. So we've got the blue windows, which is arrow. We got to throw some wind there, and that's going to make Hell House come. That's going to make Hell House bring the house down. And from there, we're going to basically finish the battle off with a stagger. Some fires from Aerith will basically chunk down this Hell House. And at that point, we've torn down the house and moving on to a new location.
Yep. Not too bad there. The big mess up was I was a little too antsy in God mode starting into the next phase, and I hit him while he didn't have the shield down. Until he puts that shield up, he's still technically in phase 2. If I literally just waited another split second, it would have pushed into phase 3. It would have been fine. But luckily, like what he was saying, backup strats pretty common, and funny enough was the strat that we were using prior to this new one being found. So that is still very much ingrained in my brain. And not too bad of a recovery, and the rest of the fight went swimmingly and didn't accidentally summon Ifrit, which is, whew, I'm very happy about that.
And admittedly, summoning Ifrit is a rite of passage, as any runner will probably do that at one point in their run.
Very much so.
You're here.
But having won the tournament now and defeated Hell House, which was a secret entry, I think just because Don Corneo didn't want to lose, we get the Million Gil. We bring it back to Madame M. She's going to give us her endorsement, and she's going to explain that she's going to set up Aerith's dress. The dress that costs 1 million Gil. It costs 1 million Gil.
Oh my god, 1 million Gil.
Yeah, so the other thing is that we're gonna run away real quick. We're gonna check on the door. That's how fast being done with those side quests is. Because we walk outside, we turn around. But Johnny hears some rumors that this whole marriage ceremony is gonna happen soon, and that Tifa's in danger, and Johnny wants to help. So we meet up with Johnny, starts calling us bro a lot. Johnny took a weird path, unfortunately, which he does sometimes. But doesn't lose that much time because he took the better of the 2 optional paths he could have taken. He's gonna lament and maybe boost our ego a little bit and talk about how he overthinks and overanalyzes things.
Just a little. Just a little.
Just a little. And for some reason, the game gets blurry there after talking with Johnny. It'll fix itself, but always after that Johnny scene, it gets blurry, and we still don't really know why. Because it's not like the game needs to be reloaded in. We're standing right there. But once we're done with that, we're basically just gonna go be like, hey, we have an endorsement. Like, let me in. And Leslie's saying, hey, this is for, it's for girls specifically, that endorsement. And that Cloud doesn't really look attractive to Don Corneo. And explains that if he tries to force his way in, that, being in the Don's world now, Don Corneo doesn't care who you are. If you start to mess with him, he might kill you. He might kill your friends and family. He might also just start killing people in the streets, which is obviously really bad, and Cloud has enough of a conscience to know that is a terrible thing to do, so he decides to play by the rules and go back to check on Aerith, and when we run into her, we get to see the dress that costs 1 million Gil. The dress that cost 1 million Gil.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry if I rag on this dress a lot, but it looks like a rag to me. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, and now that we're done being homewreckers, it's time to potentially show off our dancing skills.
Yeah, I might end up taking that bathroom break I mentioned beforehand during it, so that'll be a great time for donations as well, and for chat to spam their favorite Sour Please related emotes, so I hope everybody can get those ready. And, of course, we're going to ask for Wody maybe to talk about some of the mechanics and the point of dancing. That way I can just get some movement going here.
Sure. Yeah, and honestly, chat, I want to see you get hyped. I want to see them dance emotes. I want to see that chat flooded with emotes when this happens. This is also the longest break that we get in the speedrun. So, as most speedruns are, you can kind of tell watching this, there's not a whole lot of room for breaks. You know, there's cutscenes are skipped, dialogues are mashed through. There's not a lot of moments where you can just kind of sit there and do what you want, like maybe some other JRPG speedruns have, where there are cutscenes you can't really skip. So, this part, which is about halfway through the run, you can say, is, well, where we get our longest break. It's about a 3-minute break, give or take maybe just under 3 minutes, but it's really the only major break we get to kind of refill our drink, take a bathroom break for the entire run, because the next break we get is just under a minute.
Yep, but first, before we can actually get to our rad dancing segment, we have to do a rad practice dancing segment. So we're gonna spend some time with these lovely honey bees, I think as they're referred to, and show off our dance moves, question mark? Sounds more like sword swinging, but I'll let the scene speak for itself in the regards of Cloud's dance moves. Funny enough, failing this or failing the next dance scene does not have any impact on the game whatsoever. You can fail both, which is why we say it is a bathroom break, and the only time during any percent that you're basically able to take such a thing. The only difference of whether you complete the dancing on either of these is this one you get a CD, which is required for the platinum percent. And for the next one, it's you get a pair of earrings that are purely cosmetic for Cloud. That is also required for the platinum percent. And that's the end of our warm-up.
As the end of the warm-up, as Cloud bumbles his way through. Though it looks like Roy was actually being nice and playing the game.
All right, so here's our dancing segment. I'm going to take a quick break. Now is a great time to plug some donations and talk about why we're here.
And chat, spam them emotes.
Absolutely. Let me take it away. Okay, let me say something first. These donators are pretty serious about their word because we have $7 from Foxy Dits saying $7 more for another excellently performed skip. Aw, don't leave me hanging. Give me some skin. Thank you, Foxy Dits, for keeping your word and for the donation. And remember when we said we love those puns and we're having such a great time with these kind of donations and comments? We have $77.77 with a message from Fallen Angel that says, "All lucky sevens for your walk on the stairway to seventh heaven." Thank you so much for that generous donation. And we also have $5 from Anonymous. Remember, everyone, every time you donate, you can actually put it towards an incentive. We have some great cyberpunk incentives. It is the upcoming run that you can help choose what is going to be V's starting life, and a bonus run by Big John for the wacky world of miniature golf. But, you know, since this is a great time, ESA 2021 watchers, unfortunately my time today has come to a close. I'm Ashwin, your host for the first half of Final Fantasy VII Remake speedrun. I'll be handing you off to Bratterfield, who is a wonderful voice and presence. So thank you so much for having me, and I hope you continue to enjoy this run and bring on those puns.
Well, thank you so much for spending time with us, and thank you for reading off those wonderful donations. Looking forward to what else you have in store for the future.
Thank you. See y'all later.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. One of the best parts about this sequence is Eric's reaction to how bad we're performing, because we're not actually doing anything. So she feels kind of embarrassed for us. She's like, "Oh, okay."
It's literally the only difference in terms of whether you do well or not, and a pair of earrings you get from Andrea. But yeah, it's almost a shame sometimes, because this scene is actually like, this is one of my favorite scenes of the game, because a lot of us that have played Final Fantasy VII Original remember that when we want to go meet up with Don Corneo, Cloud has to do some cross-dressing and wear a dress. And this obviously wasn't in the game, so a lot of us were very worried about how they would handle it in terms of being less offensive or less in your face about it. And I think most of us, including those from the LGBT community, myself included, believe that this was handled incredibly tasteful, especially because as you finish the scene, Andrea goes on a little speech about how beauty is not purely based on gender. It's a very, very positive message that I think a lot of us can agree with, and especially in today's day and age.
How much did you drink tonight?
Yes, very much.
Was it planned from the start?
All right. So funny enough, during this segment, if you mess up the chapter 8 skip for some reason, maybe walk in a place you're not supposed to, maybe go into, you know, a certain angle you're not supposed to, Cloud can walk out of the club with his sword still visible. That's a soft lock. So we never really want to see that. I can't say I've had it happen to me before, but I've seen it happen to others. It's quite funny, and I think you're guaranteed one of his better dresses too, because my favorite dress for Cloud is the blue and black one, which unfortunately the only way you can do it is by getting all of these side quests done on Sam's side, not Madam M's side. So even if we did side quests in the speedrun, we wouldn't be able to get it because they're not Sam's side quests for the speedrun. There we go. That was a mouthful. Tongue twisters.
Yeah, and thankfully, with the current routing with Magnify, we actually don't have that risk anymore. With the many previous iterations of the Chapter 8 skip, that risk did exist. So thankfully, we don't have that anymore in the New Game category. New Game Plus does have that risk because they don't need to go pick up Magnify. So there is a specific point that they have to pass by on the road to the wall market to prevent it.
I hope you know
Yep.
it.
Oh, will be?
If you
And in
say
case
so.
people are wondering, each character that is involved in this scenario has the option of 3 dresses. Cloud has this dress, a blue and black dress, and a white, almost princess gown. Aerith has her pink dress, her pinkish and red dress, and then red dress, which is widely considered her best. And then Tifa has her mature dress, her sporty dress, and her exotic dress. I firmly believe that Tifa's best dress is the mature, and the other two I've already said, Tifa red dress and Cloud's blue and black, but you're all welcome to your own opinions, and obviously beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
So what happens now?
So what do you want to explain what I'm doing real quick?
This room gives me the
He is shopping. But no, more seriously, yeah, so we are basically doing another shop here, buying what we can with what little money we do have left. We're also going to pick up the Turbo Ether, or I assume Roy's going to pick up the Turbo Ether.
Yeah, using his timing.
Okay. So yeah, we're gonna get the Turbo Ether, and then we're just gonna kind of progress forward. So another thing we have to keep an eye out on is how many Phoenix Downs we have, because coming up in Chapter 11, there is going to be these ghost enemies that we will use Phoenix Downs on to instantly kill them. So, but we also need to make sure we have some for skips.
Yep.
So we have been buying them to build a supply, because there are in total four ghosts. Four ghosts that we would want to use Phoenix Downs on, but we also need 2 Phoenix Downs for the 2 skips we have coming up. So we need at least 6 going into the chapter.
Yep, and I think I have 6 currently, so I'm pretty comfortable with where we are. I can always buy a couple extra later.
5.
I have 5?
Unless you like did it so fast, like blinked. I thought it said 5, and you didn't buy the one on sale.
Then I didn't buy the one on sale. I did not buy that. I did not buy the one on sale. I was trying to conserve a little bit of gil.
Yeah, you'll be fine. I mean, it's the ghost on easy can die pretty quick to physical
Yeah.
attacks anyway. So even if we have to beat one up with normal attacks, it's not that bad.
Exactly.
And then, what Roy did there was he tried to move as fast as possible with Aerith, because if you move quick enough, you can actually come behind the stairs and get this chest with the best accessory we use in the speedrun, the Fury Ring, before those enemies spawn, so you can actually fight them afterwards. And then that way you don't have to kind of beat them up, then go behind the stairs and go up. You can just kind of come out from underneath, beat them up, and keep going up the stairs.
Yep, very convenient. And funny enough, the game still doesn't know where we are in terms of chapters. So you'll see that it's actually telling me to go into the door we just came out of. They're lying. We're gonna go the right way. You'll see that a lot with this game when we kind of mess with the flow of events and do a lot of skips. I don't remember specifically where else it happens, but I know that's the one that I always point to the most.
I believe it's the only one.
Okay, fair enough. And
I'm
here's
trying to think.
Here's the only time in the entire run that we see Don Corneo, and it ends literally. That's it. That's all. I hope you guys liked seeing him or disliked seeing him.
The Corneo Shake.
Yeah, the Corneo Shuffle.
The Corneo Shuffle.
The Casper 5.
Y'all can't see me, but I'm kind of doing it right now.
Oh my goodness. So from there, we are officially done with chapter 9 and back on the track that the game expects us to be on. But we've got some stuff to do real quick in terms of materia moving around, some equipment setups. So Tifa still has a bronze bangle. We're going to give her a mithril armlet. I'm also going to put on the parry. I'm going to give her that. I'm going to give her that. And then I'm going to set up Fury Ring on Aerith. I know, I'm trying to move faster than my brain is letting me. And then set up fire for Aerith. And I'm going to speak to Tifa because Tifa is my favorite. And we're gonna start a boss fight. I'm sure a lot of you remember Apps. He's been affectionately renamed Abzu in this fight, which I think is technically more accurate to what he actually should be. It's supposed to be like a Mesopotamian, what's it called?
Definitely not something I'm gonna know. If we're talking about a creature.
Yeah, it's like a god of water, I think is what it is.
Okay.
And there's our stagger. I'm gonna have Tifa use Unbridled Strength here. And then Tifa Omni Strike. And we're gonna go for some whirling uppercuts into dive kicks. So generally we want to kind of push these attacks at Abzu and then run away. So jumping up here is exactly what we want to see. In no major glitches, we'd actually be able to do this without taking all this damage we're about to take. But it's very important that we take this damage.
That's because we've got a skip coming up in this chapter.
We do indeed. So we're gonna try and take damage. He's gonna kind of freak out, and then he's gonna do a triple charge. I'm actually gonna block it with Aerith because I think I need to do. Okay. And I'm gonna let that go, and then I'm going to fire it and break the horn. And he's probably gonna jump because I did that kind of late, which is totally fine. Not a big deal. But now that Cloud has Limit Break, he'll be able to stagger this relatively quickly and go into a cross slash. And I'll have Tifa dot kick for safety. But funny enough, even as this fight goes slightly slower, it's good because we have that poison effect ticking down. So it works out relatively nicely. And Aerith with 1 HP is generally where you want to see her leaving this fight. Now, I think you mentioned Fury Ring before, right? And what it does specifically?
Well, I mentioned the item, but what it does specifically actually is it gives you a permanent berserk effect. Also, Roy, that was a absolutely amazing battle.
I hate you.
I love you, Roy.
So, yeah, Fury Ring, permanent berserk status means always dealing 30% more damage, but always taking 30% more damage for yourself as well. So it's important to know that on whichever character you have with Fury Ring, they're gonna get beat up very quickly. It's why I kind of guarded that first hit for Aerith, and luckily that the third triple charge did not hit me. So I was able to set up the rest of the fight and go from there, because I think my initial setup was technically wrong, but it looked cool, so I'm gonna pretend like it was right. That's what we do, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, that was intended. That was totally intended.
So here's our first weapon pickup from a treasure chest. You'll notice that it's actually purple as opposed to the normal yellowish gold color. That's to annotate that it is, in fact, a piece of equipment. We get the feathered gloves for Tifa. We're literally only going to use them to learn the ability. It's called Star Shower. I don't want to talk about Star Shower now because I feel like that's a little bit of a spoiler in how amazing Tifa is. We will get to that in a second, though. Don't worry.
Won't be tough.
Stay tuned, folks.
However, what I can talk about now is... Ooh, am I going the wrong way? No, I'm not. Oh, the camera screwed me up there for a second. But Tifa got the parry materia, which, as you can see, I was starting to slide along the ground. I was starting to slide along the ground. So I'm just gonna kill Tifa here, or Aerith, and then I'm gonna swing at him, have him use Twin Scissors on Cloud, and hopefully now we see a Putrid Discharge, which is what we're gonna see.
I won't give up.
Did it leave a puddle? It did not, unfortunately. Yeah, Tifa's just gonna kill it. So Aerith did a little bit too much damage to that Scissor Claw than I wanted to see, but that's okay. We're basically just continuing to set up for a damage down and for a skip. We need Cloud to be... He's pretty much at an okay HP level. Tifa, I want to be a little bit lower, but it means that I have to take this fight maybe a little risky, but I'm gonna kill one of the crabs to be safe and then have Aerith killed immediately. But story-wise, we confronted Don Corneo. He told us that Shinra is actually planning on dropping the entirety of the plate that's above Sector 7 onto Sector 7 slums, just to take out Barrett's branch of Avalanche. And, you know, well, us being the do-gooding heroes that we are, can't allow this to happen. But before we can get out, Don Corneo drops us into the sewers to play with his beloved pet Abzu. And once we've dealt with that, it's time to try and get back to Sector 7. But, you know, we got to take some detours along the way, including going out of bounds. Woody, do you want to explain, I guess what we're going to be doing for the skip?
Of course, yeah. Also, I hope everybody here loves mini games and pump mini games. If you do, then I'm sorry this is not the right run for you, because we are going to skip that. But what we're just going to do here is we're going to end this battle because we need to, open up this gate here. It is going to allow us to get a key that we need to open the next room. So we do have to kind of do this battle. Roy is trying to finish up his damage down at this time so we can... oh, there we go. We got Tifa down, so actually this is really ideal. Just need to hope the crab doesn't attack Cloud.
Nah, he was stuck in an animation, so we're clean on that. That's actually a really good damage down. Cloud having the most HP out of everybody is obviously ideal. So we want to see and make everything that much more smooth.
Yep, and so we're going to grab this key, just like we've been doing prior. We have to get a couple story triggers to happen, or it's going to kind of mess up the skip attempt. So we need to open this door, we need to trigger a dialogue sequence, and then from there, we're actually going to run backwards to where that key was to set up the next skip. Which is going to be more a combination of what we've been doing, potion lagging, null space disable. We're going to basically have it where Tifa remains at the bottom of the ladder. And we're going to use Tifa to heal Cloud, effectively potion lagging her to stay there. And that way, when we enter combat, we are going to have Tifa, once again, with null space disable to allow us to get to the end. And then this one actually has a new form of tech that you'll see Roy do called the Punisher Lag. What Punisher Lag is going to do is when you see Roy attempt it, he's going to basically have Cloud go into Punisher mode and immediately switch to switch to Tifa. And when he switches to Tifa, he is going to use Braver. And that is going to actually make Cloud stay in Punisher mode for a few seconds, and then trigger the Braver. And so the reason why we do that is because it makes Cloud stay behind long enough so that way we can get to a point where we deload the map. And so what Roy was doing there a moment ago is he was trying to set up the skip with a new version that was recently optimized by our community, where instead of running into the tunnel using an ether or potion to lag Tifa, there's a way to make it so you just climb down the ladder and Tifa's already at the bottom of it as it is. And so now we enter combat, so we've got it this time. We've got a blue goo and a couple of rats here. So as I said before, rats die kind of quick, so we need to make sure, you can even see there, Tifa's starting to go ham. She almost killed that rat.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the power of Slumber Sploom can help control your AI, and honestly, Roy had a really good damage down anyway because of the 1 HP. Now, Chapter 10 skip is very notorious in the community because this is one of the single biggest run killer moments for the any percent category because of the fish. The Slumber Spoon move will put you to sleep, and you can't really do anything about it until it wakes you up. And so what has happened many a times for us is that the fish will use Slumber Spoon the moment you revive, and sometimes the timing works out to where you stand up and the rats have stunned you with Dust Cloud and you get put right back to sleep, and thus the run has basically lost a ton of time from there. So now we're going to push Tifa through this invisible door, and we're going to try to swap to her almost immediately so she has null space to basically push through the second door. And you can see we are doing the parry punch combo where Roy is basically doing one basic attack and then the parry effect, which makes Tifa slide because that's her parry animation. And then you saw there he did the Punisher lag real quick, which is why I explained it earlier. Basically, he did Punisher mode, swapped the Tifa, immediately went for a Braver, and I can see here that Roy successfully respected the Blue Goo, as I've coined the term in the community, because you must respect the Blue Goo if you want the skips to go the way you want them to.
And that is Chapter 10.
And that's Chapter 10, yeah, pretty much. We parry punch all the way to the end, skipping all these battles. The AI doesn't think we're supposed to be here, so they don't react, so that Sahagan just keeps on sleeping.
Mm-hmm. The only downside of that is since the first ether delay for Aerith, she was probably slightly too far away, so she didn't get on the ladder when I needed her to. I used an extra ether. Did get 2 high potions there, which is good, but being down on ethers is a little not great. I don't really need too many. I've got 4, which should be enough for chapter 12, but something to keep an eye out for.
Graveyard, all right. A real
Yeah, eventually we do get to a point where for the easy category, the money's not as important. There's a specific thing we need to buy at the end of chapter 14 that does require, I think it's 2,000 gil. And that's the kind of like last major thing we need, and then from there the money's really spent on just ethers and mega potions as needed.
What are you talking about buying?
What kind?
Mithril Saber?
I think it's 3,000.
Yeah, it's either 2 or 3,000. I can
Yeah.
never. I always forget. It's like, well, I always have the money, so I've never had to pay attention.
Yeah, I was like, I can't remember anything that we have to buy for 2,000. But yes, we do have to buy Mithril Saber later. It's another weapon. However, speaking of weapons, we're actually going to be picking up another Mithril-based weapon right now. This is the Mithril Rod. It is specifically for Aerith. It is her best magic-based weapon in the game, and it's the weapon we're going to have her use literally for the entirety rest of the game. I'm going to do some quick menuing real quick, and I'm going to send ATB Boost and ATB Boost and the Fury Ring over to Cloud. We're going to upgrade Tifa's Feathered Gloves. I'm going to upgrade Aerith's Mithril Saber, and then Mithril Rod, and then set Star Shower, which is the ability on Feathered Gloves that we got earlier in chapter 10 for Tifa. I know that's a lot. We also changed the difficulty back to easy. We're gonna see how many rats decide to call arms, which only looked like 1. Oh, apparently 2. Never mind. And we got 2 potions, which is helpful. Nice. I'll take as many items as we can get. Like when fights end like that, that's what we like to see. But the big reason what we like to have Fury Ring on Cloud. Or ATB Boost on Cloud, both of them, at least my opinion. A lot of these fights go much faster when Cloud deals with them. So, like that, and then they'll be able to finish that one off. Fury Ring on Cloud is going to be where we have the Fury Ring the majority of the time, unless otherwise said, usually for things like boss fights, in which we'll generally swap it to Tifa. And at that point, you'll start to see why Tifa is easily the most broken physical character in the game. Physical damage is generally, I think, better than magic damage in most regards, purely on the essence of it hits multiple times. So you have higher chances of doing higher damage rolls, whereas, there's a damage cap and certain spells only hit once. So Tifa definitely shines very brightly in terms of her damage output, as she should. She's, Monk, she's the glass cannon, and she's going to be the star of the show in chapter 12, in chapter 14, in chapter 15, and in chapter 16.
Coming through.
Yeah, Star Shower really sells itself in the speedrun for some of the boss strats that you'll see involving Tifa, where she uses that enhanced power of it to really chunk a boss down.
Yeah, very much so.
She'll really shower the damage on them.
Wody, please.
And be the star of the show.
What do I have? What do I have to do to, why? And unfortunately, I had the same thing happen there that I talked about before, where I told Aerith to use Fyra on a group of enemies that were just spawning in, and she must have been in the middle of an action, so her AI was delayed in casting Fyra, so she used it on the enemies that I was already about to kill. And it was you a little bit of time, but it just shows that the AI can definitely be improved for FF7 Remake Part 2. Please, Square Enix, please. Please! I beg you!
Yeah, there's definitely, I've had my stuff also happen. There's a few moments where, like Roy was pointing out, when you tell the AI to do something with a shortcut, depending on what their attack animation is, it can sometimes delay that reaction and cause things like that to happen.
Real quick, we're going to trigger that story thing. We have to wait for this door to open anyway, so it's a perfect time to go open those boxes. And we got a high potion out of it, so that's good. We like to see this kind of stuff. And funny enough, this is actually where we're going to do our damage down. I do it here because it's a little bit safer in case things go sideways, or foobar, as some of you might like to say. But it's going to look a little different than our normal damage downs. So bear with me. Bear with me. I promise it'll be good, and we'll get a lot of mileage out of it. Do you want to explain?
We'll bear with you, just don't ghost us.
Oh my god. Do you want to explain how this fight's gonna go? I guess just for reflect purposes.
See, it's contagious. really possessing. That doesn't make sense. Anyway, so what happens with this battle is we need to throw magic at the ghost because it's going to trigger an ability called Reflect. We use the Reflect to basically make damage. Well, reflect back, as simple as that is. But we also try to group up some of our characters so when it does reflect back, the splash damage will weaken the rest of the team as well. So you have to be kind of quick about it, because if you do too much damage from physical, it will become immune to physical, and it does throw some things off. So you see this ghost is being very all over the place at the moment, so as a result, some of the attacks from Aerith did not make contact, which, like Roy said, we kind of do here, because if things don't go as planned, there are 3 more ghosts that we can technically do this on if needed. And we've got a cutscene skip here. We've got some Cripshays. Now, I will say Cripshays are a very dangerous enemy on normal because they do hard damage and they stun you like crazy. And so it is very dangerous to fight Cripshays on normal. So, you know, we have to make sure we change the difficulty. And then, of course, like the skip will actually involve 3 Cripshays. So, yeah, it can be very, very monka if they become too aggressive.
Yeah, most definitely. But not much is going to happen right now in terms of tech, aside from fighting a couple enemies. So we're going to have maybe like a 4 or 5 minute walk, maybe a little less than that, depending on how the damage down goes. But now, Bratterfield, if you don't mind, would be a perfect time for donations.
Thank you very much. How's it going? I want to let folks know that we still have the bid wars open for the start of Cyberpunk 2077. We could pick the starting path. Corpo leading with $272. They used to be tied. Street Kid now still at 170. There's still plenty of time to shake things up. So get those donations in. Also, for Golden Sun, The Lost Age after Cyberpunk, there are character names that folks can bid for, and there are 7 characters that folks can name. There's only 6 right now, so the last name can be sniped, and right now leading, the first character that's going to be named, I imagine it's going to be Felix, will be named Bowie, unless things change, with leading at 345, so it'll go in order. And if folks want to have one of the characters named after them, or whatever name they choose, you can get some donations in. And there's also an incentive for Golden Sun Lost Age to make Kraden angry by answering some no at some key points. We're almost there, $235 out of $300. And folks, if the donations include a message, I'll be able to read them for you. So please consider donating for a good cause. Thank you very much. Back to you, Roy.
Awesome, thank you very much. That was a little spicy of a moment, but now things are looking amazing. So we're gonna heal Cloud up real quick again. I might give him an additional potion because Cripshays can play not nice, but I went for a very spicy meatball in that fire. Luckily now we're basically done with the damage down, and I can just set up for everything. So I'm gonna have Tifa throw a potion at Cloud, and I'm gonna do this for timing. But if you throw a Phoenix down at ghosts, it instantly kills them, like we mentioned before. And since I didn't use a Phoenix down on 2 of the ghosts, I should be perfectly fine on Phoenix downs.
Yep,
but before we do the skip, I need to put up revival earrings, which is my last set of revival earrings for the run. Luckily, so barring complete catastrophe, this run should be good in terms of revival earring skips, and we got Aerith first there. I needed to look for the order, so I apologize. We're gonna do something a little unsavory with Aerith here. Oh, okay. I didn't realize Tifa was layered on her, so I'm gonna do something as a backup strat here, and I'm gonna do that again. That was
layered.
Yeah, I couldn't even see Tifa. I didn't realize she was there. So what we want there is we want Tifa to either be first or second, but to be very clearly outlined. I just didn't even see her. So instead of dealing with the ghoul boss fight that is there, we're just gonna run around and do exactly what I did again. Basically, the idea is we're going to enter combat with that group of Cripshays there. That way it teleports Tifa into combat and forces null space disable to be on her. Now, luckily, that backup was explained to me recently, which is awesome, and it looks like Aerith is going to get on first, and Tifa is not close, so I can wait this out a little bit. All right, Tifa's on the ladder. There we go, much better. So we're going to start combat. We're going to get Aerith down, and then we're going to get Tifa down.
Should have been there.
I can still fight.
All right, Roy, just don't lose that train of thought.
I'm really tired of your nonsense. So really here we just need Tifa to die and Cloud to not bully these things too hard, which it doesn't look like he did. I was trying to get Tifa a little bit further away, but you can see now how dangerous the Crypt Trees are. I'm gonna try and have him die by the ladder or the staircase. That way it can be a little bit easier for him. Generally, AI are actually pretty good at surviving in terms of like damage, like when they're trying to catch up to you. So we're gonna go for that, and I'm just gonna immediately run now because I don't need to fight these anymore. I'll get ATB in no time. So we have infinite flee. I'm gonna activate the Phoenix Down on Tifa.
Be careful.
And now as I wait for Tifa to come up these stairs, I'm gonna roll up here. Hopefully she doesn't get hit by that deadly spike, which she did, but it doesn't look like it stopped her. We're gonna wait for her to climb up these stairs. There she is, teleported to us. Now we're gonna do some weird stuff. Ooh, can you let go? Thank you. So we're gonna try and slide swap with Cloud to try and push him out of bounds, but that door seems to be kind of blocking me a little bit.
Yeah, so when you have to do the backup strat, the door does block you. So we basically do the same thing we would do before, but we just need to angle the camera, angle it properly to where it will push you out of bounds to the right. Yeah, you can still do the same thing you were trying to do originally, Roy, just from the door space.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get it now.
Yeah,
Just
the
a little
angle on it can be very, very specific.
Oh, there we go. So we're gonna get Cloud out of bounds there, and then literally Tifa is just gonna zip through this room that we were just in and get onto the other side. You can see kind of some of the stuff like falling there in the distance. We're gonna wait for the map to load back in because we need these stairs, and we're gonna come back down these stairs once I get off this light. Switch back to Cloud, switch back to Tifa. This will deload the map once again, and we're gonna parry punch our way to the end of the level, skipping both Ghoul and Eligor. Normally that skip is a little bit more cooperative. I've never had to do the backup, so I was kind of a little worried about how that door was interacting with everything. And I'm taking a little bit wider of a path because it's actually really easy to accidentally screw this skip up. If you go into that warehouse, like at a specific angle, there's actually an angle that you can get at it where it gives you infinite staircase, which is really bad for this. And then I'm gonna do a little bit of optimization and have Tifa start to learn Star Shower just to make it a little bit easier. And that is the end of chapter 11. So good skip. Awkward execution because of backup strats, but we take the different.
Good job.
We take the backup strats when they work.
Of course. Roy, would you say my puns during that chapter were wearing on your house?
What?
Exactly. So here we are going into chapter 12. We've gotten out of the graveyard, and now we're continuing our venture to the plate. The chapter starts, of course, with our friendly neighborhood specters, once again trying to prevent the timeline from happening, or changing.
Yes. So specifically, they're trying to stop us from getting to the plate too early, because other important characters need to get into place, and some need to take some severe injuries. For those of you that have not played Final Fantasy VII Original, there's going to be some spoiler talk in the next second or two, so just be aware.
Be aware and spectate. Okay, that was a stretch. But yeah, so we fight the battle just like we do any Spectre battle, where we have to take down one of the mysterious ones, and then we pressurize it, and then from there we just stagger it, and then we try to finish it off using Infinity Zen, which this is the first time we've really used Infinity Zen. Infinity Zen is a skill unique to Hard Edge. We don't use it that often. It is a 2 ATB action move, so it does require a lot more to perform, but it does a huge amount of damage on an enemy that is staggered.
Mm-hmm. And then the other thing that I was doing there was just trying to optimize a little bit and get a Tifa Star Shower for proficiency bonus in. The sooner we can switch off of Feathered Gloves for Tifa, the better. And now we're going to do a real quick menu. We're going to basically be optimizing a lot of magic specifically, especially for Cloud. But bear with me for a moment while I try and make this all work, because it's going to be a little awkward.
Yeah, the Chapter 12 menu here is probably one of our biggest menus we're going to end up actually doing compared to Chapter 17, which we'll get into later. Reason being is because you're only going to use Cloud and Tifa, and we need to move around a ton of materia that we were sharing with Aerith, but also get Barrett prepared for when he rejoins us at the end of this chapter, or towards the end of this chapter before the boss battle. So yeah, we have to move a lot of stuff around, change some hotkeys. We do a lot in this menu, so that way we don't have to ever touch it again outside of swapping Cloud's weapon really at the end for a hard edge. Yep, and I'm just gonna do some quick accessory swapping around that I forgot to do real quick. But as we climb up here, you're going to see a lot of the power of Magnify. We were talking about it a lot before, and why Magnify is so especially good. It's going to make some of these fights way more consistent and way easier than you think. So we're going to start with this group of guards here as the perfect demonstration. We're going to ignore them for a second while that one kind of like talks on his walkie-talkie, and then wait for him to stop and turn around towards us. Otherwise, he gets kind of lost. We're going to turn around here and Magnify Fyra. And Magnify Fyra. Very nice. And that's the entire fight. So that's 2 groups of enemies taken down with 2 Magnified Fyras and a quick cleaving attack. So unfortunately, we also see here a character that is quite beloved. Pass on, seemingly so, and the Whispers are actually trying to prevent anybody from getting to him. That is Biggs. Those of you who played the original will remember that Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse all perish during this scene in the game, or during this moment. And unfortunately, we're forced to live out some very tragic goodbyes for both Biggs and Jesse. Oh, I forgot to change this. Through the fire. Yeah. So Helitroopers here are a pretty notorious enemy in terms of how hard they can actually really hit you. They hit pretty hard. They hit very hard, especially on normal. But they are a flying enemy, and aerial combat in this game, admittedly, it's not that great.
No,
it's not. They definitely did not spend enough time optimizing how fluid aerial combat can be. So fighting the Helitroopers, if you don't have ATB to throw fire at them, can definitely be a bit of a problem in terms of finishing battles quickly. Because then you find yourself just battling with the air to like fight them and positioning. Sometimes you won't jump to them because they don't always jump into the sky. It's rough. It's rough when you have to fight the long game with them. Yeah, that was actually a not good fight. Nothing died in the cluster of Magnified Fyra, which is kind of surprising because normally everything dies because it'll hit the Helitrooper, staggers it, makes it fall to the ground, pick up the other 2, and they'll both get their own Fyras that then splash onto everything else. So everything must have spread far enough apart that it didn't hit everything. A little bit of bad luck there, but either way, we're continuing on. And now we're into my least favorite part in the entire game, which might come as a shock. Now let me explain before I get roasted for dissing on a segment where you only control Aerith. So in the original, we know that Tifa asks Aerith to go into the quickly collapsing and in lieu of destruction Sector 7. She asked her to go in and find Marlene, who's in 7th Heaven. And we know that this happens in the original because Marlene ends up at Aerith's mom's house. However, we never really see what goes on when Aerith goes in. Now, the game developers had the great idea, and I think it is a good idea, to have us control Aerith and go through Sector 7 and see the events of it all unfolding and see like this really, really difficult situation that she's put herself into just to save this child that she's never met before in favor for Tifa. However, the unfortunate side of it is that while it seems like this is gameplay, it is actually just moving from point A to point B and skipping a cutscene. And Aerith's stumbling animation, when she's not carrying this child, we'll see in a second, is incredibly slow, and you lose a minimum of a second every time that you stumble against an NPC. And since all of them are crazily running and moving sporadically, it can be kind of a nightmare to move through them. However, this is looking like a really good boost. Yeah, which it is. So you can see, if you can ever see these 2 NPCs in front of me, the girl with the white hair and the man with the backpack, it means you got there really fast. Because for some reason, her stumbling animation when she's carrying this child named Becky, she moves pretty fast for some reason. But again, Becky only lasts for a moment. Marl warns us that this way is already being destroyed, and we're going to try and make our way back to 7th Heaven and hopefully not hit any NPCs, which we didn't, so good. And our only time in the entire run seeing Sung, where he says confirmed.
And that's it. We didn't even see his face.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. But from there, we're literally just gonna move on to 7th Heaven, talk with Marlene, and switch back to Cloud, and then Tifa, who has caught back up to him in the interim of all the destruction and whatnot. There's gonna be some interesting moving tech, as well as some, let's say, hopefully optimized fights. But yeah, hopefully is the key word. Now, I know we had some just a little bit ago, but if you have any donations, now's not a bad time for maybe like a minute or two of donations.
Oh, yeah. We have $25 from Kaios, who says, "Hey, Roy, this doesn't look like dot hack. Good luck anyway."
Thank you, Kiss.
Nice dot hack sign reference.
Oh, yeah, I'm a dot hack speedrunner as well.
We also have $5 from Mod, one of our very own donation screeners. Only 6 characters for Golden Sun named? That can't be right. Let's get some Skies of Arcadia into Golden Sun and enter Ica into the mix, shall we? Nice. Thank you very much for the donations.
All right, great.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, what do you want to talk about this little climb that we're going to be doing?
Yeah, of course. So now that we've finished the segment with Aerith, we've switched back to Cloud, and Tifa has caught up to him at this point. And so now we've got our pair here. And so we're going to run from these first few battles because there's no need to fight them. It just wastes time. They're not required. So we use the parry slide because if you try to punch while parrying, it will auto-target the enemy that you're on. And so it does kind of mess up with the pathing as a result. So we use just the parry slide, and then we're just going to keep the climb going. Reno is attacking us with the helicopter from a distance, basically trying to stop us from climbing. So you can take splash damage from the attacks as well.
Yes. So we would like to avoid that as much as we can. I think we touched upon it literally at the beginning of the run, maybe like chapter 4 or 5. Cloud has a weapon here, Iron Blade. It has an ability on it that makes him deal more damage when his HP is above 75%, specifically with magic. So I need to make sure the entirety of the time that we're going up here that Cloud's HP stays above 75%. Luckily, Tifa didn't have to do anything there, so I can actually have her kind of destroy something later to make this whole process a little easier. We're going to block this to build some ATB. Luckily, our HP doesn't matter as much now because we're at a good value. We're going to roll away immediately. And now we wait for the enemies to spawn because, again, the game very much likes to delay things for story-related reasons, even if you're in the middle of combat. First things first is a Helitrooper, which we should be able to take out with a single fire, or a Fyra rather. And then I'm going to kill, essentially, this Elite Grenadier. But since he's not jumped from the helicopter yet, also good Orb of Gravity to get, he can't really be killed. So I'm actually going to have Tifa go ahead and Star Shower him.
Hey, Orb of Gravity, nice.
I timed it a little early, but she punches to finish him off anyway. And I only need one more ether here. There we go.
And coming up here, we have the final battle in the tower climb. It's against an Elite Shock Trooper, 2 Sentry Guns, and 2 Helitroopers, which they're rough battles. So if you don't manage the Helitroopers and the Elite Shock Trooper fast enough, things can get out of hand, and they can really wail on you as a result. So good job there. We really cleaned it out pretty fast. That was good. Yep. Good job.
And the other important thing is that Tifa has now learned Star Shower. Yes. Now is a good time that we can start talking about Star Shower rather than just looking at it and, you know, praising it for not anything that's done yet. So Star Shower is Tifa's easily best ability. It has a wide hit radius. Also, R.I.P. Jessie, to those of you that are fond of her, but we're talking about Tifa now. She's more important. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No. Run.
I'm kidding. No, but Star Shower, seriously, it has wide hit radius, so it hits a lot of enemies and drags them in. It has a lot of what the game refers to as keep, which generally means that it is hard to interrupt her from using it, as well as the most important thing is that it increases the next move that you do by
70%.
70%, which
70%.
is an insane amount of damage. And what the developers didn't think of for this was that includes what's it called? Limit breaks.
Yes,
so
yes it does.
You're gonna see us do some Star Showers and a limit breaks a lot. And from there, we're going to run into this boss fight where we're going to fight both Reno and Rude at the same time while they're trying to drop the plate. Would you please take it away?
Of course. So the Reno Rude battle is another notorious boss battle in this speedrun because honestly, Reno and Rude, they act kind of separately of their own AI characteristics from their respective battles. So they can get out of hand pretty quickly if you don't control them. And so the strategy that we've developed in the community basically allows us to keep Reno in place if done properly. Now, sometimes RNG still takes the wheel, as you kind of see here. He did pull away from Roy and did pull off an Electro Burst. But yeah, the goal is to try and stun lock them using moves like Star Shower or Triple Slash or the Berserk move from Cloud to basically hold them in place while we basically chunk down their damage. So that was a quick phase one. Ideally, you saw there Roy ran away, parried the first move, and then went in for the stun lock combo. And now Reno's going to run away for a bit, and the helicopter is going to do a little passing by attack on us. But before that, we're going to use Barret to try and damage the helicopter down, so when it returns later in this phase, we can push through the phase a little bit quicker than if we ignored it this whole time. So he's going to charge up his overcharge weapon from Barret, because overcharge will stun who it fires into, and so we use that to hold Reno in place briefly, while Tifa goes in for a Star Shower to chunk down some damage, and Cloud finishes with some basic attacks, because Cloud doesn't because Reno doesn't need that much damage to basically put him over the threshold, making the helicopter the primary target. And now we're moving on to the final phase, which is where the most RNG part of it can come to if we don't contain them. Yep. Because they will act, like I said earlier, independent of their own AI actions. Because we skipped the Rude battle, but if you played this game without glitches, you will fight Rude in Chapter 8. So here we see their two battles come together as one. Roy is going to start by going into a Triple Slash as fast as possible while also triggering a Star Shower from Tifa. And he's going to use another Star Shower Tifa, and he's going to use Cloud to Triple Slash and also just punish her attacks. And the idea is to keep the two of them together, and Star Shower should basically chunk them both down to where the battle is now over, and it basically did that as I finished my comment. Yep. And that would be the ideal way of handling that phase. Now, there are backup strats. One of the strats that we use, if need be, in the normal category at least, is you can actually put them to sleep, and that will keep them in place as long as you don't hit them, and you can focus on one of them at a time.
Rude will also never specifically target Tifa.
Unless you're controlling her,
unless you're controlling her, but if you're not, then he specifically won't go after her, which is a kind of like a play on the whole. Rude has a crush on Tifa, and there's a cutscene that we skip where you actually see Reno literally about to shoot Tifa, like completely has her dead to rights, and Rude moves like his handling on the helicopter and prevents her from getting shot. So
that was a good chapter 12.
Yeah, very good, and we're actually going to be coming up into a chapter skip, but I do want to say Reno and Rude, specifically Reno, I feel like they nailed him in this game. I'll talk about that a lot with Rufus as well, but in the aftermath of this, we actually see a cutscene, well, not in the speedrun, but there's a cutscene with Reno and Sung, his direct commander for the Turks. And you can see Reno is really depressed because, you know, they succeeded in dropping the plate, but they also then realized that they were basically lied to, that Avalanche was not this great threat, that they didn't need to drop the plate. It was going to do more harm than good, and they realized this in the aftermath. And Sung brings up a very interesting point to Reno, and he kind of, you know, mulls on it. But you see Reno has a conscience, and despite the fact that he did it, he said he would do it again if it only meant that someone else didn't have to, and that he would bear the weight of the consequences of what he did. Rude doesn't really chime in there, which is funny since he's the one that presses the button, but Reno specifically, I like seeing that little bit of glimmer of maybe this isn't the right thing to do. And I hope that means maybe later we might get to have Reno as a guest character or team up with the Turks more. Since that does happen in FF7 Original, you very, very, very briefly team up with the Turks. But I would very much like to see that.
Yeah, and as Roy mentioned earlier, we have a skip coming up. So this is actually arguably the shortest chapter in the run, because the skip is pretty much performed right here at the very beginning of it. So Roy is going to be doing what I mentioned earlier when referring to the high five. If you high five Aerith without by accident, is the warning bypass skip. Basically, Roy is going to attempt to push himself past this
first
warning.
Try. Marathon luck.
Look at that. Man, Roy, let me explain it at least. So, okay, Roy made that look really easy. I want to heavily stress that that is not easy. That is not a
No, that's
skip
really hard, actually.
That is a very hard thing to perform. It takes a bunch of practice. It's not something you can just kind of show up and get a participation trophy for. You know, like what happens is the game has points where it doesn't want you to go to certain parts of the map. All right. And so it gives you this warning that says, no, you can't go this way. You can't go this way. And it like forces you back in bounds or back on the path. What the community found was that, someone in the community found that there was a way to actually push past it by using the running animation of Cloud to kind of force through this like invisible barrier that triggers the warning to push you back in bounds, thus allowing you to keep moving forward. And Roy there basically pulled it off, making it look as easy as possible, when in fact it is probably the hardest skip we have to perform.
Like I mentioned, it's an art, not a science in terms of a skip. You just kind of have to feel it and go for it. However, I do want to mention, because we didn't really say specifically, so here in the run, we actually go from chapter 13's like right at the beginning to kind of like 10% into chapter 14. So we never go to the underground laboratory. We never fight the failed experiment. We're literally just now in chapter 14 and the game's acting like normal. Except for if we try and use that ladder that we came down on, it will actually teleport us to the beginning of chapter 14 over at Aerith's house and talking with her mom. So obviously we don't want to do that. But back in the sewer, unfortunately, feels like a little bit of filler. We're meeting up with Leslie, who we basically formed this plan of, hey, we need to get back on the top side because Aerith was kidnapped after she rescued Marlene.
Yep, and for us to go to the top side, though, Leslie needs some help from us finding Don Corneo.
Yep, because apparently he has some gear that'll help us get there, and we heard that he's hiding out in the sewers. So we're going to chase him back into the sewers, but after the plate drop, there's some issues going on with the sewer, as you can probably see. It's a little bit messed up, if you will.
Yep, it's damaged. We're going to use Tifa to once again punch and parry our way through these battles. Since these battles are not needed to move forward, they would just waste additional time at the end, especially because there are Sahagins in there. Sahagins can definitely take a bit to take down. They're very tanky Ninja Turtles. And so, once staggered, you can definitely whittle them down, but they can still take a lot. We're continuing through the sewer. Basically, chapter 14, this segment is just a gauntlet of battle after battle as we progress through the sewers in search of Don Corneo.
Yep, and you'll see me constantly looking at my items and using them like I just did there. But I'm trying really hard to keep an eye on my ethers because, again, I mentioned earlier we were very underfunded and undermoneyed in this run, unfortunately. So I'm probably going to pick up an extra ether just to be safe in the middle of some stuff. But also, as I was saying before, this run, or this chapter specifically, feels like a lot of padding because there's just a lot of, like, why moments.
Hate to interrupt.
We haven't gotten to it yet, but Leslie is the one leading us to Don Corneo, where I feel like just as easily we could have just found him ourselves. And then something Leslie neglects to mention is that he has a key that he swears is what's going to lead to this vault of, I guess, equipment and a cache of items that we could use. When in fact, that's not the case, and the cache is completely open and we could just get in there. So we're gonna just trust him for now and hope that we can get a crab rave with a triple magnify Fyra. So here we go.
Take him out.
Ah, the crab rave.
Crab rave!
Crab rave. Though what's interesting with the crab rave is after getting magnified back in the run, we've actually have lost the worry of not getting the crabs to group up. So originally what would happen there is we would hope the characters would be near each other when we only had fire without magnify, because then the splash damage would ideally take out the crabs, reducing the amount of fires we need to use. So thankfully with magnify fire, we don't have that worry anymore because it will one-shot them. So we've moved forward. We got to the door we were trying to get to, but unfortunately a baby little Abzu has stolen the key, and so now we must chase it through the sewers in a race. Well, not a race, but basically just to chase after him and get that key back so we can move forward. So Roy here is in another notorious battle, especially in the normal category. The triple Sahagins. These guys hit hard and they hit rough. Their jump attacks, if the AI decides to jump all on the same character and you don't stop them quick enough, will basically destroy that character in one shot. And then also they can turn you into a frog, which will delay combat as well. So it's a pretty rough battle if you don't get them staggered like super quick. And basically, cross-slash them and take them out as fast as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing also to keep in mind is we need to keep Cloud's HP up. I realized that I didn't have ATB boost on him. Not that I really needed it in it, but I totally did that backwards, so I'm going to have to try and save this. And go for a fire right there. All right, Barrett saves the day, as always.
Was never in doubt.
But yeah, so not having ATB boost on Cloud, I don't think we talked about ATB boost. ATB boost, when you used, it's just L1 and R1 at the same time. It doubles your current amount of ATB. So if you use it when you have nothing, obviously, it does nothing. But generally, the idea is that we just constantly be pumping ourselves with ATB as fast as we possibly can, as often as we possibly can. It's the reason that first strike is so important, and it really lets us set the flow for a lot of these fights. And then again, I need to make sure that Cloud keeps ethered up. Barrett doesn't really need it as much as I would like him to have some. I'm gonna throw some magnified fire. I'm gonna throw another one. And Tifa should have that. Good job, Tifa.
Very nice, good. Yeah, these battles can get out of hand. The Shotes have a number of attacks that just hit really hard, like Typhoon, and then they spin around and the headbutting. So they can really hurt you if they're not managed correctly. And so we use the fire move there to kind of take out a few enemies for some extra AP and experience, as we use Tifa to kind of jump to the end as much as possible. As we continue the chase here, we've got a battle against two blue goos, a Sahagan and a crab. Ideally, we want to get off some Fyras before the fishes decide to throw their sleep move. Because sometimes you can get hit by a stray bubble and get put to sleep as a result.
Yeah, very frustrating. Hopefully I can beat Leslie to the door. I can. So I picked up that extra ether there purely because my ethers have been really bad the whole run. Quite literally just safety for later in case I can't afford the number that I want. But now that we've caught up to the Abzu Shote with the key, we seemingly cornered it. It has nowhere left to go. Clearly, it can't possibly escape us, and we've definitely got it. Or maybe that's what they thought. I mean, Tifa and Barrett are on the other side, but I guess they didn't expect it to just jump over all this debris, and Leslie did absolutely nothing, as always. So we're gonna do some quick stuff here. Go ahead and explain this, Wody.
Yep, so this battle, we have a particular strat we try to pull off in here, mostly because the Mischievous Shote here actually has a gimmick where he will summon add-ons when his HP gets below 80%, which is about the letter S at the end of the name Mischievous. So what we try to do with the strat here is, as Roy kills him in the middle of me explaining it, basically is we use Tifa to use a bunch of basic attacks, building up the stagger bar for a period of time, and then we use a fire from Cloud and Barrett in addition to a star shower from Tifa, and if done properly, it will basically stagger them, preventing the add-ons from coming and making the battle last longer than we want. It's basically a 40-second battle, give or take optimally 30 to 40-second battle.
So funny thing there was Barrett started with the worst possible ATB. I don't think we mentioned this too much, but when you get into combat, initially every character rolls like rolling a d20 if you're playing D&D. You roll on what your ATB at the start is going to be, and Barrett rolled pretty much what the worst possible thing is. So even though I did overcharge, he didn't have enough ATB to cast Fire when I needed him to, and I kind of just ad-libbed doing the Star Shower early and hoped that it would have staggered before we reached that HP threshold, and I got very lucky. Sometimes improvisation is incredibly important in these types of runs because outside of boss fights, there's a lot of randomness, but it's not impactful randomness. It's like, hey, I did this instead of this and it worked better type of randomness. So always something that you get to see, and especially what shows great runners in our community is how they react to these bad situations.
Yeah, it definitely, and that's part of the fun, at least I find with running the game, is that It's not a run where it's like optimized to where you basically copy and paste everything from like one person to another, and you just have to somewhat do it better than that person. There's strats you do, but there's also RNG, and those strats can go sideways, and you have to kind of know how to recover. So you waste as little time as possible, like the Hell House fight, and missing the skip we were going for there, and coming up with a backup strat on the fly for minimal time loss.
All right, Wody, talk about Abzu 2 because it's gonna end fast too.
Of course it is, yeah. So we have Abzu 2, everyone's favorite lovable animal here, has come back. Never got defeated before. Back with a vengeance, Vincent Corneo. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to use Tifa to, ideally she needs to tank a couple of the hits here in Phase 1 to build up that limit break, because we're going to make sure that Phase 2 and 3 pretty much go, well, almost instantaneously. But yeah, so we basically attack, take a couple hits, and then from there we pressurize Abzu. And the idea is that we need to build the stagger gauge, once again, the common trend here, all the way to the end without actually pressurizing as we move into Phase 2. Because the goal now is, once this cutscene is over, we're basically going to parry with Tifa quickly over to Abzu, and basically aim to stagger within like 1 or 2 punches. And then once we've done that, we're going to basically chunk Abzu down, with some attacks like Unbridled Strength, into dive kicks and a Fira, and it should push Abzu into the next phase pretty quickly there. And here we are, Phase 3 already. Now, Phase 3 is going to be just as quick as the last phase. What will happen is we'll start with attacks. We're going to use Tifa, make sure we get ideally two ATB bars, because we're going to do the Star Shower into LB. And now this is going to be your first example of what happens when you do Star Shower into Tifa's limit break and the amount of damage it's going to do. So don't blink, because Abzu's going to be dead.
And he's dead. Unfortunately, I was trying to optimize movement a little bit there. You switch to Cloud because you obviously control Cloud at the end of this, and move him closer to the door. As soon as I swapped to him, he got headbutt tackled by a shoat, so it left him in like a staggered animation, so I couldn't do anything. But yeah, Tifa literally just did half of a boss's HP bar from doing Star Shower and a limit. Now you should start to understand why we were saying Tifa is busted in this game. And if they don't nerf Star Shower in the next part of FF7 Remake, we're gonna have some crazy fun in terms of routing up boss fights.
Oh yes, we are. And that was Abzu 2, Electric Boogaloo. Exactly.
But funny thing here, so normally when you leave chapter 14, it actually puts you like right at the beginning of chapter 15. Like it puts you at that like trigger. But since we entered it awkwardly, it actually puts us back at the entrance of the sewer, which is good because we need to go do one more quick shop. We're actually going to go pick up the Mithril Saber. We talked about it before, and where Mithril Rod is Aerith's best magic-based weapon, Mithril Saber is Cloud's best magic-based weapon. And honestly, I think it's his best looking one. It's a very crisp, clean design in terms of weaponry.
Don't tell anyone.
Yeah, and the Mithril, there's a lot of common trends in this game when it comes to how the weapons function. Mithril weapons are always going to have the highest magic stat. In fact, Tifa's weapon, Mithril Claws, we don't see in the any percent category because it's a reward for the Chapter 13 boss. So that's why Tifa ends up being more of our bruiser, the glass cannon that she is with Star Shower, as opposed to a magic user.
Yes.
In exchange for that. And then everybody has a focused ability, focused shot, focused thrust, focused strike. And those are moves that will actually, when pressured, the enemy's stagger gauge will increase by a fair amount. Now, Tifa's weapon, again, we don't pick up. It was in a chest in Chapter 7 that we skipped, just because enemies stagger so much quicker on easy that we don't really need it.
Exactly. And unfortunately, all it gives is that, so there's not really a reason for us to get it. The other unfortunate part is that what he mentioned, focus shot, that's one of Barrett's abilities. He actually has it by default with Gatling gun. But the funny thing is that he never needs it throughout the entire run, even with how optimized any of our fights are. So literally the first chance we get to swap his weapon off of Gatling gun, we take it, which means he loses access to focus shot.
Pretty much, yeah. The focus shot, if anybody here decides to run this game in the future and you go for the normal category, you will find that you will use it for that, because
yes.
Focus shot, just to kind of touch on it briefly for those who are interested, focus shot does build a gauge, but it is dependent on how many bars Barrett has. So what we do is we'll route in 2 ATB bars from Barrett at times, so that way when we focus shot, it will actually do a huge chunk of stagger increase as a result of it.
Mm-hmm. So here's chapter 15. As you can see, there's a
boy.
lot of rubble and nonsense going around. So there is a skip in this chapter. I'm gonna let Wody explain it when I go for it so I can focus. But before we get there, there's a little bit of menuing we have to do. I have to throw on the Mithril Saber. I have to give Cloud back his Fury Ring and set up some materia. That way I can take out some of these enemies a little bit faster. So the big thing that I need to do is give Cloud Wind, and then give him Fury Ring, and then I usually debate about giving him Refocus or Subversion, but I feel like Subversion is a little bit better. It's a materia that I picked up in an earlier chapter. Oh, I need the hotbar, Aurora. So what Subversion does is it gives you access to the ability Breach. What Breach does is if an enemy does Reflect, if they do Protect, if they do anything like that, it's supposed to go right through it and break it down, but it costs 2 ATB. It's important for exactly one boss fight, but as Wody also mentioned before, some materia have stat boosting properties, and Subversion actually gives a pretty good boost to magic, so it's good to have on your magic caster or just floating around.
Yep. And coming up here, we have a notorious battle in the speedrun, probably even casually. The battle against the double Cerulean Drakes. And honestly, this battle on easy, on normal, it's never fun for anybody involved. Because as aerial combat tends to be, the Drakes seem to have infinite ATB for some reason. Like most enemies, they do an action and then you do a bunch of basic attacks. The Drakes seem to just spam their abilities like no tomorrow. And honestly, they don't take a lot of damage from most abilities other than arrow. And so we want to contain them as much as possible, and sometimes RNG just doesn't play favor to us. They will fly off, they will use attacks that move really fast and gets them out of range, and you know, a lot of times you lose a lot of time trying to take out the Drakes.
Yep. They did not play nice there. You saw one of them flew out of the arrow spell that I cast, Aurora specifically. That's a downside to both arrow and blizzard-based magic. Both of them have like an initial hit and then have like a timed almost explosion. Unfortunately, they suck.
Yeah.
Bottom line, they suck. Enemies can get out of them and you've already spent your ATB and your MP, and it's just quite frustrating. All right, let's talk about this setup for this skip.
Of course, yeah. Gonna talk about the status because this moves pretty quick. So in a little bit here, after Roy gets to these Roche-like enemies, basically, you know, Roche-like at this point, because they have all the same attacks. They're basically the same character model with a head swap. He's going to do the final potion lag and final skip setup here, and he's going to lag Barrett behind to essentially make sure that he can use the grappling gun at this endpoint here and not trigger a cutscene. Normally what happens here is when you grapple up, you actually fall down and you initiate a gauntlet battle against a bunch of Shinra soldiers. By lagging behind Barrett and triggering the effect, you actually basically just stop that from happening. So now what Roy's going to do is, because Cloud doesn't have null space, he can't really go out of bounds. So he's going to walk on a very somewhat specific path. Roy is most likely staring at his mini-map right now.
I am, yeah.
Yeah, it's honestly, you can't do this without staring at the mini-map. It's very tricky. But essentially, you stare at the mini-map, and from there, you will just go back and forth a bunch of times that trigger this infinite staircase. But he needs to stay in bounds, so pay attention to the map, and you can see where the in-bounds lines are. As long as he stays within the blue area, he won't hit a wall, and it won't disable the effect. And so now he needs to continue the climb. This is the Cloud Skywalker segment, where we're basically climbing to the top by using the force of the air to reach the very top, skipping all these battles, all these ladder sequences, you know. It saves a lot of time because when done optimally, it only takes about a minute. I think the fastest recorded time, from what I understand, our very own glitch hunter Foxy Ditz, I believe he did it in about 58 seconds. I'm not sure if there's somebody who's done it faster than that. But basically, yeah, he climbs to the very top here. Now, he has to turn back around and actually touch this balance beam. As weird as it seems, he has to touch it. It triggers the next sequence of events from happening so we can actually progress things properly. And yeah, from there, he skipped like 8 or 10 battles.
It's a lot. And I also sighed really heavily there because that may have been the skip that I was most worried about. I probably made it look easy, but we were talking about null space and null space disable. So infinite staircase only works if you don't hit a null space area. Yeah. And if you try and even slightly go off the minimap path, it disables your infinite staircase and you ruin the skip. So it's very much like it's probably the most devastating to mess that up, but still, oh god, I feel so good.
Yeah,
but
it feels great when you hit it.
An important thing that skip skips is the boss of this chapter, Valkyrie, showing up here. So I'm sure a lot of people got really frustrated with this part, myself included, casually, and I still hate it in No Major Glitches. For some reason, he doesn't show up here, but all the bullet holes still do. And
yeah, it's a really funny visual.
Yeah, and now we're back completely in bounds and playing as normally.
Yep, and we've got ourselves here the infamous blast ray enemy. This is a tough enemy. Basically, what happens with this enemy is it uses a lot of attacks that will stagger you or mess with your keep, as Roy mentioned earlier, which will interrupt your actions, like concentrated fire. It will bounce you like a ping pong ball, and these guys just take a lot to really knock down. Because the problem is you can't pressurize them. All you can do is deal damage to them, and when you've dealt a certain amount of damage, you will chunk down the stagger gauge. So if you hit him with a Thundara, it will sometimes do a massive increase. Sometimes you can use Tifa's basic attacks to, if she does enough damage, she'll also cause a big add to it. But once you stagger him, you can see here there's this area of effect ability that like pushes you back, meaning you can't really get close to him. And so that's why we have to try and use our ATB to effectively stop that. Now, Roy, I know we haven't heard from Bradderfield in a while. Is this, I think, a good time before we hit Valkyrie?
I would agree. One dono? It's just gonna be some fights. So go ahead, and take it away with some donations.
You got it. We do have something developing here in the donations, so I want to let folks know we have a $5 donation from Nanaki Emmy, who says, "Chat, can I get a $5 train to name a character in Golden Sun Wody? The puns must never end." Yeah, if folks want to have the puntastic commentator as part of Golden Sun Lost Stage, please consider some $5 donations. We could start a train here. And I do have another $5 donation from Mintopia, jumping aboard the $5 train to name a Golden Sun character, Wody. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh
some
my
puntastic. If you've enjoyed the puntastic, wonderful commentary from Wody here, let's see some donations come in for a good cause.
So here we're coming up on another boss fight, Valkyrie. We mentioned it before, but we're gonna melt through this boss pretty quickly. We first have this little runaway section. He always targets Cloud during these runs, so you can actually bait the bullets and just run away from them, just so you don't take additional damage. But phase 1 is gonna be ATB boost Cloud, have Tifa Thundara, Cloud Thundara twice, and it pushes into phase 2.
Yeah, it's basically a 10-second phase. It's very quick, just 3 thunder attacks, and it's basically over. At that point. Oh, you use Thunder. Looks like you have Thunder hotkey to Cloud's X.
I will have to manually menu for Thundara then. I did not realize that I didn't swap it. That must have been why I was doing less damage on the blast rays.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even realize. All right, so luckily I can fix this. This isn't that big of a deal. So from here, Cloud would normally have no ATB here. Barrett would normally have no ATB here. Tifa would normally have no ATB. We can make this work. We can make it work. No worries, no worries.
Yeah.
We're gonna build up a little bit of ATB with Barrett. We got the good pattern here. I'm still gonna give Cloud an ether here just so I can have my what's it called, safe. I'm gonna build up another bar of ATB. He's gonna do some anti-fiend artillery. And I'm gonna swap Cloud real quick. So once we see this, it's actually gonna use an attack called Drill Dive and then Fire Wheel. Drill Dive sometimes doesn't go off if you're not directly under it, but we can parry this. So we're gonna parry that. And then I'm gonna go for the Thundara. I'm gonna have Barrett use a Thundara. I'm gonna have Cloud do another Thundara. And then I'm gonna swap Barrett and do an overcharge because we need to build up some ATB pronto, and then go to Cloud and build up some ATB as well.
Yeah, and the reason why we're doing this is because as we enter phase 3, what happens here is Valkyrie uses an ability called Limiter Override, and essentially what that does is it's going to make Valkyrie immune to magic attacks, and that's a problem. That's going to make a very slow cycle. It's going to make the boss battle take way too long at that point. And so what we need to do is be able to start the phase almost immediately throwing a Thundara at him, and it will pressurize them, stopping him. And then Roy is going to try and bait the laser to basically attack Valkyrie. Now, the one great thing about Easy is that you can actually use a Thundara and sustain the hit from that laser attack as Roy finishes the battle mid-explanation. Now, that's just how quick that last phase goes. We basically bait the attack from the laser, but we summon a Thundara as it happens, so we don't get knocked back from it. And then from there, we just, spam some more thunders with whatever ATB we have left, and basic attacks to kind of finish out that Battle of Valkyrie, and that is chapter 15.
Yep, and that is the last chapter that we'll be doing any types of skips in, which, as the runner, I can tell you I'm very happy that all the skips were relatively first try, except for the backup that I had to do on chapter 11. Every skip went very well, I would say, and then a little bit of cleanup on chapter 10 skip, but I'm pretty happy with that. However, this is also the chapter where we get that donation incentive that you guys so generously donated for. We're going to be taking the stairs, which, if you've played in Final Fantasy VII Classic, you actually know that taking the stairs is faster than taking the elevator because it skips fights. Whereas for this game, not the case. Taking the stairs is about 7.5 minutes slower.
Yeah, it's like 7-ish minutes or so from my experience taking the stairs as well. So yeah, it is a big time loss. Obviously, if you're going for a really low time versus 2 battles when taking the elevators.
Yeah.
But it also, I think, attributes, in my opinion, to probably one of the better crafted moments in terms of game development and how they handle the stairs.
Oh, the stairs are hilarious. Stairs are absolutely hilarious. I love it.
Oh, they're great. Yeah, I look forward to everyone experiencing this, especially if you've never seen this, because it's. And we'll talk about kind of like what to keep an eye out for, like what you see. But instead, first we've got to fight through another gauntlet of enemies. So we've infiltrated the Shinra headquarters. Things have not gone as well as we planned, so now we are dealing with, the nonsense of the garage and all these enemies who are trying to attack us. So here we are trying to get through. Looks like we maybe got some off cycles with the initial grouping, so Barrett and Tifa never joined us. And so it did kind of throw things off, but you know what? We recovered thanks to the power of Magnifiera. And we just continue through. As this goes on, there'll be little breaks between battles, so Roy will have the opportunity to basically throw down some ethers to allow Cloud to heal up his MP, because there's a lot of magic use. Magnifiera definitely helps make this battle a lot quicker. We also hope for some grouping from the extra splash, like right there with the 3 sea soldiers, because they grouped up. The fire that hit both of them also hit them again, thus staggering both of them to allow for a quicker battle. There's dogs, as we know before, that dogs are very RNG heavy because they like to run around, and so sometimes the magic spells don't always catch them if they run behind walls and stuff. So maintaining dogs can be a big factoid into getting through this as effectively as possible. As we continue to just spam, I like to call this the fire spam segment, because it's basically just a lot of fire spam.
It really is.
Take the enemies out one by one.
Yeah.
Usually use a couple ethers, and then here we are coming up into the final battle of it, which is against a lot of enemies. We've got 3 riot troopers, 3 sea soldiers, and 2 dogs. So yeah, there's another battle that can get out of hand very fast. Especially with the riot troopers. As I said before, riot troopers have shields. Shields do not play nice with frontal attacks, so you want to hope that doesn't happen. Now, Roy did try to gain his limit break as soon as possible because he wanted to throw a cross slash at the 3 sea soldiers in hope of getting them caught together. Couldn't quite tell from the angle if he caught both of them. Or if you only caught one of them.
I only caught one, but I caught an extra dog in it as well, so it kind of like evened out. And that's actually not bad at all. The only thing that was especially weird was the first set of enemies. I don't know why Barrett and Tifa didn't kill the enemy. It had no health left, and then it potioned itself, I think, twice. So it was kind of weird.
Yeah, that was another example. Roy's kind of pointed this out earlier, where the AI, when you leave them to their own thing, can kind of do a varying level of actions. If they're pressured, or if they're staggered, they're a lot more aggressive and willing to attack. But when an enemy is only pressured or not pressured, the AI will make 50-50 judgments of like, oh, do I attack? Do I not attack?
Yeah, and unfortunately there they didn't. So the enemy pacing when they came out there was really, really slow and staggered. But regardless, we got through the garage without too much difficulty. Now, unfortunately, we can't continue through because we realized we need a key card to activate either the elevator or get to the emergency stairwell. And the developers realized that they really haven't used Tifa for much at this point in the game, and they wanted to make you see all the work that they put into the Shinra lobby, and then make you jump across a bunch of chandeliers and monkey bars. It's another one of those why is this in the game moments when I would have been completely content with just having a couple fights here in the lobby. But I will say we do have a complete banger of a song here when we actually get to the monkey bar segment. It's very unfortunate for Tifa though. Honestly, I think the developers just either didn't have the time to spend on her or used her time on Barrett, because Barrett is by far the most developed and best story-wise character in this game, 100%. And Tifa unfortunately gets kind of tossed to the side, which is why I very much say that this is one of those moments of, hey, we forgot to do Tifa with something. Oh, I guess just make this section, because it doesn't really add anything gameplay-wise.
Yeah, who doesn't like a little platforming in their JRPG?
Yeah, but let me see your favorite dance emotes. Let's go!
Bring it on.
I want everybody to throw them emotes in the air and monkey bar like you just don't care.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite tracks in the game. To Roy's point, there's actually a bunch of songs that actually play only in very specific parts of the game. We didn't point this out earlier, but when you were playing as Aerith and Tifa in Corneo's mansion, there is a song again that plays there that is once again only allowed, or not allowed, but only available at that point in the game. And so it's just, it's unfortunate we don't get to hear it that often, but it's always nice to hear it when you can.
Yep. But other than that, we're just gonna be going through these monkey bar sections. Now is honestly a pretty good time for maybe a donation if you've got one. I know it hasn't been that long, or if you just want to plug the awesome reason for why we're here.
Oh, absolutely. We do have some donations coming in. Fierce Wolf with $5, simply saying, choo choo! I know that's going towards Wody.
Just need to get across
We have $10. $10 from Swift Shadow saying,
Swift?
the $5 Wody name train looks so good I had to buy 2 tickets for it. Great run and commentary so far. Keep going strong to the end. VII Remake is an amazing game with an amazing community behind it, and this has been an amazing showcase. Ooh, and also $28 from Foxy Dits.
Cool.
That should be $7 for every skip executed, more or less first try.
More or less first try.
I'll have to quickly find Chapter 17 skip and PM you the details. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Foxy. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
So this is the end of our grappling monkey bar section and swinging on and lights and whatnot. The whole reason was to swing into this little section here, grab the key card, and now we can progress to the level. And this segment here, we're probably going to use to talk about story and maybe some game mechanics and things like that. But now we're coming to the stairs. And remember, you guys donated for this. You guys wanted to see the stairs. I thought it was going to be a fast, relaxing speedrun, but stairs. There's a lot of stairs. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, we're going to climb to the resolution.
Yeah.
By elevating our level of skill.
59 floors.
Nothing to
I can hear I can hear the hate.
Yeah, here it comes again with some more puns.
I do actually really like this moment. I think it's really funny and really well handled. The banter back and forth between characters is really funny. And it's just a nice moment of, all right, I'm gonna hold kind of left and tilt the camera. But it also gives us a good time to talk about things that are gonna go on in this chapter, and kind of talk about maybe some of the downfalls in terms of pacing again. You notice that we had this great epic garage battle where we're storming Shinra's headquarters and fighting a bunch of guards in their garage and breaking into here, and now it's even taking the elevator, you have 2 really quick fights, and then after this and after the elevator fight, it's quite literally just, what is it, 4 minutes before another fight, and then another 4 minutes before anything. There's a lot of lot of hand-holding, a lot of exposition. Not all of it's bad. A lot of exposition, a lot of plot, a lot of thick plot.
Yep. The very top.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's basically just a lot of plot development, kind of filling in some of the gaps of what's going on, what's been happening, some of it behind the scenes. So yeah, the chapter itself, pacing wise, is very off balance. It's like Roy said, it's battle, then it's kind of nothing but story stuff, and then it's like a battle.
Yep. And it kind of just shows, I think they wanted to I guess slow the pace a little bit so they could show more of what they did, which is totally fine, and we appreciate it. But it's definitely very obvious when you go back and speedrun it like we do and play the game as often as we do.
Yeah. One cool thing about this segment that keep an ear out for if you can, but basically as you climb and the characters actually get tired, you'll hear the audio actually changes to reflect this.
Yes. Like right
really,
there.
Really cool effect, yeah.
You're sounding better.
And it's funny too, if you look at the bottom right hand corner, you can actually see which floor every character is on, and it might be a little hard to hear because obviously game volume over our volume, but Tifa is actually constantly trying to be peppy and say, hey, you know, we got this. She's waiting for Cloud here.
I was.
So it's just a lot of funny stuff that Tifa is very clearly the most in shape person in the party by far. And I mean, if you look at her, you could pretty much tell that instantly.
What are we waiting for?
Meanwhile, Barrett's couple floors below Cloud and just trying to catch up now.
Really are doing
Cloud downgraded to walking instead of running.
We
Yeah, I
gotta
guess
keep
Barrett skipped out on leg day.
Yeah.
to keep moving.
But I guess Tifa didn't. It's surprising. Her legs don't look that buff.
hard to argue.
Yeah, Tifa's definitely got cardio though. I would agree that Tifa is the cardio queen, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, well, and you also think about like the mini games. So some of the stuff like there are a lot of like side stuff like you can do, especially like in Wall Market, like in chapter 14, before you trigger the climb, and like one of those is a pull-ups mini game with Tifa instead of the squat. So Cloud has the squats mini game, of course, just like the original, but they added in a pull-ups mini game where you use Tifa to do pull-ups.
These stairs ever gonna end?
Those pull-ups are terrible.
Yeah, that was a rough mini game to get the high level one.
Yeah, if anybody's played it, you know immediately. You make one mistake on the highest difficulty for it, and it's over. You might as well quit minigame and start
I
again.
don't think the stairs are talking.
And unfortunately, that is also required for the platinum speedrun. So guys, really come join the community and run platinum % with all of us.
I was
Yes,
joking.
run platinum %.
Yeah, not the easy, any % easier. No major glitches easy. Come run platinum %.
Yeah, actually, one thing I think we're really lucky to have in this community, even with just this game being only on one console at the moment, is that there's actually a lot of categories that can play into everyone's preference when it comes to speedrunning. You know, we have, as you see here, the any % category, which is available in every level of difficulty, both easy, normal, hard, and the new game plus easy and normal. We have a no major glitches category. We have a plat % category, and we actually have 2 category extensions in the form of darts % and demo % as well.
So funny speed tech I just thought of here was having Barrett push you, and I didn't think about that before. And I guess if you can like get it tight enough, he'll just take you a lot further. But he started taking wider berths. He didn't like giving me a boost.
Yeah, the game seems to make it so Barrett like passes you at this point, so it's another one of those like effects where like it has to kind of like make it so he moves a little bit faster than you.
And speaking of moving faster or slower, as you can see, we're on the 52nd floor, 53rd now, and our party's a little bit winded. We're a little tired from running all these stairs, and I would just like to remind everybody, you all donated for this. This is for you. And of course for our great cause. So with that said, I guess we can talk about a little bit of the story aspects of what's going on next. Like we said, we're coming here to rescue Aerith after the events of chapter, what was it, 12? Yeah, after the events of chapter 12. And we've stormed Shinra HQ. We're gonna go find her. We realize that talking with Professor Hojo, or at least following him, is probably our best bet in terms of finding Aerith. But unfortunately, the best way to get through that and get into the upper floors, as we're soon about to find out, is to actually become a visitor and go on this mini tour of Shinra HQ, which includes looking at various weapons and models and projections and movies that Shinra really wants to show you. So we're gonna be going through a lot of that. We're gonna be crawling through some vents later, and fighting a boss fight at the end where Tifa gets to show off again.
We could probably just call it a fetch quest.
Honestly, we really could.
Yeah, it's basically a series of fetch quests where you go from point A to point B. You upgrade your key card. You got story exposition, just filling in more of the gaps. It is unfortunate we do skip all the cutscenes because there is one of the cutscenes we skip is a very, very good cutscene that really adds more to the lore, a lot of the background of the planet and the ancients and Gaia and everything.
Yeah, it talks a lot about them and this idea that there's this secret promised land out there somewhere that has an infinite source of Mako that someone could tap into and just completely solve any energy crisis that are going on in the world. And from there, though, we are done with the stairs. Whew, stairs are done. And from here, we're back on normal track, back on normal pace. We're gonna go speak with this tour guide. That's an AI. She's gonna give us a visitor's pass, and then we're gonna progress on like we were saying. Funny thing, this is the only time in the game that we hear this song, and this is Scarlet's theme? Or is it not? Is it just a song?
I can't remember what the actual title of the track is, to be honest with you. It might be Scarlet's.
Either way, very nice lobby music in my opinion, and one of the better original songs for this game. So I'm definitely appreciative of it. Also worth mentioning, least favorite line from Barrett in the game. So listen to this.
Company man himself.
Yeah, it's just I mentioned this a lot in my own stream and chat and everything, but it's like, this is chapter 16. Even with the skips, we've been with Barrett and Tifa for a while now and been part of, Avalanche for a while now, helping them with everything, helped Barrett rescue his daughter, and helped, or at least tried to stop the plate from falling. And he's acting like he just met Cloud and talking to him like he's some Shinra dog. And it just feels very like bipolar almost, that it's like, hey, you're a Shinra grunt and not someone that I've literally put my life in their hands.
Yeah, I thought the same thing too. I always thought it was kind of an odd line, considering everything that's happened to this point.
Yeah, though I guess we could just say that Barrett's angry because we made him take the stairs.
Here is actually where we see kind of the final extended break. So there's two kind of roughly 55-second cutscenes that play here. So we basically have to watch these, description of Shinra Electrical Company and what they're about and everything. So we can't really do anything until it's done playing. And so this gives us again a kind of quick break if we want to stand up, stretch, maybe depending on your housing layout. If there's something nearby you can grab, then you have enough time to do that. But yeah, it's basically two just under a minute breaks to round out the remainder of the run.
Yeah, and they're the last little bits of a break we can take. Technically, there's a 30-second break we could take at the end of the next chapter, but it's like, it's not really a break. It's more just like a, hey, you stare at a black screen for 30 seconds and hope that the game loads faster.
Yeah, and then timing the next skip that happens mid-load as well.
But I was checking out my items here. Items have rounded out very nicely. Potions don't really matter here, but having 4 high potions, 13 megas, and 6 ethers is good. We're actually going to make our last shopping trip in this chapter as well, and buy such an exorbitant number of ethers that it simply won't matter how many items we have. So I'm actually going to pop one on Cloud right now, just for the sake of doing it, and then throw another one on Barrett. Just to be safe. Some of these models are pretty cool looking though. I like these displays, and you get a better idea as to the hierarchy of Shinra and their people. We learn about Heidegger more. We're introduced to Scarlet and Palmer and Reeves. So there's a lot of really important people in Shinra, and it's something that Barrett actually points out in the elevator ride, but not during the stairs, is that not only is President Shinra to blame for everything that's going on the planet, stealing Mako and having such a lower class of living for the people that are living in the slums, but the people that are in higher positions in Shinra for not doing anything are also guilty. And it gives this really interesting sense of morality into question, whereas you haven't really heard that before. And here's the cutscene that we were talking about that adds a lot of lore dump and is easily the most pretty cutscene in the entire game, but unfortunately we have to skip it.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, very good cutscene. But yeah, we have to skip it because it's a speed run. We ain't got time to be watching cutscenes.
No, we ain't got time.
So we continue our journey of cutscene triggers and cutscene skips and console activations that the entirety of this chapter is made up of.
Yeah, it's definitely a big walking fetch quest, as Wody kind of alluded to. The big thing that happens here is as we're going on our tour and upgrading our visitor pass so we can access new levels, is we're actually intercepted by the mayor's assistant, who tells us that we need to go with him. And then we have a conversation with the mayor where he explains that we're a bunch of idiots, and after making such a ruckus in the garage, of course someone is looking out for us and, you know, stopping from security getting called. And we actually totally find out that he is the mole that Avalanche has planted on the inside of Shinra, where Barrett is very surprised because, you know, he thought HQ of Avalanche, meaning outside of Midgar, did not care, where that is clearly not the case. They've just been working the long game.
Sometimes you gotta work the long game.
Pretty late.
Exactly.
People are still here dealing with.
But first things first, we get a new key card from the mayor, and he tells us that we're going to need to go find a collaborator that also works with Avalanche. Avalanche, yeah, great. Avalanche. And if we speak with him, he'll give us a new key card that will lead us to a later floor. And then we can keep chasing after Professor Hojo and Aerith and hopefully find and rescue her. That is our only goal currently, is rescue Aerith and then leave. So keep that in mind.
Combat sim.
And keep
However, I
that in
wonder if
mind.
this is the guy.
For battle in a
Is this the guy? Everyone in chat, what happens if we say the mayor? And who is the mayor?
Say what?
Do you know what will prove your
The
worth?
best.
We have a state of the if you beat the Sith,
The best.
Exactly. So from there, he basically says, you know, I know you were sent by the mayor, but I don't really know you. So in order for me to trust you and to guarantee that you're good at what you do, please go ahead and do this easy round of the combat sim, and then I'll give you the key card, which is kind of dumb.
Yeah, so we've got a battle in the simulator here against two cutters. This is also the game's way of introducing the combat simulator, which is another piece of extra content one can play in the game. It does add a bunch of like hard, really challenging battles, especially on hard difficulty, where some of the trophies for the plat percent will come from. Yep. Taking on the Pride and Joy. There's also the Marlboro enemy, which has one of the enemy skills. So yeah, this is where you kind of get introduced to it.
And you get some classic little fanfare wins for finishing it out. We didn't really talk about them in chapter 9 when we were in the Cornell Cup, but it's actually nice to see those little, hey, we won the fight, let's see those classic FF7 win poses. Really nice little touch. But talking about nice little touches, for those of you that have played Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core, you might remember one of Cloud's friends from his like Shinra grunt days, named Kunzel. There's a cutscene that we skip here where a Shinra guard actually recognizes Cloud and mentions that he'll go get Kunzel. So I like that as like a nice little nod of continuity that, hey, Kunzel's still doing his own thing. He's a guard in Shinra HQ, and people still know Cloud and recognize Cloud. And of course, Cloud has a really bad headache and can't remember this guard at all.
No, he can't.
Yep. So having finished with the combat sim, we got our new keycard. We're going to chase after Professor Hojo, who we believe to be on the 64th floor in a board meeting. So let's do you want to talk about vents?
Sure, I'm happy to vent the frustration we have when it comes to these things. So, vents have a really, honestly, wonky control aspect to them. So, you basically can only go in one direction, and that's forward. So with the way the venting works is we just move forward, but when you come to a corner, that's where it gets to be a bit awkward. When you have two different directions you can go in, you can't just hold forward. You have to actually push left or right. And so what can happen is that if you don't time it properly, or if you do it too early or too late, Cloud will just awkwardly stop or pause as a result. And so that can cause a little bit of a time loss. So the fluid motions can take a little bit to kind of know the timing of when to actually change the angle for it.
Yep. But I think that's it about venting. If you want to give us maybe a donation or two while we're crawling through these and trying our best to not lose our minds, that would be great.
Absolutely. We do have a $10 donation from Votes for Cows. Says, loving the run. One of my favorite games the last few years, and it's nice to see just how efficient you can make the fight. Great work.
Thank you.
We are. Oh, yeah. We also have $5 from Ladar. $5 donation train for my fellow lover of bad puns. Do you know any good bean puns? I'm sure the gang from the Outer Worlds would love some examples. This one goes for, of course, Wody for Golden Sun. Thank you so much.
The only bean pun we have from this is Aisha Beans, but that was back in chapter 3.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta be careful with my puns sometimes. Don't worry, my girlfriend eye rolls me too.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Woody was talking about movement in the vents. We were 0 for 2 in that movement. It's super awkward. It's super tight. But it's the second time in this chapter that we were forced to take a really awkward moving segment. And very similar to Monkey Bar is not fun. And it definitely pads a lot of time. I would have preferred if they kept it like they did in original FF7, where it's like one screen and then bam, cutscene. Something else funny to mention, I know Woody brings this up a lot, is there's actually still in the game a little bit, but if you try and access any of those other like grates in the vents that you like see into, the game can actually soft lock, and I think it was the earliest known soft lock and still kind of exists now.
Yeah, shortly after the game came out, there were news articles of the soft lock, people saying that they can't progress the game or they have to reset their game because of something in the vent there.
That doesn't sound great at all.
Oh my goodness.
No, it doesn't.
I thought you were my friend. What happened?
Too.
What happened? I'm out here alone.
You were the chosen one.
You underestimate my power.
Oh no. All right, so real quick, we're gonna do our last shop before a relatively easy boss fight. We're gonna buy 20 ethers. That's gonna be literally it and items for the rest of the game. We're gonna have Tifa Fury Ring because this is gonna be the Tifa show. Like we mentioned, bosses are really good for her. And start getting ready for it. This is Specimen. Those of you that have played FF7 original, you might remember this. It's the first fight that you have red for. We don't get red until after this fight, but I would like to at least mention that you should probably remember it. Wody, please take it away, as you have been doing oh so well before, so I can punch this loser.
Of course. So as all these boss battles go, this is going to be quick, so I'm going to try to be fast. Basically, the Specimen, as we all know and love, is this giant, hulking, ugly creature of sorts that is, well, basically trying to stop us. So what we're going to do here is we're going to break the claw in phase 1, because if you break the claw, it pressurizes the Specimen, and thus we do, just like we've been doing this entire time, we have been building that stagger gauge as we try to basically push phase 1 without staggering him. Now, what happened there was Specimen does do an ability called Siege, and the trouble with Siege is it will basically hold your character in place, and he does like to dunk you down. So now Roy is trying his best to damage him. It looks like we got it. So we did get it to where we were able to push without staggering the enemy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Siege is where he will grab you and he will dunk you, and the only way to get away from it is either to parry away or to use Star Shower because of the high level of keep that it has, and that will stop him from grabbing you. So now with phase 2, just like we've been always doing, we are going to basically immediately start with a stagger. Now we have to be careful because sometimes Specimen likes to use a move called Rake, where he will charge at you with an attack, and that can definitely mess up pathing if you get hit by it or get knocked in the air and lose some time. So we stagger the boss and then do the thing we've done before. We do some dive kicks, do some punches, do some fires, basically chunk down that HP and push right into phase 3. And phase 3 is where we're going to get the you're going to see an explosive amount of detail as we go in for a explosive showcase, as I use that word redundantly, but we're going to do what we've been doing. We're going to do some Star Shower into Somersaulting, and it's basically going to leave Specimen with no HP, but because it is an animation that must be completed, he will stand there at 1 HP or 0 HP, however the game handles it, and so we will just need to basically touch him one time, hit him one time, either a spell from Barret, punch from Tifa, and there the battle is now over. What a great showcase of Specimen. You really showed a specialization in that battle.
That was really bad.
That was really bad.
That was I don't know what you're going for there.
I don't either. I just try. You know what? That's my beauty. If I can make one person laugh, I think the pun succeeded.
So here we have just like kind of like an end of the chapter, like I guess enemy rush is the best way of putting it, because it's just like a real quick fight. but this fight matters a little bit more. Can you talk about armored troopers while I focus real quick?
Yeah, armored troopers are an interesting enemy that we only fight in this one specific battle, but you got to be careful with them. So the thing about armored troopers is they take a lot of damage from... Basically, you have to beat them up, and you have to make sure you don't weaken them too much until they're staggered. Because what will happen there is they will eject. And if they eject, they do a massive amount of area of effect damage to you, sometimes one-shotting your characters.
Yeah,
and
I've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it too. It's happened to me a few times, especially on normal. So what we have to basically do there is try to stagger them using like Star Shower, hopefully catching them together. And then from there using a Thundara to basically weaken them and complete them. Because what will happen, you're probably wondering, is if they explode, they will instantaneously become a different enemy, the Enhanced Shock Trooper, which runs around the stage on skates. They move really quickly, kind of like the dogs. They can use a twister move that bounces you in the air. And so managing them can be a bit of a problem as they move a lot.
Their walk also has keep for some reason. So,
yes, it does.
So you can use magic on it, and they might just not care and just keep moving. So things like Blizzard, which is good for them normally, they can just skate right through it.
Yeah, it's rough.
But there's our kind of end of the chapter. We're out of 16 and into 17. We're into simultaneously the worst and the best chapter in the game. And we also officially have Red in our quote-unquote party. FF7 Remake, unfortunately, is not the full length of, FF7. So we have Red showing now, essentially. And he's going to act as almost like an AI party member. There's going to be moments where he's going to be incredibly helpful. Or there's going to be some moments where he doesn't really do anything. More times than not, I would say Red is probably the most consistent party member. Purely for AI control. Quite literally, like, if you do the same thing 10 times out of 10, he'll react the same way 10 times out of 10. And the only thing that ever gets weird with him is whether in his free time he decides to use other moves that don't really impact the fight. So honestly, Red, best boy, which we already pretty much knew.
Yeah, Red's great. Definitely one of the crowning points of the programming with this game, unlike the doors. But it is very helpful in knowing how to manage Red. And so using like triple slash will almost always guarantee you that Red will use a Stardust Ray, which is a great area of effect move to with magic damage to help kind of melt down some of the enemies. And here we have our first glimpse of the unknown entities. You actually fight these in chapter 13, but we did skip that chapter, so we never did get to see the underground laboratory where they came from.
Yep.
These creatures are basically experiments of Hojo. Honestly, it's been a minute, so I feel like I'm missing some more details about what they are. But yeah, they're basically
they were
failed
made,
experiments.
Yeah, they were used. They were made using Genova cells to try and kind of like recreate it, and that's why they're like monstrous and hideous and like nightmarish looking in that regard. But they are relatively easy to deal with. They're also weak to ice. Which you find out in chapter 13, and they absorb thunder. So you'll see them casting thunder-related magic like Thundaga a lot. Generally, you want to stop them from being able to do it. They're not that big of a threat.
No, yeah, they go down pretty fast, so they're not usually too threatening to deal with. The couple times we do have to fight them.
Yeah, but here's kind of the part of the chapter where we're not really happy. The party is forced to a split. We have like a vision of Sephiroth, and then it ends up being real, and the rest of the party can actually see him for once. So once Cloud kind of like shakes the headache off, he just jumps at him immediately, and they destroy the walkway that they're on, and everyone scatters into the under part of Hojo's laboratory, which is called the
Drum.
So now we're basically trying to find the rest of the party members, and we're gonna try and escape because we have Aerith, but going backwards wasn't an option, unfortunately, once we got Aerith, so we had to keep going forward, and Hojo had basically almost a trap ready for us. So now we have to go through a bunch of Hojo's experiments, his machines, his monsters, reunite with the party, and then I believe the goal now is to get to the roof where Avalanche has a convoy helicopter waiting to take us to safety.
Need a hand?
Yep.
Thanks.
And so this is also the part of the game where instead of creating a sequence where you can pick and choose your party members and swap between them freely, as Roy was pointing out, we're all kind of separated. So what will happen here is the nice little ode to the original game. We'll use a PHS terminal at very specific points to swap between Cloud and Barret, and Tifa and Aerith. Well, Cloud, Barret, and Red 13, and then Tifa and Aerith. And we do that as we climb the drum, going through different wards, a lot of battles, which also means that there's a lot of menuing and a lot of materia swapping, because we have been skipping a lot of content. And to effectively do the last couple boss battles, we would like to get ourselves Fyraga. And to do that, we have to move the materia around, at least fire. But we also want to move things like First Strike around, because by this point First Strike is level 2. You know, it's going to give us a lot more ATB, so we can start battles almost immediately with attacks, with abilities. Of course, ATB boost to help with some of the battles. So yeah, unfortunately we do have to do a fair amount of menuing each time we swap characters. Maybe not a fair amount, but enough to be as optimized as possible for the battles.
The other unfortunate part is that we have to deal with easily the 2 worst types of enemies in the game, or maybe not the 2 worst, but Monodrive Monodrive 2s are really bad.
Yep,
like atrociously bad. You see, you can see this thing's already just being evasive, quite frustratingly.
Yeah,
I'm willing to spend as much ATB on them as possible immediately, basically.
Yeah, sometimes I unfortunately I think I do lose some time, because I do try to play the like non-ATB game to save it for the end of this battle against the Moth unit. But yeah, what Roy's alluding to is the reason why those Mark IIs are really annoying is because they can either be immune to magical attacks or immune to physical attacks. And ideally you want them immune to magic attacks, because if you hit them with a magic attack, it will actually remove their shield and pressurize them easier, so you can kind of hold them in place better and just kind of chunk them down. When they're immune to magic, though, they fly around, as you saw the Roy was chasing them and trying to catch up to them, and they just be very evasive, and they're just very annoying. You lose a lot of time with them.
Yep. And the other enemy is the Moth unit, which you saw actually went pretty well. It has this giant spinning blade on the bottom of it, and since it counts as a physical attack, Cloud can actually parry it with Punisher mode. On normal, they're actually pretty scary. On easy, they're kind of a joke, but they're still annoying. They don't pressure at all, unless you do very specific things to them, which are too slow. So generally, we just like to use thunder-based magic on them, like Thundara, like we have been on all machine-type enemies throughout the game. So generally, if I don't have ATB, or I've used an ATB boost already, running into them and then swapping into a parry from Punisher mode is a really, really easy way to gain ATB, and you're going to see me do that a lot later in this chapter, specifically to learn the ability from the weapon I just picked up, Twin Stinger, which has the ability Counter Stance, which I know we were talking up Star Shower a lot. I think Wody and I disagree on this a little bit, but I believe Counter Stance to be the most broken ability in the game, which I also think will probably be nerfed in the sequel.
Yeah, and I only picked Star Shower over Counter Stance just because you get Star Shower like so much earlier in the game, so you get to use it a lot more. Because you don't get Counter Stance until like this point, and outside of the drum, and then like one boss battle or 2 boss battles, you don't get to really enjoy the OP-ness of Counter Stance as much.
Yeah, the important thing to remember about Counter Stance, where Punisher parry, it greatly reduces the amount of damage that you take coming in, and only works on physical attacks. Counter Stance is Cloud's 2nd most damaging move outside of Infinity's End. Only costs 1 ATB, and counters on any type of move that's not a grab or an ultra cinematic. So I'm talking like, you know, tentacle whips, enemies trying to bite you, magic. And it reduces the damage to 15% of what you normally would have taken. And that's why I like Counter Stance so much, because it's the most important thing is that you can go ungo bungo with it, meaning you get a chance to just go really aggressive in the middle of combat, and Counter Stance you can actually cancel into at any time. So literally any action, anytime you feel like it, just Counter Stance. You know, not liking a situation, Counter Stance.
You know, Roy, I have to say that was a good counter to your stance on this whole thing.
Oh, good.
Come on. Give them hell.
totally worth it. So we have here the final battle against the Blast Rays, arguably one of the more annoying enemies, especially on normal. On easy, not as bad, but yeah, like normal, they're just awful.
Yeah, they're just more annoying than anything.
Yeah, just super annoying. They do a lot of damage. They can interrupt your actions like crazy. It's just, yeah, it's bonkers. And they really ray down on us at the end of the day. So here we've wrapped up this kind of mini segment of Buried in Cloud. So now what we're going to do is we're going to activate the next ward. So this is where you start to see the power of the character swap that is going to start happening. Because now we're going to swap to Tifa and Aerith and use them for a little while now.
We access the central terminal.
Yeah, and like what he had mentioned before, easily the part that makes this chapter especially bad is just swapping back and forth and the menuing. So let's see if I can do this well. So first I'm going to Fury Ring, then I'm going to, it's Cogbangle. I'm meant to give her Fury Ring, give her earrings, Magnify, Fire, Thunder, ATB Boost, First Strike, Tifa's that, and Wind. And then Tifa still has First Strike, so that's good. And then settings into Blizzara Magnified, and just Thunder. So not that bad. But we basically have to do all that materia swapping and equipment swapping every time we go back and forth between the party. The cool thing about this part is we get more of a show of Tifa, and especially Star Shower, swiping through all of those enemies immediately.
Ooh, they grouped up.
Yeah, they grouped up really nicely there. So the bigger one that I'm worried about is there's going to be a fight with 8 dogs. And it can either be one of the fastest fights in the game and you Star Shower once and it gets all the dogs for some reason because they all decided to run at you, or you only get one and all the dogs decide to scatter or stay in their cages for literally no reason. So we're going to hope that it's the prior, of course, because, you know, we trying to go fast and maybe go a little unga bunga with Tifa too.
Yeah, the Bloodhounds can definitely be all over the place sometimes. You can sometimes bait them by standing in the corner for them to come and group up on you. Plus, they also come out of the cages at varying times too. So sometimes the battle will start and there's only a couple that have been released from the cage. Sometimes there'll be more.
Like literally just happened, unfortunately.
Like literally just happened, unfortunately.
So that was a pretty bad fight, unfortunately. 2 of the dogs straight up did not leave their cages until we got over there. And it's just one of those parts where enemy AI is gonna enemy AI. But now that we're on from there, we get introduced to another new enemy type. You always pronounce the name better than I do, so I'm gonna let you talk about them.
I assume it's pronounced this way as Zenenes. Is how I've always kind of read it. Basically, Zenene is another kind of creature as part of like Hojo's experiments. They can be a little bit of an annoying battle because they have a bound move, they can poison you, they can roll, so they do make hitting with magic a little difficult. Now, most monsters... Or Star Shower,
like
exactly,
you saw me miss it there.
Yep. Because in this game, as Roy kind of alluded to with magic, when it comes to Thunder on machines, beast creatures are generally weak to Blizzard moves, for instance.
So dogs...
Zenenes... really
failed experiments.
Failed experiments.
I guess they're beasts too.
Yeah, they're kind of like creatures. Yeah. And so we can use Blizzard. Plus Blizzard also, as you saw there, will pressure Zenene and kind of stop them and kind of put them where they're at. And you know, if you get it and it lands, that's nice. But yeah, sometimes they dodge, they dance out of the way, so it doesn't always land the way you would like them to. But they are definitely not the most annoying enemy you find in this chapter. That is going to be the sledge worms that we'll see in a little bit.
But that was actually a pretty good fight, so I'm happy with that. They stood still and let, Aerith cast Magnified Blizzara. But we've got some other stuff to take care of real quick. We've got some sentries, which I feel like are the most out of place thing in this entire chapter, which is weird to say. It's the only time we see them, and it just doesn't make sense to saw they're there.
Yeah, I agree. They're definitely kind of an odd placement because there's no other sentries for the entirety of it. And plus, my other thought process was like, you've got 3 sentries with missile launchers. What are you protecting or fighting that requires that amount of artillery to kill somebody with,
Yeah, so those specifically just seem really out of place where most of the other enemies, I'm like, all right, I can kind of see why this is there. But this is the end of Tifa and Aerith's first segment, and we're gonna have a quick menu. If you've got them, maybe another quick donation.
Oh, I got him.
Okay.
We have $5 from Deedlid, who says, Wody is the best. Wody's nothing less. Everyone says he's better than the rest. Choo choo!
Oh yeah.
Going more for the naming of the for Wody in Golden Sun Lost Stage, and can I say he's climbing up the ladder in the rankings of these names, climbing the stairs maybe even. We have some more when there's time. Just let me know.
Elevating the competition.
You go. Okay.
Yeah.
$10 from Sebastian. Such a great event. Had to donate to a great cause and a great speedrunning community. You know I had to donate for the Wody B Pog in Golden Sun.
Oh heck yeah.
Yeah. Thank you
right.
so much.
So thank you guys so much for your generous donations. Really appreciate it. But now back into a riveting gameplay of running through really awkward laboratory halls. So
doors and stuff.
Yeah. So we actually finally just threw on Twin Stinger finally. And like I said, we're going to be learning counter stance. We're not going to learn it in this fight. Instead, we're going to force Red to do Stardust Ray by doing triple slash. And there's Stardust Ray. And unfortunately, he didn't get one of them. And I got bounced back, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, that roll attack can definitely cause you to get stunned a bit, which does delay some time. But yeah, Roy is going to get through this battle here, and he is going to take them as fast as he can. Now, we are using Twin Stinger, so this is the part where, as we mentioned before, weapon abilities require us to use them, and so we need to use them because Twin Stinger, while a cool design-looking weapon, at least for me, is kind of a terrible weapon overall. It doesn't really have one strength over the other. It's kind of just in the middle. All we need it for really is counter stance. So we want to learn it as fast as possible because we want to be able to switch back to Hard Edge, Cloud's best physical weapon, especially when we get to a couple of the upcoming battles.
Yep, exactly. So the big goal is to learn it literally just in this fight and then take it off immediately. Same with kind of how we were doing with Feathered Gloves.
Wasn't planning on it.
And unfortunately, he decided not to attack Cloud, so we're gonna have to change this up a little. So there's gonna be a lot of sounds. I apologize.
Yeah, this is a very it's a very flashy moment, as you can see here, because we're basically just counter-stancing and counter-stancing, because you gain extra proficiency by triggering counter-stance. So one thing we didn't really point out at times was to learn abilities as fast as possible, you wanted to do the proficiency bonus, and every weapon has a different thing you have to do for the proficiency bonus. So if you remember, calling back to the chapter 11 skip, before Roy finished the chapter, he would use a star shower and then do something like whirling uppercut afterwards. Yep. The reason why he did that was to gain that 30%, I do believe it's 30% proficiency bonus. So that way, instead of only gaining 10% per use, which would require 10 uses of the ability, it only requires maybe 3 to 4 uses of it to pull off. And here we have Sledgeworms. Yeah, whack-a-mole at its finest, everybody. So Sledgeworms are a bit of an annoying enemy because the way they work is that as you attack them and they take damage, the lower their health gets, when it reaches a certain threshold, they actually become more evasive. And so what happens there is you have to be careful because you go in for an attack or you try to use ATB, they may duck into their hole and actually just dodge you. This actually was a really good battle. I'll tell you right now, that does not always happen.
I'm actually really confused because I don't think any of them ran away at all.
They didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't worm their way out. They never wormed their way out of it.
Nope. You messed it up. Too late. You missed the pun.
No, I didn't. You cut me off. No.
We're done. But once we're done with those, we're coming on to kind of a mini boss fight. It's here we go. Not really difficult. So we're gonna fight this thing called Brain Pod, which after we deal half damage to it, is gonna use something called a flashbang, which literally just stuns us for like 25 seconds. And unfortunately, it also poisons us as soon as it does it, which I think is a bunch of malarkey. And the poison, for some reason, takes forever to tick down here. But literally all the damage we take here is going to be from poison. But then the point is to get all of these as best as we can. Sometimes you can use counter stance, sometimes you can't. Really kind of a crapshoot what you're going to end up going for. I like going for triple slash because it feels more consistent, and it forces Red to use Stardust Ray again. So once I get the second, just another Stardust Ray. And that's going to stagger a bunch of things, and I'm going to triple slash. And we're going to triple slash again. And I'm going to have Barret go for some Thundaras.
Yeah, we're using all the big brain strats right now. But yeah, the enemy multiplies as you see there. No, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, the enemy multiplies. Things can vary. They sometimes can knock you out. They can do the spinny attack. I think they even heal themselves sometimes.
Oh yeah, they have a life siphon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a life siphon move. Move. But yeah, so now we're out of the ward as we continue our trek up and down stairs, down hallways. This should be wrapping up momentarily here, the Barret and Cloud section. And then we'll be switching back to Aerith and Tifa. But we, in a moment here, are going to need to save one of our teammates.
Yeah, so as you've seen, Red has been jumping across these gaps and triggering these levers for us in situations that we cannot. However, his luck in terms of triggering these has kind of run out, unfortunately, and he's going to be caught a little bit off guard and separated from the rest of the party. So Cloud and Barret are basically going to shout down to Tifa and Aerith that we've been cut off, and we have to go rescue him, essentially. And we're gonna deal with some enemies real quick. I'm just gonna skip a cutscene. Red is gonna fall to the lower level. We're gonna jump across these platforms that Red made for us, and then swap again to Tifa and Aerith so they can go rescue Red. And it's supposed to be like a timed thing. I've never seen Red's HP go all the way down, so I don't really know what happens. I don't know if it's another fake one, but I would assume Red can die here. Obviously, we don't want that to happen, so we're gonna try and be speedy, but also materia and equipment again, because you know we gotta
keep that swap happening.
Exactly.
The materia swap. But yeah, we'll have a couple battles. Oops, sorry.
I said I'm gonna throw Fury Ring back on Aerith here and Power Scrubs back on Tifa.
Come on, really?
It's just some real quick magic stuff that we're gonna be, you know, optimizing, and hopefully I can get that stagger, which we did not. I'm gonna Thunder.
Yeah, so you see there what we were trying to talk about in the previous battle was the enemies will run away. So when their health gets low, they're more likely to run away and evade. So sometimes they'll troll you and they'll just go like crazy and just keep running. Sometimes you get close to one, they'll kind of stand up and leave, so you'll find yourself wasting ATB in some cases to take them out. And then here we have the enhanced shock troopers I was talking about earlier. And actually, that was a really good battle.
Yeah, that was that kind of just came out of nowhere. I can't really see them though. Oh, there they are.
Yeah, the battle with the enhanced shock troopers actually went really well. The area of effect from Blizzara seemed to, plus Tifa's whirling uppercut, seemed to catch them at the right time to take them both out. And here we have the final battle with the unknown entities to save Red. What Roy was saying when he was saying before about how he couldn't see them, the starting point of that battle seems to change a lot. Sometimes they're grouped up in a corner, sometimes they're up some stairs, sometimes they're down some stairs. You just kind of have to find where they're at and go take them out as fast as you can.
Exactly. And now that we've caught up with Red again, we're going to use him for literally the same thing that Barret and Cloud were using him for, and push on into more of the area. Funny enough, this actually tracks back around to where Cloud and Barret were back kind of towards the beginning-ish of the chapter with the central terminal. So we're going to use this to basically make a bridge. Aerith's going to lament that this elevator doesn't work, and that's going to be our way out, essentially. We need to use this elevator to escape, or so we think. So we think. Yeah.
Should I talk about what's coming next?
I mean, you can talk about Swordipede. I really talk about Swordipede. I did get my second orb of gravity, and I have Flyraga, so I'm
you've been keeping track?
Yep.
Yeah, so in a moment here, after Roy gets to one more battle with Tifa and Aerith, he's going to switch back to Cloud and Barret. And what's going to happen here is we're going to see yet another enemy who was a random encounter in the OG game turned into a boss battle. Honestly, I really like the design they went with. for the remake version of it. It looks really cool, very mechanical in design, very different from the OG version. That's the Swordipede. The Swordipede battle is interesting because we have so many strats for Swordipede, because up until this entire point, we've been trying to... I know I'm not great at keeping track of this. I'm not sure how often Roy keeps track of it, but there's an item that select enemies will leave behind called a grab of orb of gravity. Orb of gravity. And the orb of gravity is the one item outside of a grenade that we may use in the run if we got lucky with the drops. The reason being is because in phase 1, when you use the orb of gravity, it will actually chunk down the HP of the monster, pushing it straight into phase 2, basically effectively making the first phase like a 10-second process, 15-20-second process, give or take. Really helping alleviate the weight of the situation, really, the gravity of it all.
Oh my god. That was a stretch on that one.
Yeah, I know, but that's the beauty of my puns. They're either going to come out well, or they're going to come out really poor, and I enjoy them either way.
Oh my goodness.
And with that said, when phase 1 ends, I'm talking about this now because this is like a 40-second battle and done optimally. Is we'll move to phase 2, which is going to be Aerith and Tifa. So we've got the orbs. We're going to basically use the power of First Strike to immediately throw them. Now, what will happen is sometimes when you have Barrett do it, he will roll before he throws it, so there's a bit of a delay, and then he did get hit, and actually looks like Swordipede got out of range.
Yeah.
And so that actually is delaying this phase just a little bit.
Yeah.
But there we go. We've got it happening now. So Roy is going to trigger a menu. So some of the battles will let you menu in between them, because this allows us to put First Strike back on Tifa and Aerith, because ideally what we want to do here is we need Aerith. Now Aerith unfortunately had a bad damage ATB roll, so not as much ATB as we'd want. But we get 2 bars and we throw double Firaga, because when Swordipede is hit by the Firaga, it actually stuns and stops what he's doing, and we do a world dive and the battle's over. Seeing this is why I explained early, because as I finish explaining, the battle's done. And that's it. Swordipede over. It's a very quick battle, straightforward. But there's other versions of doing that battle without the Orb of Gravity. You can definitely use something like Cloud with Mithril Saber and throw Thundara. You could use Overcharge with Barrett, Thundara. There's definitely plenty of ways to recoup that battle without the Orbs of Gravity. But for those of you who want a guarantee, fun fact, there is a chest in Chapter 12 that will guarantee you 2 Orbs of Gravity, if you really want to pick it up. But you do lose like 30 seconds, I want to say, picking it up, because then you have to run away from a battle and stuff.
And I'm also just doing some quick menuing real quick just to throw on cross slash for Cloud, give him the Fury Ring back, and give him a First Strike and ATB boost materia. How we have it set up currently is Cloud has Subversion, which is used to remove Barrier and Mana Ward or Reflect, and Tifa has whatever she has, Parry. But Aerith has every element, as well as a First Strike, which is the important thing. And I remembered to throw the Time Materia onto Barrett, because we're going to need that for a boss fight later, and I just didn't want to forget it. And I figure, why not just do it now?
Yeah, and as you see on the ground here, and the emptiness of that chamber, this is a very iconic moment, slightly, of course, altered, due to the nature of it from the original. But for those of you who played the original, we kind of know what's sort of going to happen here, or what this is alluding to, and that's Genova. But the remake decides to change things up a little bit and actually have us fight Genova, which in the original game you don't do until the ship of Junon.
Yeah, where you go to Kosovo Sol. So what's great about this though is Genova is probably mechanically, I think, the best fight in the game, because it makes you think sometimes outside the box, do things that you wouldn't normally do. It really highlights why counter stance is great. I might not do it as much as I normally would in like other types of speedruns for this, because we have a set strategy. Also, the last phase is a complete banger because they remixed actual Genova's theme. But obviously, before we get to that, we've got a couple phases beforehand. And every party member is going to be useful in this fight. No one is just going to be having idle hands, which is really great. Unfortunately, during a cutscene, Barrett is actually fatally stabbed by, I think it's the Sephiroth clone, which we also later find out some nonsense that's going on. But Barrett seemingly dies in a cutscene that we skip here and can't participate in this fight. However, Red does join us, so Red will also be participating. And we'll see what we can do from there. Wody, take it away.
Of course. So after this 16-second cutscene skip that we have to wait out, we will start the battle. So Genova is, like Roy was saying, it's a pretty awesome battle. There's a lot to it, a lot to manage, a lot to take into consideration. Genova will have the body and, of course, 2 tentacles. Genova uses a lot of attacks. Genova can do a move that pushes you away, can do an area of effect move, can attack you with a giant laser beam of sorts. But you know what? We've made it so we try to avoid all that by breaking the tentacles. So what Roy basically did there is broke the tentacles, pressurized the boss, and then threw a Blizzara with Aerith to heavily increase that stagger gauge. Because Blizzard, while a low damaging ability, is a very high pressure affecting ability. And so now we moved on to phase 1.5, where we just continue to wail on Genova. And this is where we get to see where counter stance or parry is going to come into play. Basically, you pressurize, you attack, she tries to hit you with the laser move. Now, this is where a cycle rejection and resolution, I think is the name of the move, where she will either be immune to physical or immune to magic. Now, if you're on cycle, she's going to be immune to magic each time you do this. And so that's why we have the breach materia, because we basically pressurize and immediately trigger breach, removing it off of her so Aerith can throw a Blizzard to help blast that pressure gauge up high, and bam, here we are in the phase 2, aka the tentacle phase.
Yeah.
What happens in the tentacle phase is you can't really do anything to Genova at the start. You have to take out these tentacles. So what we basically do is we go through 3 cycles of tentacles to, well, basically get to where we can fight Genova again. And so we, just wail on with Cloud, we use Triple Slash, we use Punisher mode, we use Cleave. Ideally, we're just going from tentacle to tentacle to tentacle, and really just whipping out the competition with these attacks. Now, in the last phase, they are grouped up pretty heavily, and so what Roy's going to try to do here is he's going to throw a magnified Blizzara at a group of tentacles to basically take down 3 to 4 of them at a time, to help kind of shorten the phase up a bit. Because once the phase is over, and you know the phase is over, because Genova will be pressurized. And at that point, we're going to cook her goose and take her down and basically move into the final phase. I don't know why I made a pressure cooker joke there, but I felt the need to. And so now we have the pressure happen, and so from there we're going to counter. And she's once again, well, she was weak to the magic reflect, but we didn't need it because we staggered, which removes the reflection. So now we're going to force it into the next phase, which is where the best part of the track is happening. So chat, I want to see them jam emotes, sour pleases, cat jam, rat jam, the unofficial woe jam, because I haven't made it yet. Whatever jam and emote you got, flashing through that chat there. And let's jam out to this tune as Roy wrecks Genova here in the final phase. Because basically the final phase should ideally go pretty fast. What's going to happen is we want to pressurize Genova, and then we're either going to breach to remove the shield move, or we're going to throw a magic move with Aerith, which will stagger, and if done properly, should stagger. Sometimes the timing can be a little tight, and what I did mention is Genova will use these kind of black hole of dooms at the bottom, and those black hole dooms will actually stop you. Since we're not immune to stop, it can interrupt the entire battle. In this case, she also did like cast aside, it pushed you away. So she's actually fighting back pretty hard to prevent Roy from beating her.
I got a really bad pattern. One of the stop orbs spawned on Aerith. So while she was trying to cast, what's it called? And I'm actually going to take a safety bench here because Aerith was like in dangerously low HP. But all in all, we got through the fight. It was weird that I had both Limit with Cloud and Tifa. Usually it's one or the other, whoever gets lucky or whoever gets bullied the most. However, it made it kind of like a backup strat for that going wrong, because even without doing Star Shower, Tifa still does ridiculous damage, even with her Limit. So I just had her Limit, and then Cloud tried to Limit. And then, of course, it did the push away thing on the last hit that would have killed it. But, you know.
But hey, we suffice, and now we continue. So one thing we didn't point out is this part of the chapter 17, which is the end part, is actually a giant boss rush mode. From Swordipede into Genova, and now into everyone's favorite pretty boy, Rufus Shinra himself.
I love Rufus. This is like, if they only nailed one character, they got Rufus 100% right, and it's great. So this fight's gonna be fast, so. I mean, I can probably talk about it just because of how simple it is. But essentially, first phase is going to be Darkstar and Rufus together. We're going to do enough damage to get Darkstar to the point where he can't do anything else. This chopper is going to fly away, and then we're going to do enough damage to finish off Darkstar to the point where he'll leave the fight. Then it'll be just Rufus and Cloud, in which the game actually has it coded in that Rufus will stagger to 3 moves that Cloud can do. One is Limit, which we won't have. One is Infinity's End, which is really slow. And the other is Braver. And Braver is really funny, if I can get it to work how it's really supposed to look in this fight. So definitely look for that. And go ahead, Woody, if you have anything to say, since this is going to be quick.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I'll add, and this one is always fun to do because a lot of people don't seem to know this is a thing you can do, and so I like to do this if I do marathon runs because I think it's kind of funny, where you will cast Sleep on Rufus. Fun fact, you can actually throw Sleep on Rufus and he'll stop. He'll stop doing what he's doing. We actually do it on normal just because of the higher damage output that Rufus can hit us with to kind of lower the amount of hits we take from him.
And that's Rufus.
And yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, we put him to sleep, we Braver, and call it a day at that point.
Generally, what I like to do that because I think Sleep takes a little bit too long, and it can be kind of inconsistent depending on what he does. I literally force him to do 3 attacks that dart him closer to Cloud, because the thing is that Rufus has 4 shots of ammo in his gun before he has to reload. So he does 3, you guard the 4th while he's running away, and that's it. And you just Braver him on the way down, so...
Yeah, and speaking of our boss rush mode, we now have the final arsenal in the Tool of Enemies arsenal. From here, this boss battle is, I love this boss battle to death. This one has so many mechanics to it. There's so much to it when fighting him that's just a lot of fun, especially when it came to optimizing it. But basically, Barret and Aerith are going to be fighting Arsenal here. In phase 1, we have to take out these 3 barrier drones to basically push to the next phase. To fight this, there are a couple things we can do to make this battle go quicker, is that we need to keep an eye on what Arsenal's doing. If Arsenal does homing laser or primary fire, we can use Aerith to Thundara the weak point, which will stun the Arsenal weapon, and Red 13 will then go to one of the barrier drones and use Sidewinder and stagger it, and then it'll take a lot more damage, basically destroying it in like one combo. And there you go, we're already in phase 2.
Yep.
Phase 2, we're going to immediately try to throw a spell at Arsenal to stop him and pressurize him from the attack that it is doing. And then from there, we're going to use a fully charged Tempest. Then we're going to target, once we have ATB, we're going to target one of the wheels and Thundara it, because when you break the wheel, it's going to heavily increase the pressure gauge to where one basic attack has basically pushed us into the stagger, and then from there, boom, we're already in phase 3.
Yep.
Now, phase 3 is just a repeat of phase 2.
Literally exactly the same.
Yeah, literally the exact same. Now, we do have to keep an eye on our NP throughout the battle as we use these spells. And this is where we, once it gets low enough, we will use Barret's ATB to basically throw a Turbo Ether that we've been saving up this whole time onto Aerith to make sure she's got enough spells. Because once phase 3 is over, we go into phase 4, and phase 4 basically is just a damage rush. The reason being is Arsenal is going to cry out with Cry Havoc, and it's going to cause a lot of havoc on the map there. And so we need to take it down as fast as possible. Now, if you are too slow for some reason, you can hide behind some rubble there, and that rubble will allow you to save, well, 1 hit from Arsenal. But you know what? We don't need that. We just hit him with a couple Thundaras, and boom, battle is done.
And that is the end of Chapter 17, and I would say that was a really good execution of that fight, so I'm pretty happy about it.
Yeah, that was a good battle.
Now we have another, like, 30-second black screen that leads into... You guys guessed it, another biking segment. I know you guys are super pumped for biking. I'm super pumped too. You can see it in my face. Oh, God. So it's funny because like even though Chapter 4's biking section didn't go perfectly, 18's so much more random that I would rather take 3 more Chapter 4 biking than 18's biking because it's just so frustrating, especially because we don't get to fight Roche again. We get to fight something that's, well, pretty RNG heavy. So
yeah, what's crazy is the Chapter 18 bike section, for whatever reasons, the way it's coded, it's a lot more RNG heavy with enemy actions. Whereas like Chapter 4, we've routed it somewhat down to a science for how like we can control that, other than some of the actions of some of the enemies like the slug rays and how they do certain types of attacks. The battles themselves, we can kind of plan each one out to a T. Whereas here, can't do that as much because like the first segment here, it's gonna be Cloud against a bunch of soldiers and a giant truck, and you can't push this phase until the truck goes down. Well, you take the truck out, and then 10 seconds pass, or so you take out his little minions. 10 seconds pass, and he summons more. Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's two, and the game effectively has it where you can't actually get to the truck while one of the minions is still alive. So you have to like spend time taking them out. And see there, Roy lined up his Wind Slash, his Sharp Gust move, to take out 2 of them in one swipe, so you can try and get through the phase quicker and ideally build up more Spinning Slash before the truck appears.
But unfortunately, Barrett kept shooting that one, so it ended up going a little bit further than I wanted. So it was kind of hard to just hit, which is obviously not great. This should leave 1 guard left, and these guards always prioritize hitting you as opposed to shooting, I believe. So it's just kind of like, it's just a not fun built biking section. Yeah, so I'm gonna try and force this out. I got stuck on the side of it. That was really awkward.
It was fun.
And then I'm gonna Spinning Slash, see how much damage I can get in there. We only got 1 of the guards, which is unfortunate. There's another segment that you have to kill the guards. And since I was behind that one, luckily, it doesn't matter too much because that Gatling gun builds up a ridiculous amount of super meter and lets us get right back into it. So now we're going to be starting the phase 2 of biking. But honestly, nothing too crazy happens during this. And the entirety of this biking section would not be the worst time. So let's throw it over to our gracious hosts and ask for some donations or some plugs that you got.
Yeah.
Sure thing. I do have an anonymous donation for the amount of $15. We do appreciate the donation. There is no comment, but again, all of your donations, big or small, whether they're for any of the other incentives or for getting Wody into Golden Sun, we do appreciate the generosity towards Alzheimerfonden, Swedish national fundraising organization focusing on Alzheimer's disease and other dementia-related diseases. Alzheimerfonden's aim and purpose to increase fundraising to the benefit of scientific research in order to find a cure for Alzheimer's disease. Thanks again, everyone, for all of your love and support. Please keep the donations coming in. We appreciate it a ton. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, I got something really good there. So 3 drones spawn in there. And I thank you for doing that plug. I just got really excited. And it's really unlikely that you hit all 3 with that Spinning Slash, but we ended up getting it. So, hey, for good luck.
Trick shot. Love it.
But if you want to continue with any donations that you have now that you've done your plug, you are more than welcome to.
Just reminding folks that all of your donations cumulatively add up towards the drawing for these amazing ViewSonic monitors. Both of them valued at $400. Minimum donation for the ViewSonic Elite, $25. And the minimum donation, again, cumulative, you could enter the drawing for both of these for $35. The $35 ViewSonic is a 2K monitor. The 2560 by 1440 res monitor for a $35 donations. Or the ViewSonic Elite for $25. Again, keep the donations coming. If you'd like a monitor, a real expensive monitor, gaming monitor, won cheaply with these incentives here, please continue the generosity.
All right, definitely. All right, so we're coming into the last section of biking here, for normal biking, I should say. And luckily, I'm going into this last phase with full super meter, so I get to do not a strat, but make it a little bit easier on myself. Essentially, we're going to be fighting 2 soldier type Cs, which are basically clones of Roche without as much that he had, and not nearly as much passion or flair. So we need to take out both of them, but they have some annoying attack patterns. So I'm going to try and handle it as best I can. Wody, do you want to talk about what's coming up next?
Yeah, so what's going to happen is after Roy gets through the battle with the Rochelites here, which, you know, like he said, it can be very kind of hit or miss RNG. They like to do certain attacks, especially when their health gets low, and kind of run from you and charge in. We're going to be entering the boss section. Now, if you've played the OG game, you probably already know what is expected. Now, the way this game handles the infamous motor ball is that instead of making him be a traditional boss battle that you fight at the end of the highway with your characters on foot, this is actually a boss battle fought on the bike. And it's got some very specific mechanics to handle it, and good job there. We took them both out. Pretty good, pretty good. So Motorball. So fighting Motorball is a little tricky. So he has 6 wheels, and so when you fight it, it has to be broken. You have to break the 6 wheels before you can stagger it. So you can't actually harm the Motorball body until the wheels have been broken and you have staggered it. So much so that you could actually get Motorball down to 1 HP and not kill it because you need to stagger it when it dies. So we basically will attack the wheels, we'll bait these sides to attack us so then we can go to the other side and then take out the wheels. The idea is that we want to try and defeat Motorball within what we call a 3-cycle pattern. The reason being is because that's the shortest pattern that you can get for any category when fighting Motorball to defeat him. I don't think I've ever heard of a 2-cycle. I don't think it's actually possible because, believe it or not, the values of your attacks actually have specific values. Your stats do not affect what you do in this part of the game, so no matter what level you are and such, it doesn't actually make it so you do more damage being at a higher level because it's considered a mini-game.
And difficulty also doesn't matter. The only thing difficulty adjusts is the rate at which you build super meter.
Yep, and the HP of the enemies.
Yes.
But yeah, that's it. So yeah, so it doesn't matter what level you are. So that's why 3-cycle Motorball is the fastest known strat. As far as I know, I don't think you literally can't do 2 cycles.
Watch this. No, I'm kidding.
Right. Other than I guess
strat.
Secret strat, right? Actually, I should point out that if you do play on the New Game Plus category for the speedrun, you actually can skip the biking sections. I did forget to kind of mention it. So if you do run New Game Plus category, you actually don't have to do these segments. You just push start and skip them. So I guess that's kind of like a 0-cycle in a way, because you don't actually fight the boss. But yeah, so as you see there, Roy took out the wheels. Spin Slash will take out all 3 wheels. And then from there, we take out the other side, and then once staggered, the goal with the stagger is that we need to do as much damage as we can and time a spinning slash for basically the very end of the stagger bar. Now, spinning slash does 2 hits, so you have to time it to where you get both hits before the stagger finishes, or you're going to lose out on some damage there. So far, Roy's been able to take out the 2 cycles. Now, what's going to happen with cycle 3, unless he gets really lucky here, is that Motorball is going to pull away and do an emp phase at this point. And it always will do an emp phase during after the second cycle. Now, sometimes you can get a really lucky moment where you get 3 wheels on one side and 1 wheel on the front, I want to say, and sometimes spinning slash will actually reach all the way over there and take out that wheel at the same time. I actually luckily had it happen in one of my runs, so now that's a gold split I will never earn again, but it was worth it.
See that? And as you can see, this fight is kind of annoying in the sense of these giant electro mines are kind of just hanging out, and he can just randomly decide to swap sides like that and make you pull back, and he's got this random shield on his wheel as I get up there. So there's a lot of like random stuff to Motorball, unfortunately, but if you follow any of the stuff that we just did, it should be a pretty simple 3-cycle. But that brings us into the final crawl and the final menu that we're going to be doing.
Yep, final menu as we enter the final moments of this game where stuff is about to get crazy, y'all. Especially if you've never seen this game and know what happens in this chapter. Stuff is, it's definitely going to get crazy. We finally get a lot of plot information about kind of what's going on, most of it. I mean, there's still a lot of unanswered questions, of course, but it does at least paint a better picture for like what the Whispers are, what they've been doing, why Aerith the entire time has apparently been alluding to knowing more than we realize, or than we realize she realizes, and getting a little more. And it sounds like Red also knows more than he alludes to.
So the cool thing about it, at least in terms of plot, is we were talking about the Whispers loosely trying to maintain the original FF7 timeline, make sure the order of events is at least loosely the same. So you saw them pop up there constantly during the escape and actually assisting us. It's because our characters would have quite literally died had they not intervened, and obviously that's not good for the FF7 plot. So they intervene. However, as we try and leave Midgar and chase after Sephiroth, who appears before us, they seem to intervene again, and we all decide that we're tired of them getting in the way. So ultimately, what this entire last segment is, despite whether people like it or not, it's supposed to be a telling of we are no longer on the main line for Final Fantasy VII. Things can now change. We can explore different what-if scenarios, and especially something that happens in the post-credit scene, specifically 2 characters being alive that should not be alive, and possibly a third hinting, which I'll talk about that more as we get to the end of the run. But for now, we're going to be fighting against 3 medium-sized whispers, and then the ultra big boy throws stuff to us in the background. Funny thing, for those of you that have seen Advent Children, the Final Fantasy VII CG movie from the mid-2000s, these 3 whispers that we fight are actually supposed to be the souls or the incarnation of the 3 air quotes Sephiroth type clones that Cloud and Gang fights in Advent Children. Their names aren't the same, but the developers intended them for them to be the same because of their weapon types and I guess personalities is the way to think of it. But if you want to explain the fight.
Yeah,
so
rude. Let's talk about the fight. So there's an interesting mechanic to this fight that not everybody maybe knows, realizes, or will aware of at one point in time. But there's actually a hidden point system that is happening in the background throughout this very long battle. This battle is about 10 to 12 minutes in length, give or take. Sometimes how RNG plays in and just how fast you can pull through the battles. But what's happening is that every little thing that Roy is doing in terms of ATB actions and staggers and things like that is adding to ATB actions is adding to a hidden point value that will determine how the final boss battle is going to incorporate which party members. Since there's 4 of you and there's no party switch system, they decided that this would be the best way to incorporate how you use or who you use in the final battle. So as Roy's doing this, he's going to take that into account. He's going to try and ideally, unfortunately for the Barrett lovers out there, we're going to try and make sure Barrett doesn't gain more points than Aerith or Tifa. Just because Barrett, while you can fight the final boss battle with Barrett just fine, it is a slower battle because Tifa is very strong with physical attacks, Aerith's very strong with magical attacks, and Cloud is your all-rounder, especially with things like counter stance, being able to fight back on our upcoming big baddie here. So we're going to basically make sure that like Tifa and Aerith will try to stagger, they'll use their attacks. We basically try not to do anything with Barrett. Now if we need to, because let's say RNG is not playing nice today.
Wow, it really isn't. These patterns are ridiculous.
Yeah, I can see there's some rough patterns happening here. We may use Barrett to throw a potion here or there just to kind of keep us, somewhat healthy. For the battle as a whole. Now, you're also probably wondering, Roy here is just attacking. He's not really using any of his actions. There's a reason for that. So for the first 2 phases, which this is actually the end of the first phase, what happens there is when you use ATB actions to cause damage, you can inadvertently cause Ultra Big Boy up there at the top to actually use a very damaging area of effect attack. And we want to prevent that. And so we found out through the Ultimanium that if you use over 1,500 damage, if you do over 1,500 damage in ATB actions, it may trigger one of those moves that will not push you to the next phase. Because you can't really kill these guys. You have to just wait until these phase transitions you see happen. And so we tend to just do that phase purely with basic attacks from Cloud, with counters and stuff like that. Now you can sneak in things like a focus thrust because it's a low damaging hit if you really want to, or if you maybe the PB is not happening, you just want to get the battle over with, you may go for the faster strat of using counter stance, but you do put yourself at a risk of getting hit with those time delaying moves as a result. But now we can finally start taking down the Harbinger and staggering these enemies and really going ham on them. So as you see here, we staggered Rubrum, and then we basically wailed on, because every time you stagger a Whisper, you also need to do a specific amount of damage or just deal enough damage to the Harbinger to defeat, my invisible air quotes, defeat the Whisper, or at least temporarily. If you don't, and the stagger gauge runs out, the Whisper will actually regain its HP, and you'll have to re-stagger, which can lose you a lot of time and also add some damage that you were hoping to not get from as well.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff like that strewn throughout this fight, and it makes it more complicated than it actually is. Like that's a lot of information we just throw at you, but generally like the things to remember is first 2 phases, don't use ATB actions, and make sure Barrett doesn't do anything, and you're pretty much golden throughout this entire fight in terms of speedrun.
Yeah, and in terms of like the final battle, in terms of like your order there, I will say from watching and running 2 different categories, easy, we don't really care at the end of the day who we kind of get. The battle's quick enough as it is that one or the other inherently doesn't make one faster, you could say. But with normal, we found that getting Tifa second is preferred. Just because of the damage output for physical attacks. Plus, we wouldn't go into the last phase with Aerith having 2 ATB, ideally at the beginning, and I'll talk about that why when we get to the boss battle.
That's it.
And so we have here now, we do try to start with a triple slash in this phase, because as we've kind of been doing this whole time, triple slashes make Red use Stardust Ray, and Stardust Ray will actually pressurize both these guys pretty fast, and so it does help us kind of contain them, because these 2 do a lot of area of effect attacks, and they can also stun lock you, they can interrupt your attacks, things like that, and it can get out of hand if you don't time it properly. So Roy there used the counter stance, basically chunked down Viridi really fast, and is just basically wailing on him until we can push to the next phase.
And that will be coming up shortly. However, I will say, since we have a little bit of a lead in, if you want to get any last second donations, this is probably the time, because after this, we're probably just going to be talking the entire time.
All right, you got it. I do have $35 from CC Gambit, who says, I make it a mission to make a donation to charity each month I get paid. Since today was payday, and this is one of my all-time favorite games, I'm delighted to donate to this fantastic cause. Thanks for running this game, and to all the ESA staff for pulling this event off in these trying times. Thank you so much.
Go one more.
We do have another anonymous donation of $35. There's no comment, but thank you so much for the generosity.
All right, awesome, guys. Thank you so much for the generosity and support.
Thank you so much.
Much love to you all.
Beautiful.
All right,
Back to
so
you.
we're basically into the last end pushing phases of what is supposed to be Ultra Big Boy. However, before we can get to him specifically, we need to deal with the grunts still, and the grunts still have. They have a trick up their sleeve, and some of you might recognize that in just a second. But first, we just got to deal with them a little bit. We're gonna see them all use temper, or at least 2 of them use temper, and then we're gonna triple slash to kind of get them out of the way. And wait, as the big boy himself shows up. Not the ultra big boy, just the big boy.
The king of Espers. Guardian Force is another name convention we have for Final Fantasy.
That's right, it's Bahamut! For no reason whatsoever. So we're gonna counter stance immediately. We're gonna let it go off, and then we're gonna cross slash. And then I'm gonna tell Aerith to Firaga and Tifa to Star Shower. And then Tifa afterwards, Whirling Uppercut. And we're good. So now that Bahamut's down, we're going to deal with just the grunts once again, and hopefully make it relatively easy to deal with them. I'm gonna try and do something a little tricky here, which I didn't get, unfortunately.
All right, new strats in the marathon.
Yeah, that didn't work. Oh, actually, that was pretty cool. So that almost worked. So I got the blue one to come over, and it got splash damaged by a dive kick. So it's gonna have no health going into this next phase, which is something I really wanted to see if I could get down. And it didn't work at first, and then it did work. So totally as intended. 5-head. 10,000 IQ, whatever you want to call it.
Got a 5-headed.
Yeah. So now that the first Whisper, the Red Whisper, we always take him out first because he does mostly melee-based attacks, and it can be the most frustrating. We definitely want to take him out first. I'm gonna have Tifa dive kick this guy, and then I'm gonna do triple slashes. Unfortunately, it didn't go to the other one like I was hoping. And then we just have one Whisper left, our yellow boy, who honestly doesn't really do much in this fight. He does wind-based magic, which can be frustrating sometimes because it has giant knockback. However, on easy especially, he has moves that are generally meant to interrupt you. They're like small, quick bursts of like bullets and energy and things like that, but they don't really amount to much on easy. On normal, they can be very frustrating, but we leave him for last because he's definitely the least of our worries. And then the cool thing about this is we're going to specifically use Infinity's End on him, not only to make the phase end faster, but you'll see in the background, Whisper Harbinger's HP is as far down as it can possibly go. And we actually have a phase where we have to fight the Harbinger real quick. It's going to be super easy, though, and I'm going to show you why in just a second, after we have this interesting vision of a potential future that we are trying to stop.
Yeah, and this is one of the things where this adds more to this plot line of how there's these, like, alternative timelines, or there's something going on here that we're being, like, reminded of or shown of, like, what the outcome of our original venture or a venture in another world could come to.
I meant to do Thunder then, I did Firaga, so we're just kind of waiting there. But here comes the last fight. We're into Sephiroth. Some of these phases are going to move very quickly, so I'm going to do my best to explain them, but mostly have Woody explain it as I go into it, and I'll probably handle phase 2 since I do it differently.
Yeah, so basically phase 1 is going to go pretty quick. He's going to start the battle. He's going to go in for a couple attacks, time a counter stance for right as Fire Rocket goes off, which will basically build the pressure gauge all the way to the end. Attack Sephiroth. Now, because he's been pressured, hitting him like once or twice, hitting him like one time will launch this animation where we do some damage, go in for an attack, and then basically end out that phase pretty fast, and boom, on the phase 2.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that these cinematic jumps, you can actually avoid them on no major glitches easy, and I think on normal as well they do.
Yep.
But 80% easy is just not worth it. It takes too long then to just push him through that. However, I did find a way of making this slightly faster, and it looks cool, so I'm gonna hope that I can get it. Basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stall for a second and let him start casting Aeroga, which we see, and I'm gonna triple slash. I'm gonna roll away. He's gonna use that. I'm going to that into counter stance for big damage and a stagger, and pop into the next area. This gives Aerith a little bit of time to build some ATB while we're going into it. And then basically Cloud is literally just going to Infinity's End again, because he has literally just enough to do it and just enough time to, and it immediately ends that phase. I don't care too much about Cloud's ATB here because I have to do a bunch of normal attacks anyway. I generally care more about Aerith's. Phase 3 Sephiroth tends to be really RNG and kinda Monk-S on harder difficulties. Easy, it's not that bad, but in order, we want to see wind, then fire, and definitely not see lightning infusion. He'll add an element to his weapon and then start fighting with that. Wind is the least impactful. Fire literally just puts up a giant wall, which can be frustrating, and thunder just makes a bunch of thunder strikes happen constantly. It's incredibly frustrating. Woody, why don't you talk about this? We got fire infusion, which is not bad at all.
Nice. Yeah, so the infusion, basically, we can't really do much to Sephiroth until we can pressurize him. So to do that, we need to hit him with the opposite element and deal, like, you know, a certain amount of damage to kind of push him into a pressured state, and then we can build the stagger bar, because he doesn't take a whole lot of damage from physical attacks right now, until we can pressurize him, or even stagger him for that factoid. And so where he's got him staggered, he's going to get basically in there and try and chunk him down as much as possible to get into the final phase. Now, you do want to get through this phase as fast as possible. Now, as Roy pointed out, easy.
I also don't want to cut you off. Get ready on time. It's going to be as soon as I skip this cutscene, and I'll call for it, because it's going to be very short.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, yeah, you don't want the battle to go on for too long in phase 3, because Sephiroth actually gets stronger the more infusions he does. But I'll let Roy take it over to do that time call, since he's not on a delay.
We're going to do a croc slash and a whirling uppercut, and that's going to be it. And time.
All right, GG's.
Woo!
Fantastic. Well done.
Oh, yeah.
And what did the time end up being? Very curious.
I have a delay, so I want to say like a 506 flat.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
Was there really a 506
There's a
flat?
delay. 505.34. It's still climbing up, though, as we're watching the stream delay here.
Wait, 505.34?
It's still ticking.
Oh, okay.
I see a 506 with the time frozen on my end.
Okay.
There you go.
Wonderful.
506 flat.
506
Straight up.
flat.
Straight up, if we didn't take stairs, that probably would have world recorded.
Woo!
That's crazy. That's insane. But yeah, all that's left to say. One of the big things that I love about this game is that we are officially not in the main Final Fantasy VII timeline anymore. We see that in the ending credits because Nomura himself and the FF7 team confirmed that Zack Fair is once again alive. So, whew, really exciting stuff. And I just want to say thank you everybody for the support and offering donations to such an amazing cause. And thank you, ESA, for having us and the FF7 speedrunning community. We're incredibly floored and pleased to be able to share this amazing experience with you all. Thank you again. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And thank you, viewers and everything.
If it's to be a hunt.
Yeah, and I mean, I also want to thank the entire community as well. I'm a newer member of the community myself, joining for only about 6 months now. It's been a blast, been very welcoming. I definitely want to make sure I give a special shout out to at least Catbus and Foxy Ditz, two of the biggest contributing factors to our glitches for the 80% category and where we have them at this point in time. It's been a blast, y'all. This is a fun game to run. It's not even a year old. There's so much growing to do with it, and so much future to look forward with it. So yeah, it's been a blast. And also thank you so much for the donations for this great cause here at ESA, and ESA for having the two of us, and actually Roy for inviting me to come along for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad to have you. And those over at ESA, if you have anything else to say, take us out.
Oh, absolutely. Before you go, I do want to read a couple donations for you guys.
All right.
$25 from Sanity Concierge saying French Tifa greater than English Tifa. I kind of want to see the language change on the AI change. If that's for real, I believe it. I want to see it. And $50 from Drone Tales. Awesome FF7 run. First time watching ESA live. May the event keep growing to the scale of GDQ.
Hell yeah.
Thank you all so much for the amazing display of FF7 Remake. Thanks again.
And thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
And with that, folks, that's it from me as well. After the break, we'll be starting up Cyberpunk 2077, so stay tuned for that. Again, with your bids, looks like we'll be doing the Corpo starting path. Thanks again for all the generosity and support, and we'll see you again after the break.